So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was the pervy teacher in Kuoh Academy and had students as his slave? Movie 1. Naruto-sama. Naruto let out a groan as he heard that. What did he do to God for him to punish Naruto so? He's a hero for goodness sake. Saved his world, sacrificed his life to kill Madara. So why has he been cursed with this horrible trio? Naruto lifted his head from where it had been resting on his arms to glare at the approaching trio that had become the bane of Naruto's high school existence. Okay, that might have been a bit exaggerated, but still overall true. The three were known throughout Kuoh Academy as the perverted trio. Put into simple terms, they were like three little Jiraiya's. No, worse, Jiraiya had been things besides a super pervert. He'd been a sage, a writer, a ninja, a spy master, etc. While it had been one of his biggest traits, being a pervert was only one of his traits. These three were like 100% perverts. They really had no other redeeming qualities. Okay, that might be a little bit harsh. They aren't that bad. Their lives just seem to revolve around perversion. The trio consisted of Matsuda, Motohama, and Issei. Matsuda was a former jock and sports star who apparently gave it all up in favor of his perversion, which made no sense to Naruto since girls loves guys who are good at sports. It's like putting down a sword to jump into a sword fight. Giving up your biggest weapon before it even starts. He was usually referred to as perverted baldy, or sexual harassment paparazzi. He was also a self-proclaimed lolicon. Motohama was usually referred to as perverted glasses, or 3 sizes scouter, due to his apparent ability to calculate a woman's 3 sizes just by looking. The final one was Issei Hyodo, who was pretty average. Besides his ridiculous libido and obsession with breasts, he was also the one Naruto preferred the most, if only because he seemed to scream about his perverse thoughts less. It was clear he had them, all the time, but he was less likely to announce it as shamelessly as Matsuda or Motohama. Motohama literally once screamed, "I'll rape all you girls in my mind." That's just creepy. Truthfully, Naruto could have overlooked their rampant perversion. He had a lot of experience dealing with perverts from his training trip with Jiraiya. No, it wasn't their perversion he didn't like. It was because they damn near fucked up his reputation within 10 minutes of him starting here. Naruto had started at Kuoh Academy as a second year. It hadn't been Naruto's idea either. He had not wanted to attend school, not in the least. It didn't matter if Kuoh's school population was about 3/4 female. It was still school in Naruto's mind. Naruto owed the person a favor for saving his life though, and they wanted him to attend Kuoh. Sometimes Naruto hates being so good-natured. So he'd reluctantly applied and been accepted. He'd transferred in just 2 weeks after the start of the year. He'd had the misfortune of being in the same class as the perverted trio. He'd only needed to say his name before the three stood up and screamed out his most shameful secret. He'd woken up from a coma in a different world. His money didn't count here. The person to save him didn't have money for obvious reasons due to their identity. He'd needed money to pay for an apartment, food, school tuition, and other miscellaneous stuff in order to repay the person who saved him. So he published Ika Ika. He'd found a reputable publishing company and done it. He'd only had 2 of the series in the Sealing Scrolls that survived the journey over here. Even those 2 were only there because he forgot about them, since he hadn't liked the series enough to carry them all around on him. He wasn't Kakashi after all. Those 2 had still been worth enough for Naruto to live the next 10 years comfortably. It gave him bad karma though, which quickly came to bite him in the ass. Naruto had published them under the pseudonym Jiraiya Sennin, but he hadn't made it too rock solid. He hadn't expected anyone to investigate. He shouldn't have underestimated how determined heavy-duty perverts can be. Within a week of the books hitting the shelf, all 3 members of the perverted trio had managed to dig up that the real author of Ika Ika was apparently a 16-year-old, Scandinavian-looking boy named Uzumaki Naruto. So when Naruto introduced himself to their class within days, their reaction was clear. Declaring that he was the author of Ika Ika to the world, and then bowing before his greatness as the ultimate pervert. Single quote. Kuoh Academy is like 70 to 80% female, so being referred to as the ultimate pervert by the 3 most perverted students in the school was quite possibly the worst way to start his school life in existence. No one believed him when he claimed that he had simply published books his godfather had written either. Apparently something about Naruto screamed, "Pervert." Single quote. It was thankful Naruto had thick skin. Yeah, he would have preferred being accepted as another average student in the beginning, but it wasn't like he was going to cry in a corner about his fellow students calling him names. He was Uzumaki fucking Naruto. He faced down Uchiha Madara when he was the Jubi Jinchuriki without fear. Call him names and he'll just laugh in your face before pranking your ass. In the end, Naruto viewed this as a similar, easier form of the Konoha he endured as a child. Just deal with everything, stay positive, stay true to himself, and eventually everyone's perceptions will change. He had absolute confidence in that. It proved true. Perceptions changed far faster than those in Konoha had, although that probably had to do with the difference in initial loathing. A pervert and a Jinchuriki are two entirely different things. Naruto was still considered a pervert by most of the student population, but they had eventually accepted that there was much more to him. Like his prankster side, that might be the thing Naruto likes most about going to this school, probably even more than the many beautiful girls all around. Once he had become a ninja, Naruto had reluctantly been forced to stop doing pranks. Something about professionalism and image. Now that he could once again prank to his heart's desire, well, it was like an early Christmas to Naruto. All Kuoh became his playground. He had to make sure to keep it safe and minimize the damage, except to people's pride, but that just made it more fun. No one was safe from him. He's even started pranking entire clubs at a time. Otherwise he'd sort of settled into the role of an ordinary student. His grades were below average, since Naruto had never been one for book work. Not to mention the Ninja Academy didn't quite teach them the stuff they learn here. So Naruto basically lacked the middle school education of this world. The only subject Naruto excelled in was physical education, for obvious reasons. Even in his weakened state, Naruto was in fantastic shape, easily the most fit kid in the school. His social life was even better. Even if Naruto has been widely accepted as a pervert, he was charismatic enough that people generally can't hold it against him for long. It wasn't even a conscious thing. Naruto didn't consider himself smooth or charming, and thus didn't even try to be. He was just completely honest with himself, which had a certain charm to a lot of people who felt they had to hide parts of themselves. It also helped Naruto was probably one of the most empathetic and overall kind individuals in the world. Even his romantic life was pretty good, considering he was widely considered the most perverted kid in the school. He was even kind of popular with the girls. He was kind, funny, and caring. He also wasn't that bad looking. Girls weren't willing to drop their panties whenever he smiled, like a certain princely Bishonen at the school, but most would agree his looks were on the higher end of the spectrum. He apparently had the roguish, free spirit look to him. He hasn't had an official relationship, but he has had relations with a number of girls. What? Don't judge him. Naruto was a straight male. Not to mention he was a bit of a pervert. Being the apparent author of Ika Ika also sort of doomed any desire for chastity he might have had. It was a turnoff for most girls, but there were the rare perverted females. They tended to volunteer as models for his next book, as well as offering to provide him inspiration. Once again, Naruto was straight, so he simply couldn't refuse offers like that. Ika Kuryu was a regular, providing him inspiration once a week. Things snowballed from there since it quickly spread around the school that Naruto was a very, very accomplished lover. Seems plenty of high school girls don't mind the idea of starting a casual relationship with a person gifted in the bedroom arts as long as it remains on the down low. Totally awesome. Even Naruto couldn't deny that. Back to the perverted trio. The three seemed insisted on treating him like an icon. It was actually annoying, not to mention they bothered him incessantly for dating advice or asking him to set them up with some girls. It was like they thought he owed them for outing him as the author of Ika Ika, or empathized with them due to their supposed, similar, personalities. Naruto just wanted them to leave him alone. He did not get his wish. Naruto-sama, Matsuda practically screamed before getting on his knees and clasping Naruto's hand. He then continued, as always, I give praise unto your name for the blessings you have bestowed upon this world. Yes, Ika Ika is truly the greatest blessing this world has ever seen. I worshipped your work all last night. Naruto just gave him a disgusted look. It grew even more disgusted when he looked at how Matsuda was clasping his hands. Naruto had no doubt of what those hands had been doing last night, and Naruto did not want them touching any part of him. Roughly ripping his hand away from Matsuda's, he then commented in irritation. Great, now I need to wash my hand. Thoroughly, with industrial strength cleaning products. I don't care if my skin is burnt off. The very thought of where those hands have been is nauseating. His words sent Matsuda crying in the corner, but Motohama quickly filled in the gap by questioning with an intensely serious face more fit for one going to war. Please, Naruto-sama, I know you have refused to answer 127 times before, but I must know. What is the current progress on the next Ika Ika? And what is the main theme? Ika Ika journey included many different women, and a variety of sexual fetishes. It was aimed at everyone. Ika Ika Slave was an exploration of masochism, with the main character interacting with far fewer females. It was aimed at a smaller, but more devoted fan base. Can we expect a more wide-ranging book like Journey, or a more fetish-focused book like Slave? Naruto growled as he face-palmed. He asked this every day. Sometimes twice a day. Naruto was already ashamed he had finally caved into writing a third Ika Ika because of pressure by the publishers. He didn't need this type of pressure during the process of writing it. Writing porn was really hard, especially since Naruto wasn't a pervert on the level of Jiraiya, who could get off on just about everything. Naruto couldn't even read Ika Slave due to how much he dislikes the idea of being a masochist. It makes him nauseous just thinking about it. Naruto could only write stuff that fit with his own preference, which he was rather embarrassed to admit. The idea of people reading erotica that he wrote himself was even worse than people thinking he wrote the previous two. So Motohama bringing it up every day was just plain stressful. Stressful enough that Naruto kicked him away roughly before ordering, "Stop asking me this for the next 6 months and I'll tell you how far along I am." Deal. Motohama replied instantly, completely uncaring of the footprint on his chest. Grunting, Naruto told him reluctantly, "I'm about a quarter of the way through. My deadline isn't for 6 months. Then it will probably take a month or two before it hits the shelves." 7 or 8 months. That's too long. Please, let me read what you have. I can give you expert advice on it," Motohama quickly declared as he grabbed Naruto's legs while crying pitifully. Gay. Get off me, you perverted leech. Naruto grunted out as he tried to kick off the pervert, who proved Naruto's insult to him by sticking like a leech. Once Naruto finally managed to remove him, he said bluntly, "No way. The publisher is strict on me letting people read it before the release, not that I would have showed you anyway. And advice. You're still a virgin, so you certainly can't give me expert advice." Single quote. With Motohama now joining Matsuda in the corner, Issei stepped up. Realizing Naruto didn't like them touching him, he just leaned close and informed him with a perverted leer. "Hey, Naruto-sama, we're going to go peep on the kendo club. With a match coming up, they're practicing during the lunch periods. It's a beautiful sight. Wanna join us?" Naruto gave him softer look than he had the other two, since he at least seemed to realize he didn't like them touching him. He still told him bluntly, "No way, I don't peep." That's a bit of a lie, but Naruto was far more subtle about it. He never got caught on the rare occasions he does, unlike the perverted trio who are caught every time. The claim also has helped heal Naruto's reputation around the school. They just think he's a total pervert in the sack instead of the type that constantly has sex and boobs on his mind. Issei deflated slightly before arguing while shaking his head. "That's a shame, Naruto-sama. The female form is the most beautiful thing in the world. Peeping is simply a way to worship it as it should be worshipped. No, it's a way for guys who have no chance with girls to sat their lust for boobs and asses." Naruto deadpanned. Not completely true since Jiraiya used to peek, and Jiraiya was surprisingly smooth when he had actually wanted to seduce a woman. He just claimed to enjoy the art of peeping. Naruto personally believed he just liked getting caught and beat up. Ika Slave was a bit too detailed and heartfelt for Naruto to believe Jiraiya didn't have a huge masochistic streak in him. Back in the real world, Naruto's direct statement about their lack of success with girls seemed enough to send Issei to the corner with the other two. Naruto's kind nature quickly seeped through though since he honestly liked Issei. He was the one that reminded Naruto of Jiraiya the most. A good guy with way too much lust, and way too little control over it. So Naruto pat Issei's head with a sigh before telling him, "Sorry, I'm just a bit stressed today. I'm sure your luck with women will improve someday, Issei." Issei's attitude quickly changed, and he looked at Naruto with stars in his eyes. Naruto wasn't surprised by it. Strong emotions in this world seemed to result in sparkles, stars, shapes, and other stuff to form around people. It was weird like that. Usually they were better looking people than Issei, but Issei's perversion was strong enough to make up for that. Why is Naruto's mind wandering like this? He really is stressed. Back to Issei, who still had the sparkles in his eyes. He quickly asked, "So you think I'll eventually get my harem?" That made Naruto sweat drop. Issei and his harem. You at least had to admire the kid for being upfront about it. It isn't impossible either. Naruto probably would have ended up with a harem if he had managed to stay in his own world during the final battle with Madara. Sure, he may have been a hero, but he had been a loser and pariah as a kid. Who's to say Issei might not become a hero in the future? This world seemed a bit more against that sort of thing, but it still isn't too out there. Just rare, very rare. It is possible, Naruto told him hesitantly. Issei clearly didn't notice, or didn't care about, the hesitation in Naruto's statement. He just fist-pumped while declaring loudly, "Yes, with an arrow god like you on my side, I'm sure to eventually succeed." "I'm not an arrow god," Naruto muttered, but was ignored. So he just sighed and stood up. He then started stretching as he claimed, "There's another reason I can't peep with you." Issei looked at Naruto stretching before asking in resignation, "Who did you prank?" Naruto grinned before answering gleefully, "The football, soccer club. They are also practicing during the lunch period since they have a match coming up. I put some press and stick photos of men posing naked on their sports balls. Permanent photos. That's just disgusting. You would have had to special order those. What did you do? Search the web for pictures of naked men?" Issei questioned with a sweat drop. Yep, Naruto answered without hesitation. Seeing the disgust on Issei's face, Naruto rolled his eyes before claiming. Oh, grow up, they're just dicks. You see one every time you go to the bathroom. I'm confident in my sexuality, and confident with what I was born with. Very confident in the latter. I don't need to shy away from seeing a naked man for my own self-esteem. Hey, I'm confident in my sexuality and tool too, Issei announced, clearly insulted by Naruto's insinuation. He then finished while shivering. It's not lacking confidence, it's disgust. Men are just plain disgusting to look at. True that, Naruto admitted, acknowledging that point. He then continued, but plenty in life is distasteful to do. Just bear with it like when you eat your veggies. Tilting his head slightly, Naruto commented. ETA, 14 seconds. Time to go. Naruto moved to the window and opened it. He then jumped out, uncaring of the fact that they were on the second floor. No one else in the class reacted either. Naruto's preferred method of leaving the class was using the window. It was like his interactions with the perverted trio. Just an everyday occurrence to the class. Although the short topic of naked men and dicks today had made a few of the girls blush. They also didn't react when seconds after Naruto left, they heard the sound of a large group running towards them. Naruto had great hearing, so he always knew when people were approaching. When a pissed-off football club opened the door roughly, everyone in the class pointed at the window and announced in unison. Jumped out the window. The football club immediately turned and moved to start the chase that inevitably followed one of Naruto's pranks. 10 minutes later Naruto was cackling like a maniac. Partly due to his own amusement. His main pranks against a club were meant to make them chase him, but he was more than willing to do several smaller pranks during the chase itself. That includes trip lines, paint balls, stink pellets, even a few acid pellets designed to eat away clothes. Watching the football club grow even more annoyed throughout the chase was hilarious. Mainly the cackle was for the entertainment of the spectators watching the chase though. If you're going to be chased throughout the entire school, you might as well make it entertaining. Needless to say, watching 50 kids in various states of dishevelment, from dissolved portions of clothing, covered in pink, orange, and yellow paint, and stinking like a sewer, all chasing after a single kid cackling like an insane character from an anime was an interesting spectacle. It never failed to make the surrounding students laugh, especially since Naruto had a tendency to mix it up. The videos of the billiards club with their head shaved and painted to look like billiards balls, the karate club in chicken suits, and the art club painted like clowns still circulated among the students. Yeah, everyone was eventually a victim of Naruto's pranks, but 99% of the time you just got to laugh at the other victims. It spiced up the school life. Or at least Naruto claimed that. The chase eventually entered one of the many buildings comprising Kuoh Academy. Naruto was fully entertained by this point, and calling back taunts to the tiring pursuers. Even with outnumbering him by 50 to 1, they still couldn't catch him. Naruto was too fast and agile. At least the numbers made it fun for Naruto. So he barely reacted in time when he turned the corner. Sensing two people right in his way, Naruto pulled off a desperate spin. He felt his skin run along the uniform of the closer one, but successfully managed to avoid colliding with her. Oh yeah, Uzumaki, that was totally awesome. His self-praise was abruptly ended when one of his feet slipped and he face-planted on the ground. Naruto had always been a rather clumsy person. Even when he became a bona fide badass he was far from the most graceful ninja. Apparently trying to pull off a spin at full speed at the last moment was a bit beyond his current abilities. He just laid there for a second as he silently bemoaned his mistake. Yeah, real smooth. It wouldn't be Naruto though if he didn't immediately bounce back. Within a second he jumped to his feet. He paused for a second as he grasped his spinning head, since he had face-planted rather hard. Are you okay, Uzumaki-san? A voice asked as he was trying to recover from his possible concussion. Yeah, I'm good, I'm pretty durable, just give me a second. Naruto muttered. He finally recovered enough to open his eyes to look upon the person he had avoided running into. The first thing he saw was red. Acting without a moment of thought, Naruto stepped forward and grabbed a strand of the crimson red hair. He then looked the girl in the face and commented with a wide smile. Wow, your hair is such a beautiful color. Rias Grimori just blinked. She didn't mind that he'd intruded on her personal space and grabbed some of her hair, since she didn't much care for such things. It was his words that surprised her. She'd never heard that before. Okay, she had, but never as the first thing. Most people complimented her body first, at least mentally if not out loud. Her eyes second, her flawless skin or face shape third. Her hair was usually the fifth or sixth thing a person complimented. Yet this guy did it immediately after seeing her. It was different. Her surprise gave Naruto enough time to realize what he'd just done. He was naturally a blunt and improper person, saying what he thought. No hesitation whatsoever, but he did know proper manners on some level. So he knew plenty of girls would be creeped out or intimidated by him suddenly intruding on their personal space, grabbing their hair, and complimenting it. He didn't even know this girl's name. So he quickly took a step back while letting go of her hair. He then scratched the back of his neck and laughed in embarrassment before saying, "Sorry about that, I can be kind of thoughtless. I hope I didn't alarm you, Ms." Rias once again blinked in shock. He didn't know her name. Yeah, the two had never spoken before, but she was used to everyone at the school knowing her name. Another aspect of him that differed from the norm. Rias managed to hide her shock and chuckled softly before replying with a small smile. "It is fine, Uzumaki-san. I was surprised, but I'm flattered by your compliment. I'm Rias Grimori by the way. Rias is my given name." This time it was Naruto's turn to be surprised. He tilted his head in confusion before asking, "I'm sorry for asking, but have we met before, Rias-san? You seem to know me." No, we have not. You are simply rather well known around the school, Naruto-san." Rias replied calmly, surprised but comfortable with his use of her given name. Reciprocating the level of familiarity was automatic for her. Era, it seems have been overlooked," a soft voice spoke up. Oh, sorry, I was distracted," Naruto said while once again scratching the back of his neck in embarrassment at the oversight. He turned to look at the person. Immediately he grew pale. It wasn't because of the looks of the person. The girl, better to refer to her as a woman, was stunning. She had the classic Yamato Nadeshiko look to her. Her eyes were a clear violet, and her incredibly long black hair was tied back into a ponytail with an orange ribbon, datbeo. 2 strands of her hair were sticking up, sloping backwards. She was also incredibly buxom, surpassing even Rias, who was very buxom as well. She was the type of woman every male probably wanted to settle down with. No, he paled for another reason. His gut and training with Jiraiya told him a very disturbing secret of the proper-looking woman in front of him. Pointing at her in terror, he then yelled in panic, "Ah, sadist, run away." Naruto then did just that, turned tail and ran with his tail between his legs. Never let it be said that Naruto was a masochist. He might have let Sakura hit him, but that was because that had simply been part of the weird relationship they had between them. He did something stupid, she hit him. If he dodged, she just got angry and would try to hit him twice. The only way to avoid being hit entirely was to not do something stupid, not likely, so he just accepted the one hit as the best choice. The idea of someone getting sexual pleasure from causing him pain scared him so much he just outright avoided sadists. Since part of his training with Jiraiya involved being able to properly identify people's sexual fetishes, yes, Jiraiya chose to teach him stuff like that instead of techniques. Naruto was very good at avoiding them. The football club unfortunately arrived just in time to see Naruto point at Akino, call her a sadist, before running away. Calling the prim and proper Himehime Onisama a sadist was more than enough to reignite the fire of their determination to catch and punish Naruto. Such a lie was unforgivable. Ignorance is truly bliss. So they ran past the 2 great ladies of Kuoh Academy while screaming insults at Naruto. How dare you insult Himehime-senpai? Die. Filthy lying pervert. Burn him at the stake. For Himehime Onisama's honor, Akino just watched this all occur with wide eyes. Needless to say, she had never had a guy run away from her before like that. Usually they bowed in worship when she smiled. Too bad. She liked his book, Ika Ika Slave. Seems there is some truth to his apparent claim to not being the original writer. No one capable of writing a book about masochism so well would run from a sadist with such fear. Yufufu, seems someone got a perfect measure of your heart with just one look, Akino. Rias commented with an amused smile. Akino just smiled as she replied calmly, "I am offended, Bucho. I am not only a sadist, I am also a masochist." Rias just sweat dropped before suggesting, "You say that, but you always seem on S mode. Even I've never seen your M side." But, Bucho, you already cover the masochist base in our club. Doubling up is a waste. So I have no choice but to cover the sadist base, Akino claimed with a wide smile. She then put her cheek in her hand and sighed before adding in an exaggeratedly sad voice, "I'm such a good friend to my king that I have no choice but to take incredible pleasure in the pain of our enemies. Oh, woe is me." Rias just sweat dropped again before muttering, "You always say that, but I'm not a masochist." Yes you are. My sadist senses always tingle around you, Bucho. Akino retorted immediately. That caused Rias to shiver. Akino had always openly claimed to not care about gender. As long as they feel pain. She did not know what to think when Akino says stuff like that. Rias' mood took a 180 after that. Straightening, she grew serious before asking, "So that is Uzumaki Naruto. Never met him face to face before. You felt it too, right?" Yes, Akino answered, matching her king's seriousness. She then continued, His magic reserves are above average, for a human. We've known that for a time. Rias just thought for a few seconds before asking. What else do we know about him? Akano shrugged at her king's curiosity before reciting from memory. Uzumaki Naruto, 17 years old. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Considered good-looking, just under 6 feet tall. Looks Scandinavian despite his Japanese name. Orphan, second year. Transferred in 2 weeks after the start of the year. Below average grades. Incredibly physical fitness. Writer of the Ika erotic novels. Empathetic, kind, enthusiastic, blunt, honest, and an emphatic prankster. Popular. Rumors of high sexual appetite. Not confirmed. Likely result of his status as author of Ika. And his magical abilities and potential. Rias quickly asked. He has above average magical reserves for a normal person. Many of his pranks also indicate a high likelihood that he is capable of using a form of magic, due to the overall difficulty of them. His magic reserves are low for magicians though, meaning he is likely a failed magician. He's physically fit, and claims to know many different martial arts. Possible close combatant. Potential is good, if average. Likely a long-term project. Little short-term potential. No sacred gear, Akano explained easily. That's a shame, Rias stated with a sigh. He seems a decent candidate for a peerage if one has time to properly nurture him, but she doesn't have that sort of time. She needs someone capable of being an asset within a few months. Seems Issei is still her only real hope. She turned and started walking away as she finished by saying, he was kind of interesting too. Not bad looking either. Man, who'd have thought calling out a sadist would motivate people so much? Naruto commented as he walked out of class. The football club had chased him far longer than he expected. They still didn't catch him, but they made him late for class. The teacher gave him extra homework as a punishment. He probably isn't going to do it, but that still means he'll be lectured tomorrow. He may be a master at tuning out lectures, but that doesn't mean he likes them. You called Himahima-senpai a sadist. That's practically sacrilege, someone claimed immediately. Naruto looked over in exasperation to look at the perverted trio. Naruto was truly fated to be surrounded by perverts. There's no escaping it, no other way to explain the perverted trio all being in his class, and the 3 living close to him. They always stuck to him like glue on the walk back to their houses. Naruto finally just shook his head before asking. Himahima, that's her name. I ran away before I got her name because of the whole, sadist thing she's got going on. Yes, that goddess's name is Himahima Akano. One of the 2 great ladies of Kuoh Academy. Beautiful, elegant, and gentle. She is a perfect Japanese beauty. Motohama explained passionately. He then turned to Naruto with an anger he never used before when talking to Naruto. Apparently his love of Akano surpasses his worship of Naruto. To have that gentle and demure beauty be called a sadist is the ultimate insult. It insults the entire Yamato Nadeshiko ideology. She is though. I know a sadist when I see one, and she is a serious sadist. Naruto asserted stubbornly. Matsuda and Motohama looked about to physically attack Naruto, but Issei acted first by declaring with a perverted face. I don't care either way. Those oppai, such beautiful oppai, I don't care if she is a sadist or not. I would face death itself if those magnificent oppai were the reward. Matsuda and Motohama looked thoughtful for a few moments before gaining equally perverted faces. Matsuda quickly said, that's true. Akano-senpai is totally worth any cost. It would be like Ika slave. Plus, the idea of Akano-senpai in a leather S&M outfit, shiver, zing. Naruto just looked at the trio in disgust. True, the trio had raved about Ika slave, so they were into that sort of thing, but Naruto could tell they could get off on anything if it meant a beautiful girl. He could stand perverts, but that sort of thing was just ridiculous to him. People have standards and preferences. It's just a matter of pride. These 3 just lacked any whatsoever. Naruto looked up into the sky and flipped the bird at it. This was just cruel, sticking Naruto with these 3. If this was payback for creating the sexy jutsu, then he'd long since paid his due with Jiraiya. Now it was just someone up there laughing their ass off. Hyodo Issei. A voice interrupted. Naruto looked towards the person. His eyebrows immediately rose up when he recognized the person. It was a girl their age. Her black hair was in a bob cut, and her eyes were a violet color. She also had a pair of red glasses on. She was a bit on the short side, with a rather petite figure. He recognized her, Sauna Shitori, the student council president. She was the one responsible with issuing him punishments for his many pranks. Issei looked baffled that she had asked for him. Bewildered, he looked around before pointing to himself questioningly. She nodded before saying, yes, I mean you, Hyodo-san. I need to talk to you. Issei's mouth opened and closed several times in confusion, forcing Naruto to act. Moving forward, he lightly shoved Issei forward. He then grabbed the back of Matsuda and Motohama's shirts and started pulling the two struggling boys away while telling Sauna. Sure you can. Not like he has anything better to do. Sauna's eyes turned sharp when she acknowledged Naruto. He chuckled awkwardly. She had never forgiven him for when he pranked the student council. Okay, it might have been a slightly inappropriate prank, maybe a bit of a perverted one, but it was to be expected. She was the one to punish him for his pranks most of the time. It was only natural that the student council would get the worst prank. Knowing he was unwanted, he started walking away. Matsuda and Motohama being pulled along. What the hell? Why is the Sauna Shitori talking to Issei? Unfair, Matsuda declared while struggling against Naruto. Just shut up. Issei was clearly just as shocked as you two. Now be good friends and be happy that a girl is willingly talking to him. Naruto ordered with a sigh. This is messed up. Sauna Kaichu is one of the most popular girls in school. Why is she talking to Issei? Don't tell me. A confession? Motohama asked in disbelief. Naruto rolled his eyes and just continued walking away. He doubted it was a confession. Not only was Issei not the type for girls to like, but Sauna wasn't the type to do something like that. Her eyes had also been cold, calculating. Naruto hadn't sensed an malicious intent towards Issei either, so she wasn't punishing him for anything. In conclusion, she probably has some business with Issei. More boring than a confession, but anything that gives Issei more experience with women is a good thing in Naruto's mind. He'll just have to ask Issei tomorrow about it. Next morning. You're joining the student council? Naruto asked, his eyes wide and his mouth hanging open. He had not been expecting that. He had arrived this morning to see Matsuda and Motohama trying to interrogate. Issei seemed to have been holding it in though, barely. As soon as he saw Naruto, he burst out that Sauna had asked him to join the student council. Issei nodded eagerly before elaborating. Yes, although Sauna-senpai says I'll have to be an ordinary assistant because people won't elect me to a more important position. Why though? Motohama demanded immediately. He then continued, there is literally no reason she would ask you to join the student council. I have better grades. This time Naruto detected clear signs of Issei holding something in. Issei wasn't that good of a liar. So there were many tells when Issei looked away and answered hesitantly. Sauna-senpai says I have a lot more potential than it appears. She says that joining the student council will teach me discipline, and she can help me study. The other two clearly bought it. Matsuda crossed his arms as he declared stiffly. Don't see why you accepted then. Sounds like a drag. It will cut into your peeping time. Oh, there are certainly benefits. Issei claimed slyly. Looking around like he was trying to be subtle, he then leaned forward and continued. Let's just say this brings me one step closer to my harem. While Matsuda and Motohama recoiled in shock, Naruto just raised an eyebrow before questioning. Does this have to do with the fact that the entire student council is female? Issei laughed uncomfortably while shifting before claiming. Yeah, that's it. Being around all those girls all the time is a good step, right? Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly when he detected that as another lie. Issei is hiding something, which is weird. Usually he blurts everything out, even stuff Naruto wishes he kept to himself. For him to be hiding something indicates it is important. And why is Issei shying away from the sun? He keeps raising his arm to try and block the rising sun's rays from getting in his eyes. He also seems tired. Deciding to put away those thoughts, Naruto just put a hand on Issei's head. He then ruffled his hair before commenting. Don't really know what's going on, but you seem happy about it. That's good enough for me. Good luck with the student council. Issei grinned happily at Naruto's approval and acceptance. Not surprising since he did honestly idolize Naruto to a rather disturbing degree. Any further attempts by Matsuda and Motohama to interrogate Issei were cut off by the teacher coming in to start class. Bucho, are you in here? Akano called out as she slowly opened the door to the clubroom. She quickly got her answer when she saw Rias at her desk. The young devil was in her chair, her face planted on her desk. An aura of gloom and depression surrounding her. Akano blinked in surprise at the sight. Rias had been fine that morning. She'd gone to talk when her friend, rival Sona requested she come to the student council room. Akano had only come here when she heard Rias hadn't shown up for her classes. Rias and her lived in the old school building, so they never really missed school. What had happened during her talk with Sona that had left Rias so miserable? Moving forward, Akano touched Rias' shoulder before asking gently, Rias, what happened? Her use of her name instead of her title showed how concerned Akano was. Rias eventually said something, but it was nonsensical because her face was still pressed against her desk. Akano's sweat dropped before asking, Can you repeat that? Rias slowly lifted her head to show a despairing face. She then informed her queen. Sona made Issei part of her peerage last night. What? Akeno asked in shock and dismay. You heard me, Rias grumbled before putting her face back against the desk. Akeno moved to a chair and collapsed into it as she absorbed the news. She then questioned in a tense voice. What happened? I thought Sona was stepping aside on Issei since you let her pick up 3 of the more magically talented students without issue. Rias lifted her head just enough to explain clearly. She says she did. She says that she has stayed to the sideline for months, but that time ran out. That she gave me plenty of time to make him part of my peerage, but didn't make use of the opportunity. That if I wasn't going to act, she wasn't going to restrain herself. Akeno wanted to argue, but couldn't. What Sona was saying was true. They identified Issei as a sacred gear holder at the end of the last year. They had immediately gone to Sona to claim him, cashing in the favors she owed them to prevent any arguments, but they haven't acted since. They had the entire summer and several more months since to induct him into Rias' peerage, but they hadn't. They had sat by on Rias' orders. To Sona, it must have appeared they had chosen to ignore Issei entirely. Since she had given Rias the chance to claim him, there was no issue in her claiming him now. From a logical standpoint, Sona had every right to claim Issei. So she did. This is horrible, Akeno finally exclaimed. I know. Riser is sure to come calling soon. I know. We have no chance to beat him in a rating game in our current condition. I know, AKENO. That stopped Akeno. She immediately stopped talking. She had just been repeating what Rias no doubt knew, and Rias was probably even more terrified by the implications than she was. Seeing Akeno calm down, Rias put her face back against her desk with a groan of despair. No matter how she thought about it, things did not look good. No, they looked downright terrible. The reason is because one riser Phoenix, her fiancé. Not by choice though, the two had been engaged since before she had even been born. Put simply, Rias didn't want to marry him, at all. The marriage had a lot of political implications though. With so few pure-blooded devils remaining, it was viewed as a way to ensure the next generation of pure-blooded devils. It would also cement an alliance between the Grimoire clan and Phoenix family, 2 of the remaining 34 pillar families. So the marriage was pretty much set in stone. Almost, but not quite. Devils value power greatly. If Rias can prove her power and leadership abilities before the marriage, she could end it. She had few real options to do just that though, considering her age and current power level. The only real option was to beat Riser in an unofficial rating match. Rating matches are a sign of a devil's personal power, and the power of their peerage. Defeating Riser would prove Rias was the more powerful devil, thus her opinion would trump Riser's in the mind of the devil community. It was the best option. The prospects of that occurring were at an all-time low though. Riser was older and more experienced than her. He had an entire peerage, 15 members. She had 4 total, one of which is useless currently. Including the kings, it was 16-4. Numbers don't decide a match, but they sure do help. And the numbers are currently against her. She doesn't even want to acknowledge that Riser is immortal at this point. No matter how she thinks about it, her chance of winning the match is 0%. No strategy she can come up with, no training they can do, no forbidden spell she could learn, nothing can alter that 0%. She needs more peerage members to simply have the smallest chance of success. She was also running out of time. Riser was not known for his patience. Since she's had her evil piece set for over 2 years now, it was only a matter of time. Riser was going to run out of patience. He'd then pressure his father, who would pressure her father, who would then pressure her to have the marriage occur. Her brother had recently warned her Riser was tired of waiting. He was starting to complain to his father. She had maybe 6 months before she ran out of time, but more likely just 2 or 3 months. That was an incredibly small window to work with. She had thought Issei was the opportunity she was looking for. His sacred gear was so powerful that it could only be a Longinus, one of the 13 most powerful sacred gears in the world. A weapon that can kill a god. The idea of such a person going to her school had practically been fate in Rias' mind. Not that Issei's assistance alone would have been enough to guarantee a victory over Riser. Longinus may be powerful, but they don't start out that way. Their wielders needs unlock such power. They need time, experience, training. It had still been enough to give Rias hope that she could beat Riser though. If Issei could gain even basic control over his Longinus, her chance of defeating Riser rose to 5%. 5% is abysmally low still, but Rias would take it over 0%. And even that small chance had now sunk through her grasp. Sona had stolen even that chance from her. Rias wanted to scream, rant, beat Sona to a pulp with her hands. She couldn't though. Sona had done nothing wrong. She was simply a scapegoat for Rias to blame for her own failure. She finally grumbled out, Being patient and waiting seems to have come to bite me in the ass. Akano somehow managed to hear, and couldn't help but ask. Why did we wait? I mean, we've known about Issei for half a year. Why did you order us to wait? Rias looked nervous and embarrassed. She hesitantly explained. I figured the fallen angels in the town would eventually identify Issei as a Longinus holder as well. They would no doubt try to eliminate him. I figured I could resurrect him then. Akano's eyebrows raised before she replied in a sly, but slightly disbelieving, voice. Era. Was Bucho being manipulative, planning to use someone's death as a way to ensure their loyalty? Rias' head shot up and she quickly retorted. No, that isn't what I meant. Then what did you mean? Akano immediately asked, confused by her king's unusually flustered behavior. She was also slightly glad Rias hadn't been trying to manipulate Issei. Rias had secured her entire current peerage by saving their lives, herself included. If she showed she was willing to let prospective peerage candidates walk to their deaths in order to gain their loyalty, it would cast a ray of suspicion on how she gained any of them. Rias once again showed clear hesitation in answering. After a few seconds of stammering, she looked away as she whispered while blushing heavily. It would have been awkward. Akano blinked, having caught her words. She just didn't understand them. She quickly asked, what do you mean? Rias very clearly gathered up her courage before clarifying while blushing more than Akano had ever seen. It would have been awkward to explain to Issei about everything. All of you already knew about the supernatural before joining my peerage. I didn't really know how to explain to someone completely ignorant, so I figured the shock of finding out about fallen angels and being reincarnated would make it easier. Akano just gaped. After nearly a minute just sitting there in disbelief, she managed to say softly. So the reason we waited for 6 months, the reason we lost a Longinus user, is because you thought it would be awkward to explain the supernatural to him. Yes, idiot. I know. Like seriously, you are an idiot. I know. Like the most idiotic thing you have ever done. I know. You might have just made the biggest, and most idiotic, mistake of your entire life. I know, okay, Rias screamed, tears now gathering in her eyes. She then spun to look out the window, turning her back to Akano. That quickly stopped any anger Akano might have been feeling. Anything she was feeling, Rias was probably feeling twice as bad. This mistake might very well force Rias to marry Riser, who is well known for treating his peerage like a harem. Akano would have to follow Rias in such a case, but Riser would have no right to touch her. Rias was not so lucky. She'd be his wife. Akano couldn't help herself from sighing though. The pure imbecilic quality of Rias' reason to not approach Issei earlier was just too much. Rias was outgoing, had no shame, was friendly, and charming. To find she had been nervous about explaining the supernatural to Issei was something Akano hadn't ever even considered. Thinking on it, she can see a bit why. Rias, and the entire Grimoire family, consider their peerage to be their family. Trying to make the process of introducing a new member as smooth as possible was likely something she hadn't even needed to think about. It was automatic. The possibility of Issei rejecting her or entering denial, which is always possible when telling normal humans about the supernatural, had likely been a nightmare scenario for her. So she instead was willing to wait months in order to optimize the chance of such a thing not happening. Still didn't make it any less stupid though. Approaching Rias back, Akano laid a comforting hand on her shoulder before saying. It's okay, Rias, I won't lie and say what you did wasn't stupid, but everyone is stupid once in a while. No need to beat yourself up over it. I may have just lost my only chance to marry a person I love because I was shy. That's a good reason to beat myself up about. Rias whispered, no doubt holding back tears. Akano really didn't know how to respond to that, so she just hugged Rias softly. The best she could do was try and show Rias she was there for her, no matter how bad things look. After a few moments of this, Rias asked, what should I do, Akano? Akano blinked in shock before asking. You're asking me? I don't see why not. I've done a pretty good job of botching things up. I'm a complete failure as a king. If you asked me 2 years ago, I would have declared confidently that most of my peerage would have been filled by this point. That they'd all be well trained and powerful ready to defeat Riser. Instead I have, this. Rias stated in a bitter voice. She then gave a weak laugh, cracking halfway through due to her emotion. Akano decided to ignore the possible insult. She knew Rias didn't mean it like that. Rias considered all of them her family, and loved them. It was the idea that she only had 4 peerage members, one that had to be sealed away for his own safety. Considering she had been preparing and planning for 2 years to eventually face Riser, her efforts have not borne much fruit. After a few seconds of weak sobs, Rias recovered enough to finish. Seems like anyone can do better than me right now, and you are way better than a random person. So I don't see why not. Akano nodded gravely. Rias had always been certain in her abilities, but this seems to have created a crack in her usual confidence. A crack that had likely been forming for months as the deadline with Riser approached. This incident was the last straw, so now she's looking around her for help, which is actually good. She's not giving up or trying to stand by herself. When weak, it's better to lean a bit on your friends. That's what they are for, after all. So Akino led the now outright crying Rias back to her chair. She then pulled out a tissue and gently dabbed at her eyes. Thankfully Rias didn't wear mascara or makeup, so she didn't need to worry about that sort of mess. Once Rias' tears stopped flowing, Akino stood and started to make 2 cups of tea. She then gave one to the hiccuping and shaking Rias before sitting opposite her with her own cup. She then waited till Rias took a few sips. The tea did its job in calming Rias down slightly. Placing her own tea down, Akino started seriously. If I am going to give you advice, then I am going to be completely honest, Rias. Right now, Sona has proven herself a far superior king than you. That made Rias flinch. Sure, she had been expecting something like that. Even asked for it, still didn't make it any easier to hear. Sona was her rival, despite also being her friend. To hear that she had lost to her rival so bluntly was not a good feeling. Akino continued on though, explaining. It isn't due to your personal power or ability or anything. It's simply a matter of the method in which you both gathered your peerage. To be blunt, Rias, you did almost nothing. Myself, Kaneko, Yudo, and Gasper. We all fell right into your lap by coincidence, and you simply took advantage. That seems to have colored your expectations though. You have been waiting for it to happen again. For a sacred gear holder, Yukai, devil, or whatever to fall into your lap. Even Issei, you knew about him, but it wasn't enough for him to go to our school. You wanted some perfect event. For him to be killed by the fallen angels, and you come to the rescue. You have been waiting for some big opportunity to fall into your lap. Now let's think about how Sona went about gathering a peerage. She didn't wait. She carefully evaluated the students in this school who had magical potential. She then recruited the ones with the most, resolving to train them up over time. She didn't wait for already competent candidates to appear. She calculated who could eventually become a competent peerage member, and then set about making them achieve that potential. While you waited for opportunities to appear, she actively worked to create her own opportunities. Thinking about it, her choice to recruit Issei was not only logical, but expected. To her, your choice to wait for a better opportunity to recruit him must have been infuriating. In her mind, if you weren't going to take advantage of this opportunity, she might as well. That she waited 6 months is actually the unexpected part. I would have guessed she'd have only given you half that time. So the answer to your earlier question about what you should do. You need to change your method, Rias. You can't wait for some hero or savior to appear. You have to work at improving your peerage. Put in a true effort, Akino declared bluntly. She then elaborated. We'll use our familiars to scout out any possible talent. Anyone that has above average magical potential. 3 of our familiars in the school, and 1 searching the city for any sacred gear users or supernatural creatures. We review them all, and make a decision. We then recruit them. No delay. Rias nodded, but still argued. We don't have long before our match with Riser. We don't have time to properly train someone from scratch. We should focus on finding sacred gear users or those already with a proficient fighting level that are in the city. Didn't you listen to anything I just said, Rias? Akino chastised with a frown. She then explained. There aren't any of those. Or so few, the chances of us finding them are low. Do you know why we were sent to this school, besides to fit in? It's because this is the place most likely to have sacred gear holders in this entire city. They don't last long, Rias. They are either killed, or recruited by someone. Don't expect to find some random, middle-aged shopkeeper with a sacred gear. Stop expecting someone like that to appear. We have no choice but to look for less appealing options. Rias lowered her head slightly at the brutal summarization. She still managed to comment. I just don't think we have enough time to train a regular person to the point they'd be useful. Then I'll whip them into shape if I have to. Akino claimed with a scary look on her face, for once not thinking of receiving pleasure at such an action. She then added, we don't need them truly powerful. Not to the level of Yudo or Kaneko. As long as they are semi-competent, they'll fill up our numbers. The less Risers peerage outnumber us, the better our chances. Our current members will just have to fill the gap in skill and experience. Rias still wasn't sure, but finally gave her assent. Even if the chance of such a plan succeeding were low, it might be her only chance. A week later, Rias stood looking out the window as she commented. I guess it was only a matter of time. Naruto-san has been going around pranking clubs since he arrived. He's already passed over us several times, since he probably didn't even know this club exists. He'd eventually find out and hit us, and he seems to have targeted us as individuals instead of a group since there are so few of us. It is a weird coincidence though considering what we were going to talk about today. Rias then turned to look at the two others in the room with her, Yuto and Akino. Naruto had somehow managed to dye Rias' uniform a vibrant red, which raised all sorts of questions. The only chance he had was when she took a shower, and she had placed the uniform within her sight. How the hell did he take it, and dye it all before she even saw him? She didn't even care that he no doubt saw her while she was showering. He'd also managed to write in big, bold letters across the front, where her breasts were, "Red Hot Mama." She didn't mind that much, since all of Naruto's prank dyes and paints dissolved once washed. So they only lasted a day. Her biggest complaint was that her entirely red clothing along with her red hair created a bit too much red, and her rampant curiosity over how he did it. I don't really mind either. He's done every other club at least twice by now. I did almost get mauled though. Yuto claimed while laughing awkwardly. Naruto had somehow managed to place a crown and a cape on him, both of which he couldn't remove for some reason. Then on his shirt were the words, "Kiss the Prince." Needless to say, his face was decorated with lipstick marks from all the girls who were all too happy to oblige. I had fun, Akino announced with a small smile on her face. Naruto had somehow managed to make her grab two things that she similarly couldn't stop holding. One was a whip, the other was the handle of leash, with a dog on the other end. Where Naruto got the dog was a mystery. On her shirt was a larger message than Rias or Yuto. It said, "Anyone want to switch places with the dog? I'm looking for a new pet slave." Single quote. Rias just sweat dropped at the message, and Akino's apparent enjoyment of the prank. She quickly asked, "Aren't you upset about Naruto, ruining your image by insisting you are a sadist?" I might have been, since I've made such an effort to hide my sadism to not make us stand out too much, but this was entertaining. And illuminating. Look at this, Akino informed them as she managed to use a loose pinky to hold up a paper. Rias frowned and grabbed it. The frown only grew as she skimmed it. She then commented in confusion, "I don't get it. What is this?" "It's just a list of names, addresses, and phone numbers." Akino chuckled before revealing, "That is a list of people willing to become my pet or slave. All it took was walking around like this for 3 hours, and I got a total of 64 males and 17 females." She then grew thoughtful before asking, "Think I should walk around town like this? Just to see how many are willing? I admit to being curious. Maybe I can break 1,000 in a week." Rias and Yuto both sweat dropped. Rias quickly answered, "No. No. That is not recommended." Akino groaned with a pout. Rias just shook her head before looking at the door to the bedroom her and Akino usually sleep. She then asked, "Why is Kaneko hiding in there?" Yuto smiled uneasily before telling her, "I'm guessing it has to do with the prank. I heard she ended up skipping school after being pranked, but I did hear rumors of what Uzumaki-san did." Curious, Rias called out, "Kaneko, you need to come out now." No. Rias blinked in surprise. Kaneko was usually one of the more well-behaved of her servants. She then frowned before ordering, "Kaneko, come out now." Don't wanna. Now Rias developed a tick mark. She quickly barked out, "Kaneko Tuju, as your king, I order you to leave that room this instant." There was a pause, but the door eventually slowly opened. Kaneko then walked out like she was heading to her death. A small blush was on her cheeks, and a near imperceptible pout was on her face. Once the three saw her, they all couldn't help but burst out laughing. As expected, Kaneko had 2 kitten ears on her head and a tail coming from her tailbone. The colors even matched her hair. That wasn't the part that made them crack up though. It was the words on her shirt. "Pet the pussy." Single quote. Kaneko pouted even more when they started laughing. Her eyes grew sharp as she muttered, "I don't like this Uzumaki. I suggest we get revenge. Plant magical traps in his home." Yuto quickly interrupted between his remaining chuckles. "Not recommended. The baseball club once tried that after he painted all their baseball to look like old, wrinkly testicles. Not only could they not get in, but he then got revenge. He put laxatives in their water right before a game. They couldn't leave the field. That was truly the messiest game in the history of baseball." Akino chuckled at the story before moving to look out the window. She then told them, "Plus, it looks like the other students are trying to get revenge for us." The group moved over to see Naruto running from a group 10 times larger than usual. Apparently pranking the 2 great ladies of Kuoh Academy, the school prince, and the person whom many consider to be the school mascot was too much for many of the students. He was still cackling like a maniac though, so it was doubtful they'd catch him. The fact that he could successfully evade several hundred students chasing him at once is rather impressive though. Rias just sighed before announcing, "Okay, that's enough of that. We need to focus on what the topic of today's meeting is supposed to be about." The group grew serious and all moved their usual spots. Kaneko on the couch, Yuto beside her, Rias in her chair, and Akino just behind Rias. Rias leaned forward and picked up a small pile of folders that were on her desk. She then told them, "You no doubt realize all this, but I'll reiterate. Hyodo Issei became a part of Sona's peerage roughly a week ago. So we have switched to a different method of gaining allies that Akano recommended to me. Our familiars have been busy scouting out the potential in our school, with one focusing on the rest of the city. The results were discouraging." She indicated the file before continuing. "In our school we have 4 individuals who appear to have a potential high enough to even consider. In the city, we found none. Of the 4, only one has a good chance of being sufficiently powerful in time for the rating match against Riser. Uzumaki Naruto. Opinions." The group was slightly surprised by her asking for their opinions, but quickly adjusted. They each took one of the folders to read it. Yuto was the first to speak by commenting. His magic reserves seemed to be growing rapidly. While still nothing to be overly impressed by, they are 45% higher than our estimates were when we first noticed him a month ago. High rate of growth. His physical stats are very impressive. His stealth and trapping skills are exemplary based on his pranks. Also indicates he probably knows a form of magic. His personality is also agreeable, despite his fondness for pranks. Nothing we can't deal with. I say we go for it. Kaneko soon added simply, "Don't like his pranks, but little choice." Yes. Akano thought for several moments before declaring with a firm nod. "We need help. Naruto seems the best choice at this point. My answer is obvious." Rias just sighed before stating, "Then it is unanimous. Yuto, bring him here after school tomorrow. We'll talk to him then." Next day. "You do know this random demand for me to accompany you to your club room is rather suspect since I pranked you guys yesterday, right?" Yuto just sweat dropped at Naruto's comment. The renowned prankster of Kuoh sure did not make it easy. In fact, he seems to have gone out of his way to make it difficult for him. Apparently Naruto was the kind of person that if someone told him to go right, he would go left just to spite them. Basically, he really didn't like being told what to do. Yuto demanding, if in a very polite way, Naruto to follow him counted as such. Yuto had to deal with Naruto randomly disappearing on him, talking about inane things, and voicing his reluctance to go visit the occult research club. Naruto even subtle managed to guide Yuto into the girls' locker room. That had not been pretty for Yuto, and had left Yuto baffled on how the bloody hell Naruto had managed it. What would ordinarily have been a 5-minute walk had turned into a 40-minute struggle. Yuto had not come out of it unscathed. His clothes were torn, his face was once again covered in lipstick prints, his hair was frazzled, and his eyes were fixed on Naruto with a manic intensity. He was not going to allow Naruto to disappear on him again. Overall Yuto was a step away from cracking. 40 minutes dealing with an annoyed Naruto had left his sanity frayed. Sighing, Yuto told him in his best reassuring tone, "Don't worry, we don't care about your pranks, okay, maybe Kaneko does, but only her." Naruto didn't seem very reassured. He just raised an eyebrow at the shorter blonde before informing him. "Okay, but I'll still warn you. I have a dozen extra strength stink pellets on me, and I will not hesitate to break your window by jumping out of it if the situation turns ugly. I am also not responsible for any rubber chicken-induced trauma." "Okay, I understand," Yuto claimed with another sweat drop. Naruto may be a nice guy most of the time, but damn if he isn't incredibly weird when he wants to be. How can a rubber chicken be used to traumatize someone? Never mind, he really doesn't want to know. Naruto stepped in without hesitation when Yuto opened the door. He may have made it troublesome for him, but Naruto at least had to respect how determined Yuto was to bring him here. Must mean something serious, probably revenge for his prank, despite Yuto's reassurances. Naruto wasn't worried though, he had 3 rubber chickens on him right now, and he knew how to use them. Naruto quickly scanned the room. The Occult Research Club's room was pretty large, decorated in a style Naruto had briefly been told about. Victory or Victoria style or something. He can't remember. It was a wood-paneled room a bit different than the traditional Japanese work Naruto is more used to. The room was also lighted by candles instead of electric lights, giving the room a darker or more mysterious feel to it. The main seating arrangements revolved around 2 couches on either side of a decent-sized table. There was also an official-looking desk beyond that, just before the far wall. There was a set of doors to another room. In the far corner was what looked to be a shower. Okay, kind of weird, but Naruto isn't a person that can criticize other people for being weird. Naruto's eyes were quickly drawn to the person sitting on one of the couches. A petite build and silver hair, Naruto easily recognized her. It also helped that he pranked her yesterday. A lowly type that many consider to be a mascot of the school. Kaneko Yuju, petite, with interesting silver hair and yellowish hazel eyes that always made Naruto picture a kitten. Something she clearly remembered by the way she was glaring at him. Naruto was able to shrug off her weak killing intent. He then leaned closer to Yuto with a gleeful grin before whispering loud enough for Kaneko to hear. That pussy definitely needs a good rub. So stressed and irritable. Nothing a good long petting session won't relieve though. Kaneko's eyes started twitching as her killing intent doubled in intensity. Yuto tried to hide his laugh behind a cough, but failed rather dismally. Naruto pressed on by saying, maybe I should do it myself. Animals love my magical hands, and I give great massages. It could be an orgasmic experience. Yuto slapped a hand over his mouth to muffle his laughter while Kaneko was now blushing while giving him a look that showed she dearly wished he would spontaneously combust. Era, what is going on here? All I heard was, orgasmic experience. Seems you three got really friendly in such a short time, a voice spoke up before Naruto could continue antagonizing Kaneko. The three turned to see Akano walk through one of the doors. She looked at Naruto before giving a polite smile and saying as she approached. Good to meet you, Uzumaki-san. I am Himehime Akano, vice president of this. Akano stopped talking when Naruto suddenly took a step backwards. Eyebrows scrunched in confusion, Akano took another step forward. Naruto reacted by taking another step back. Tilting her head in wonder, Akano took 2 steps forward. Naruto retreated 2 steps. Yufufu, how interesting, Akano commented, her smile widening in glee. She suddenly started walking towards Naruto. Naruto reacted going backwards, matching her steps perfectly. Akano's smile widened even more as she sped up to a fast walk. Naruto once again matched her movements. She quickly started doing her best to approach Naruto, only restricting herself by not breaking into a run. Naruto quickly started having trouble. The room was decently sized, but not enough to really maneuver. More than a few times he had to make a quick dash to escape a corner. Akano quickly started closing the gap though by strategically moving to box him in. Every step she gained towards him caused him to pale and start sweating more. He was saved by someone commenting, as entertaining as watching this little game is, I think it needs to end. Naruto took a breath of relief when Akano stopped to reply. Ah, Bucho, we were just having a bit of fun. Wouldn't you agree, Uzumaki-kun? Naruto immediately dashed to move behind Rias, using her as a barrier between him and Akano. He then growled out, I don't know why I'm here, but my first demand to staying here is that the sadist stays a minimum of 5 feet from me. But I was so looking forward to engaging in skinship with you, Uzumaki-kun. You know, deepen out relationship. Akano replied, thoroughly enjoying Naruto's apparent fear of her. Hell no, I have a feeling engaging in skinship with you would result in me losing some skin. Naruto retorted seriously. Can you not use me as a shield, Naruto-san? Rias requested while sweat dropping. This was no doubt one of the weirdest situations she's ever been in. Literally in the middle of it, but completely disregarded. Her pride was actually rather stung by it. She was being overlooked completely. Naruto blinked in surprise, having forgotten just who he was using as a shield, but he still managed to reply with. As long as the sadist complies with my demand. Akano really didn't want to, but Rias sent her a scathing look immediately. So she just let out a disappointed sigh and announced. Understood. I shall not get within 5 feet of you, Uzumaki-san, for now at least. That was enough for Naruto to let go of Rias. The young devil straightened her clothes as she tried to regain her composure. That was not how she expected this meeting to start. Once she was suitably collected, she turned to Naruto and said. Thank you for coming, Uzumaki-san. If this is about revenge for the prank, I warn you. I am armed with 3 rubber chickens. Naruto immediately declared. Rias blinked before asking the only thing she could think of. What? Nothing. Just messing with you guys. It's really fun to watch people gape when you say something totally random and nonsensical. Naruto stated with a wide grin as he put his hands behind his head. Okay, Rias replied, once again losing her composure due to Naruto's pure randomness. This time when she recovered, she felt some genuine annoyance. She's stressed enough without her potential peerage member doing his best to fuck with them. So she requested in a clearly strained voice. Can you please be serious, Naruto-san? I have something very serious to talk to you about. Naruto tilted his head in response, his eyes raking over her form with an intensity that honestly made her feel a bit uncomfortable. It wasn't even perverted or anything. She was well used to perverts looking at her. She didn't even really care. Something about Naruto's gaze though was powerful. There was power in it. Authority. Experience. It made her feel like she had suddenly lost control. No, she never had control here. Even if Naruto was in her club room. It was a disconcerting revelation. The thought of her desperate situation was enough for her to not completely back down though. She couldn't give up here without a fight. Her freedom was on the line. Taking note of Ria's sudden change in demeanor, Naruto also observed that she still didn't back down. It impressed him slightly. He was sending spiritual pressure at her, so her ability to not fold under it spoke highly of her mettle. Chakra is partly composed of spiritual energy, so it can be used to convey emotions or urges. Killing intent is the most common use, quite literally just using chakra to communicate a person's desire, ability to kill another. Applying spiritual pressure is a more advanced technique, one Naruto preferred to use. Naruto didn't have any true killing intent in him, so he used a different method for intimidation. Spiritual pressure is, put simply, using chakra to try and force your will upon another. This allows a near-instantaneous battle of wills to determine relationship, who is in control, who has greater authority, who is dominant, etc. A victim can resist if they have the necessary force of will and character. That was rarely a problem for Naruto though. Naruto's firm and unwavering will was one of his hallmarks. He was also a natural at exerting spiritual pressure. Jiraiya had claimed that Naruto's amazing track record at convincing his enemies is partly due to his spiritual pressure. Naruto apparently subconsciously used spiritual pressure when his emotions ran high, so he uses spiritual pressure to dominate his opponents mentally while simultaneously imposing his dominance physically. It was a two-pronged attack that allowed Naruto to alter the mindsets of plenty of his enemies. He could still use it despite his weakened state. For Rias to be able to partly resist it is impressive, even if Naruto was holding back a good deal. Letting up on the spiritual pressure, Naruto decided to listen to her. This must be serious. Guess he'll have to let up on the messing around. He was only doing that because of his own anxiety anyway. Naruto was far from an accomplished censor, but even he could tell that this group was far more powerful than most of the humans in this world. He couldn't get an exact estimate of their power levels, but he didn't really need to. He had been dragged to an out-of-the-way building, where he was now surrounded by 4 people of unknown strength and intent. Now Naruto wouldn't consider himself paranoid like many ninjas, but even he was feeling a bit nervous right now. He was sure he could escape if they proved to have insidious intentions, but he might have to out himself as not being a normal person in the process. He hoped to avoid that. His apprehension had caused him to act out to try and gain more control of the situation. His over-the-top antics and randomness interrupted their flow, and he used spiritual pressure to gain a psychological edge over Rias, the apparent leader. That allowed him to gain a better measure of her as well. He was still far from comfortable, but he was more comfortable than when he entered. He still didn't detect any malicious intent, so he doubted they were going to attack him. Naruto was also confident in his ability to avoid being pranked as revenge. So Naruto grew serious as he nodded at Rias. She seemed happy at the shift, and motioned for him to sit on one of the couches. Naruto decided to do the smart thing for once and not antagonize Kaneko by sitting next to her. Akeno then took the spot next to Kaneko, since she couldn't sit by Naruto due to his earlier demand. Kiba then took the spot next to Naruto. Rias moved in front of her desk, sitting on the top instead of sitting in her chair. Likely to be closer to the group. Crossing her arms, Rias smiled at Naruto as she began speaking in a pleasant voice. "Welcome to the Occult Research Club, Naruto-san. Thank you for coming." Naruto raised an eyebrow before replying coolly. "No offense, but I wasn't exactly eager. Kiba-san worked so hard though, I felt I had to at least listen to what you wanted. He did almost get raped on the way over here after all." The group's sweat dropped at his words, while Yuto shivered as he remembered when Naruto managed to guide him into the girls' locker room. "Yeah, he did almost get raped," he finally commented in a strained tone. "It is fine, Uzumaki-san. I was careless. Yes, regardless, I thank you for coming. As I said before, I have something very important to talk about. Something life-changing," Rias explained carefully, having gone over what to say with Akeno before this. Naruto didn't say anything, just curiously waiting for her to continue. Taking a deep breath, Rias continued. "The Occult Research Club is a mere facade. Nothing more than a hobby. A cover. I'll be frank, Naruto-san, everyone in this club is a devil." Her declaration was punctuated by everyone present, besides Naruto of course, unfurling black wings that resembled bat wings. Naruto managed to keep his cool. The only sign of his surprise was a brief widening of his eyes and a tensing of his muscles. That was all that Rias needed to conclude. "You already know about the supernatural world. We suspected as much. How much do you know?" "Let's just assume that I only know that the supernatural exists. What is the point in you admitting all this to me?" Naruto replied carefully, ready to act if they attack. He still can't detect any malicious intent, but he doesn't see why they are telling him this. There must be a motive. "I see, I expected more, but this changes nothing. As for my motive, you must first understand what are referred to as the 3 factions." Rias stated with a small frown on her face at his apparent ignorance. It was quickly removed before she clarified for him. The 3 factions are the devils, fallen angels, and angels. They are also sometimes referred to as the Bible factions. Long ago there was the Great War. Devils reside in the underworld, referred to by humans as hell. Fallen angels are angels that have been cast down to the underworld due to their wicked nature, with their wings turning black as a sign and punishment. There they did their best to destroy us devils to gain dominance of the underworld, a battle that has been raging since medieval times. Then there are normal angels, the servants of the biblical God. On the biblical God's orders, they do their best to eliminate both devils and fallen angels. This has created a three-way standoff. The Great War consists of the time period of the heaviest fighting. It ended in a stalemate. Although still in conflict, all three sides had suffered such heavy casualties that none of the three sides could continue the fight or they would be destroyed. This has resulted in a temporary state of peace. While there is no true peace between the three factions, there has been no outright battle, so I guess it counts. Rias then pulled out a chess set, to Naruto's confusion. He quickly noted that there was only one side, with the pieces glowing red. The set was also missing a bishop, knight, rook, queen, and king. Rias quickly continued. The massive losses we devils suffered meant that we could not repopulate our numbers without mass breeding. Thus, the evil peace system was created. This system allows a high-class devils to reincarnate members of other species as devils. That reincarnated devil is then considered part of that devil's peerage. The evil pieces are based on chess. The high-class devil, myself in this case, represents the king. Everyone I choose to resurrect as a devil is represented by the piece used to resurrect them. The entire set consists of 8 pawns, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks, and 1 queen. As you can see, I am missing a queen, knight, rook, and bishop. Akeno is my queen, Kaneko is my rook, Yuto is my knight, my bishop is currently incapacitated. So am I right to guess you wish to have me join your peerage? Naruto questioned blankly, hiding his emotions. Rias nodded before clarifying for him. Yes, that is why I called you here. We have ascertained that you are a good candidate. You have above average magic reserves for a human, and your physical specs are high. Naruto just stared at her blankly for a few seconds, before he shrugged and announced with a wide smile on his face. Sure, I don't see why not. Now it was Rias' turn to stare. She finally managed to stop gaping to demand in disbelief. That's it. Yep, that's it, Naruto claimed with a nonchalant shrug. Seeing everyone staring at him, he added. Well, truthfully, I was just waiting for something like this to happen. The person who sent me to Kuoh said it was so that I could aid someone that is of paramount importance. She also said it would be clear who when the time comes. This seems pretty darn clear. You went here. By who? Rias questioned in interest, a bit befuddled by this new piece of information. Naruto hesitated at that. Raising a hand to rub the back of his head in embarrassment, Naruto told her awkwardly. Sorry, but I can't tell you that. She said to not reveal my connection to her until the link is formed. Single quote. Seeing Rias did not look happy about that, Naruto waved his hands as he added. Don't worry, it isn't anything that would be harmful to you. She just seems to value her privacy, and didn't want me to blab about it to just anyone. Rias clearly still wasn't pleased as she asked. But you will tell me after I reincarnate you. Thinking for a moment, Naruto nodded while saying, yes, I'm pretty sure that is what she meant by the link. Apparently deciding that was the best she was getting, Rias decided to be content with that. She quickly grabbed 3 pieces from the chessboard before explaining. Alright, then the final step is to decide what piece you want to be. Usually it would be my decision as king, but I'll let you decide. I still don't really know anything about your abilities, so you'll probably be able to choose what suits your fighting style and abilities best. Your 3 options are to be a rook, knight, or bishop. Tilting his head, Naruto quickly asked, and what are the differences? We'll go over all of them for the sake of simplicity. A pawn is the most basic unit. A pawn piece receives no special benefits besides the normal advantages of a devil. What a pawn does have is the special ability of promotion. Like in real chess, if a pawn enters deep into enemy territory, it can be promoted to any other piece besides the king. Next is the bishop. A bishop is worth 3 pawns. Bishops gain enhanced magic reserves, thus are typically meant to be magical specialists. Their main weakness is that usually a bishop doesn't have much close combat skill, and thus must stay at a range to be effective. The knight is also worth 3 pawns. Knights gain enhanced speed and agility, allowing them to perform high-speed maneuvers and attacks. Their main weakness is their weak defense. Their offense isn't supplemented either, so most knights are weapon specialists to compensate. A rook is worth 5 pawns. Rooks gain enhanced offensive and defensive capabilities. Rooks usually act as tanks in battle. Their main weakness is that they don't have any speed enhancements, so hitting faster opponents can be difficult. Then there is the queen. A queen is worth 9 pawns. The queen is a combination of all 3, bishops, knights, and rooks. This makes the queen the most balanced and powerful piece. Queens typically use spells, but there are those who prefer close-quarter combat. Finally we come to the king. The king is the most important piece. It is the duty of the peerage to protect the king above all else. Kings don't receive any special bonuses besides the ability to form a peerage. Naruto nodded as he absorbed the information. He quickly asked, I know why king and queen are not an option for me, but why wasn't I given the option to be a pawn? While seemingly the weakest unit, their ability to promote to any piece seems to make the pawn the most adaptable piece for any situation. Rias nodded, pleasantly surprised at his insight, before explaining. True, a pawn can make or break a battle if used properly, but they are also dreadfully vulnerable before they are promoted. Thus a pawn needs to have incredibly high base stats to compensate. You are not at that level currently, and we don't have the time to train you up to such a level. An event is soon approaching where I'll need you as strong as possible. Raising an eyebrow at the event part, Naruto decided to just accept it for now. He instead looked back towards the three pieces Rias was holding. Magic reserves, speed, or strength and defense. Naruto eventually started slowly and carefully. I am tempted to do the bishop to gain the chakra reserves I desperately need, but I choose the rook. Kaniko's eyes focused on him when he mentioned chakra, he noted in the back of his head. Everyone looked interested at his choice, and Rias quickly asked, mind explaining why? Not at all, Naruto replied with a grin before clarifying. Right now I am in a dreadfully weakened state. Nearly all of my ninjutsu techniques are unusable to me right now due to my current chakra reserves. The bishop would have alleviated that problem somewhat, but I doubt to the degree I would need. I'll probably have to do it the slow and steady way on that front. With ninjutsu out, I'll have to rely on taijutsu, or hand-to-hand. On that front, I'm more of the kind of fighter that crashes into someone and hope I can stand back up. Rias' sweat dropped at his explanation before repeating in disbelief. Crash into someone and hope you can stand back up. Naruto shrugged at her disbelief before explaining. Pretty much. In my old state the number of people who could compete with me in pure power could be counted on one hand. So I used that. I was never one for running around, jumping in and out, or dodging. That's what shadow clones are for after all. Absorbing absurd amount of damage in his place. Naruto then continued, I was durable as fuck, and never ran out of stamina. So I would practically always win if I managed to force my opponent to exchange hit for hit with me. Or them getting 10 hits and Naruto getting 1. Naruto can't even count the number of times an opponent was throwing him around for 10 minutes before losing when Naruto finally managed to return the favor. Naruto had been ready, willing, and capable of taking whatever his opponent dished out as long as he got the opportunity to land his own shot. So the rook fits my fighting style far better than the knight. Would enable me to take more punishment, and would increase my knockout power to help take advantage of that one opportunity that always presents itself. Rias nodded in understanding, or at least pretended to understand. She then questioned, you keep mentioning that you are in a weakened state. What do you mean? Chuckling awkwardly, Naruto informed her. I'll explain everything after this. It is kind of a long story, so we should finish this business up first. Rias assented to that with a reluctant nod. She then ordered him, lay on your back so I can commence the ceremony to reincarnate you as a devil. Naruto nodded in understanding. He gently laid himself down against the ground and waited. Rias moved to stand above him, incidentally giving him a prime view of her rather lacy panties. He ignored it, mostly ignored it, in favor of watching as she crouched to place the rook piece on his chest. A red circle of something immediately formed around Naruto as Rias started chanting. I command thee, Uzumaki Naruto, on my name of Rias Grimori, become my servant. Return to this land as a devil. You shall lead a new life with great joy as my rook. Naruto could only describe the sensation of the rook sinking into his chest as feeling like ice water was being inserted into his veins. The feeling was even more intense around his chakra coils. It wasn't truly unpleasant, but not pleasant either. It was just an intense, neutral feeling. Then, it disappeared within an instant as soon as Rias finished her chanting. Naruto took a few deep breaths since it had been a pretty intense process. He quickly recovered though, and stood up. Clenching his hands and hopping lightly on his feet, he commented. I feel lighter. Yuto was the one to respond as he patted Naruto's shoulder in congratulations. That is natural. Devils are fundamentally stronger than humans. Muscles are stronger, bones are more durable and light, overall more durable and resistant, and a greater healing factor. It may take a while to adjust completely, especially since you are a rook. Learning to properly adjust and compensate for your raw strength will take a while. I guess, Naruto replied noncommittally. While somewhat different from chakra enhancement due to it being a physical change instead of a magical one, Naruto was still confident he could adapt after a good workout or two. He was also rather distracted due to trying to properly judge the increase in his chakra coils. He was currently at the level of a low-level chunin. It was increase from the mid-level genin he had been at before. Not as much an increase as he had been hoping for though. This level of chakra was truly pathetic to Naruto. He likely had more chakra than this when he was 4. It also limited him a lot. Naruto hadn't ever bothered to learn E, D, or C rank techniques, besides the Academy 3, because it had literally been easier to learn B or rank techniques due to his chakra reserves. Right now he could only use the transformation, replacement, temporary paralysis, and the transparent escape techniques. Those are literally the only techniques Naruto knows that are below B rank. He isn't even that familiar with any of them either. So Naruto's ninjutsu abilities, his bread and butter, is almost completely sidelined. He can't even use a single shadow clone till he gains the chakra capacity of a high-level chunin. Welcome to the family, Naruto-kun. Rias interrupted his thoughts by saying. Naruto looked at her with surprise before commenting. Family, no offense, but I thought we were your servants. Akino was the one to answer him, although Naruto did take a step back to keep a 5-foot distance between them. That might be the case for most peerages, but Bucho here is a member of the Grimori clan. They are renowned for their extraordinary affection for devils. They view their servants as friends and servants. That's certainly better than being a servant, Naruto claimed while giving Rias a warm smile at the thought. Rias blushed slightly at the attention, but then grew serious as she said. Now, usually we would do our best to familiarize yourself with any information you would need to know as a devil. I believe you owe me an explanation though. Naruto nodded in understanding, and quickly announced. That I do. I suggest getting comfortable because it is a long story. Everyone nodded and sat down in their respective spots. They all then looked at him, content to wait for him to start. Naruto appreciated that, and took a few moments to think on how to start. He finally declared coolly, the first thing you should know is that I am from a different world. A different world, Rias repeated incredulously. She then raised an eyebrow as she asked. You mean you come from the underworld? No, I mean an entirely different world. A world that is typically impossible to travel to from here. Naruto answered while shaking his head. He then started hesitantly. In my world, humans were capable of wielding power that highly resembles magic through the use of chakra. The greatest examples of this were ninjas, soldiers of the hidden villages. I was a ninja as well. You don't need to know much else, but you do need to know that we were engaged in a war. All the hidden villages teamed up to battle a madman. The focus of the war was to prevent him from gaining the power to enact a plan to place the entire world in an illusion by obtaining and harnessing the power of a primordial god. His last words caused both Rias and Akino to gape before Akino asked in shock. Did you just say a primordial god? Yes, Naruto answered seriously. With both Rias and Akino in shock, Yuto and Kaneko were still left confused. Yuto quickly asked politely, I'm sorry, but can anyone tell me why that is so serious? Rias looked at Akino meaningfully. Akino nodded and turned towards the two before explaining. You both know that gods and Buddhas exist. That is a fact. You can think of them as the weak knockoffs of a primordial god, born from the fragments of its energy. That caused both Yuto and Kaneko to gape as well. Rias nodded at their expressions before elaborating. The existence of primordial gods have always been mere conjecture, since any that existed in this world have long since died. Put simply, primordial gods are the beginning of everything. It is theorized that primordial gods are the beings responsible for the creations of all worlds. Their power is thought to be infinite and limitless. Even they are not immortal though. Eventually they age and die. Their energy then dissipates, eventually birthing the gods or Buddhas that currently exist. I didn't know that. Naruto commented in interest. Then are you sure that you are talking about a true primordial god and not just a regular god? Rias asked quickly. I'm sure. Kurama told me that the Jubi was a primordial god, and that it was responsible for the creation of our whole world. Even said that it could destroy our world as well. He would know. Plus, the person that rescued me on this side said that she sensed remnants of a primordial god on me. Naruto immediately replied with certainty clear in his voice. Rias shook her head as she considered the implications. She finally managed to tell him. Then your world must have been incredibly young. For a primordial god to still alive. With Rias still looking to be in shock or denial, Yuto interrupted by announcing. I'm sure we can talk about this more another time. How about you continue your story, Uzumaki-san? Naruto nodded in agreement and explained. Uchiha Madara, the madman I said earlier, planned to become the Jinchuriki of the Jubi. He would then use its power to cast an illusion over the entire world, using the moon as a medium. I'm sorry, Naruto-san, but I simply can't believe a human, no matter how powerful, could control a primordial god. The very concept is illogical. Primordial beings are those responsible for creating entire worlds. For creating humans, their very existence is a level humans cannot even comprehend let alone match. Rias immediately argued. You might be underestimating just how freakishly strong Madara was. Madara had managed to unlock the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. He had been capable of pulling giant meteors from the sky, growing entire forests in seconds, creating a mountain-sized samurai of pure energy, and throwing around 9 mountain-sized animals just by looking at them. I hate the man, but even I can't deny he was a freaking badass. Naruto retorted, shivering as he remembered just how ridiculously powerful Madara was even before becoming the Jubi Jinchuriki. All of them were now looking at him in disbelief. Kaneko finally asked bluntly, "Are you high?" Naruto just deadpanned in her direction. Rias managed to say in confusion, "I am really lost here. You mentioned something about a Rinnegan." Yes. The Rinnegan is an ocular bloodline that was said to have been possessed by the Sage of Six Paths, characterized by the entirely purple coloring and ripple pattern. The ultimate dujutsu, Naruto told them in exasperation. What's a dujutsu? And who is the Sage of Six Paths? Naruto let out an annoyed groan. Trying to explain the clusterfuck that was the Fourth Shinobi World War to people completely ignorant was not easy in the least. Naruto finally straightened and started in an annoyed tone. Okay, I'm going to start from the very beginning. There used to be a massive tree in my world, thousands of years ago. It was called the God Tree, or the Shinju. One day, a princess, Kagaya Okatsuchi or some weird name like that, decided to eat a fruit from the tree in an attempt to gain the power to stop a war that was going on. It worked, and she managed to stop the war with her godlike powers. The Shinju sensed the theft of its fruit and power though. The tree turned into a massive beast with 10 tails, the Jubi. The Jubi had no intelligence and only one purpose. Reclaim the power that was stolen from it. It was a force of nature, raising everything to the ground in its mindless search to reclaim its chakra. Until it was stopped by a man. The princess had apparently died due to the intense power, but she had given birth to a son, Hagoromo or whatever. I'll just call him the Sage of Six Paths from now on, since I hate his real name. The sage had been born with power surpassing even his mother, the first human to be born with chakra. He soon grew up and confronted the Jubi. He defeated the Jubi in battle, and then sealed it inside his body. Using its power, he became powerful as a god. He then gifted and taught other humans how to use chakra. He ended up having children that would go on to found 2 separate ninja clans. The Senju and the Uchiha. The Senju inherited the sage's strong body, and the Uchiha inherited his mystical eyes. Madara was an Uchiha. He managed to unlock the Rinnegan by infusing the DNA of a powerful Senju into his body. In that way he gained the ability to control the Jubi just like the sage did. Naruto took several deep breaths after the short story. No one spoke for several seconds after he finished. Kaneko was the one to break it by deadpanning, "That makes no sense. A woman ate a fruit to become a god, which caused a tree to turn into a giant monster, and then it was defeated and absorbed by the woman's son. How high were you when you thought up that lie?" I'm not lying. I know it's messed up, but it is true. Naruto exclaimed in annoyance. Seriously, he only learned this like an hour before he came to this world. It was just as ridiculous to him, but Madara didn't seem like a liar. Delusional megalomaniac, sure, liar, not really. No, it makes perfect sense, Rias claimed while in deep thought. Naruto looked at her skeptically before questioning doubtfully. It does. Yes, it does, Rias claimed with a firm nod. She then looked at Naruto before demanding, "Were there any other gods in your world that you know of?" Shrugging, Naruto informed her. "Yeah, I think. Ninjas aren't very religious, but I know for certain of at least one god. The death god, the Shinigami." I thought so, Rias said with a satisfied nod. Seeing everyone looking at her curiously, she quickly explained. "It does make sense if you think about it. I believe the Jubi or Shinju or whatever you want to call it, was at the very final stage of its life. It was dying, so it assumed the form of the Shinju. Instead of absorbing nutrients from the ground like a normal tree, it instead likely used this form to pump it energy throughout the planet, laying the groundwork for later gods to come into being. It was interrupted partway through though. The princess stole part of its energy by eating the fruit. Losing part of its power like that must have entered a self-defense mechanism, you could say. It changed into a different form to regain that power. Kagaya couldn't make full use of that energy, but her son could because he had been exposed to and absorbed the energy as a fetus. His body adapted to utilize it to its fullest. This Rinnegan was probably just a physical manifestation of his ability to use a divine energy. It also explains why he could successfully subdue the Jubi. He was capable of using its own power. He had literally adapted to use its energy. Thus absorbing it would be a simple affair. Since the Jubi had no intelligence of its own, his own will was able to control it. He could have been considered a mini Jubi if you will, since he could control its power, and he then in essence became the Jubi after absorbing it. This is still only possible because the Jubi was near the end of its life. I also suspect the process of pumping it throughout the planet was near finished. Regular gods are born from the fragments of primordial gods. That gods existed in your world indicates a vast majority of its energy was already gone by the time the princess stole part of its power. So not only was the Jubi a mindless husk of the primordial god without most of its original power, but it was also going against a person specifically adapted to use its power. No wonder it could be controlled so easily. Then when the sage had children, each inherited half of the traits used to control the Jubi. Although I suspect he gifted your people with chakra by splitting a smaller amount of the Jubi's energy among your people. I'm guessing that's why your species could apparently become so powerful. A small bit, but less than what his descendants got. Once the two halves of the traits his descendants gained were reunited, in this Madara person, he gained the exact same ability to control the Jubi. Once again, a sentient being adapted to use its chakra going up against a mindless husk with power but no control or will. The result is obvious. The sentient being will absorb and gain control of the husk's power. Akeno tilted her head as she considered that. She then nodded and commented. That makes sense. Really, because I didn't get half of that, Naruto admitted as his sweat dropped. Naruto might be intelligent in a fight, but things like that just go right over his head. He did get one thing though. Leaning forward slightly, Naruto questioned nervously. Are you telling me that the most terrifyingly powerful creature I've ever met, a being with energy levels beyond human comprehension, was a senile old man on his deathbed? A rather tactless way of putting it, but yes. Basically, primordial gods are beyond comprehension for even regular gods. The concept of a human, adapted to it or not, being able to contain and use its whole power is impossible. A very small portion might just be possible though. A sliver basically. That small portion would still be enough to raise even a human to heights possibly surpassing even regular gods though. It is a terrifying thought. Rias finished. Naruto considered all that he learned before a thought came to him. Naruto face-palmed as he growled out. We got so off topic. Oh, we did. Whoops. I just got a bit distracted due to the nature of the topic. Rias admitted. She truly looked a bit sheepish at how preoccupied she had become. She then added, I do think you should talk to a scientist or historian eventually, Naruto-san. You currently know more about primordial gods than anyone in this dimension. Yeah, I'll do it eventually. Let's get back to the important stuff now though. Naruto grunted out, fibbing a bit at the first part. All this conversation had given him was a headache, so he'd avoid talking about it again like he would a plague. Akeno chuckled slightly before commenting. I believe you were talking to us about what happened during the war. Nodding, Naruto explained. I think that's right. Anyways, the Shinobi Alliance had hoped to prevent Madara from absorbing the Jubi entirely, but we failed in that aspect. We still fought him, but it was horrible. Madara had been more powerful than anyone had ever even believed possible before, but with the Jubi he was practically a god. We were getting smacked around like children. He just kept dropping meteors on our heads. How do you fight that? Seriously. Sweat dropping as Naruto started to freak out from the memories, Rias eventually interrupted. Naruto, can you get back to the story? Rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment, Naruto replied sheepishly. Sorry, bad memories, hee. Growing serious, Naruto then continued. One good thing did happen though. Apparently the concentration of power Madara was putting out by doing his best to drop the sky on our heads was enough to tear the dimensional fabric. A tear just appeared in the air behind him. I knew we could never beat him conventionally, so I decided to do something stupid and insane enough to work. So I put everything I had and just tackled him into the tear. It closed up right behind us. So that is how you ended up here. Yuto commented. Yeah, but it was not nearly so easy as it sounds. Dimensional travel is probably the most dangerous thing you can ever imagine. Naruto told him while shivering at the memory. Akeno quickly retorted, but it is possible to travel between dimensions. Devils travel between Earth and the underworld all the time. Trust me, that is a whole different method, Naruto stated with a frown on his face. He then clarified. The tear Madara caused was simply a result of how much power he was putting out. He wasn't trying to do it. Completely different from purposefully initiating dimensional travel. Think of the two like conducting heart surgery. Proper dimensional travel is like proper heart surgery. You have a surgeon, scalpels, medicine, assistants, and done over 10 hours. Clean and precise. What happened to me is more like someone shoving their hand in a person's chest, ripping out their still beating heart, and then shoving another heart into the hole. The very concept of it working is ridiculous. Yet here you are, Kaneko pointed out while taking bites out of a snack. Trust me, it was a miracle, Naruto grunted out before elaborating. It felt like every cell in my body was being shredded. Madara, the guy that was for all intents and purposes a god, died after just a second. I was between worlds for 4 seconds. Then how are you alive? Rias quickly demanded. The remnants of the Biju's wills, oh yeah. You don't know about the Biju. Let's just say that the Jubi decided to try and save me. It managed to wrestle control from Madara for just a few seconds. It used its energy to regenerate any damage I was receiving. Madara was left out to dry though, and died. The energy eventually dissipated in a few seconds after Madara died, but it bought me the time I needed. I was only exposed for half a second before I ended up dropping into this world, and even then the person who saved me said I resembled a pile of shredded meat and bones more than a human. She says I had maybe 2 seconds before I died if she hadn't put me in a stasis to preserve my life force. So we have finally come to this point. Who is this mysterious savior of yours? Naruto scratched his cheek before announcing. Yeah, sorry about not telling you before. She told me her real name is Celine, but apparently she is known by something else. Lady of the Water or something. Wait, she gave me something before sending me here. It's a personal seal or mark. Naruto then started unbuttoning the academy uniform to show off an orange undershirt he was wearing. Over that was a medallion or pendant on a necklace. Grabbing it, Naruto held it out for Rias to examine. It's a silvery green pendant. It was actually rather simple. A small circle. The only real identifying feature was a symbol in a blue material that contrasted well with the rest of the metal. Simple, but elegant. It also had a sense of power to it. Rias immediately confirmed. That's the symbol of the Lady of the Lake. The aura around it also indicates she likely enchanted it. For what purpose I don't know. Maybe as an energy signature, since the symbol could be copied. This way any god or powerful being that had met her could recognize this as a sign from her. The Lady of the Lake. Like from Arthurian legends, Yudo asked in interest. He then added, the spirit that supposedly presented King Arthur with Excalibur. To Naruto, Yudo seemed a little too interested, although he wasn't sure what to make of it. Rias quickly announced with a small frown on her face. She's much more than that. That is just the most popular story including her, and even those stories are heavily distorted. She's usually classified as a demigod, although she is more technically a full god. She simply hasn't ever acted in a way to facilitate worship of her like most gods. Since the overall strength of a god is directly connected to the amount of worshippers they have and the prayers they receive, this means she is one of the weakest gods overall. She does have several unique and powerful abilities though. She is said to have the power of prophecy, or the ability to see the future. She is also said to be able to confer powerful enchantments or blessings. The latter is the true way she interacted with the legendary King Arthur. She supposedly blessed him when he was young. Later versions simply switched what she gave him from a blessing to Excalibur. Yep, pretty sure that's her. Naruto declared calmly while shrugging nonchalantly. The group's sweat dropped at his attitude. Rias eventually commented, why are you so calm about this? The Lady of the Lake is a god. A secretive one that only appears during times of great change, and interacting with individuals of incredible importance and potential. I just don't get why you guys are freaking out. Yeah, she's hot, totally, amazingly, unbelievably hot, but god or not, she's not a whole lot different from anyone else I've met. I'm more thankful of her for saving my life than I am in awe of her. Naruto claimed, still relaxed about everything. Leaning forward, he continued. Anyways, apparently I appeared just above a lake in northern Russia. She, and probably every god or being with great power, felt the disturbance. When I fell in the lake it allowed Celine to transport me to her own little pocket dimension that exists in all lakes. She then put me in stasis when she saw my condition, and she spent the last 3 decades healing me up. 3 decades? Rias asked in shock. Naruto nodded before explaining to the disbelieving group. Yep, specifically, 32 years. That's how long it took her to heal me. Apparently well over 90% of my cells were shredded completely. It would have been instant death if I didn't have such a powerful life force. It allowed for my life force to remain for a few seconds even after my body was for all intents and purposes dead. The stasis she placed me in then preserved it as she healed my body. It is also the reason I didn't age during that time. Naruto then let out a depressed sigh before informing the group. That's also why I am in such a weak state. My chakra circulatory system was destroyed. One of the reasons it took so long to heal me was the pure difficulty she had in recreating it. Apparently humans don't have them here. She couldn't finish either. She managed to recreate it, but in an undeveloped state more suitable for a beginning academy student. She could have brought it up to the state it was before I came here, but she estimates it would have taken her 12 to 14 years. She didn't have that amount of time since I apparently had to come here during this year, so I'm stuck rebuilding my chakra reserves the old-fashioned way. Why did you have to come here? I'm grateful you did, since I'm in a bind where I need as much help as I can get, but I just don't see why she sent you here. Rias pointed out, her natural curiosity showing. Hell if I know, Naruto answered with a mystified shrug. Seeing Rias, and everyone else, wasn't happy with the answer, he groaned before telling her while trying to think. I'm sorry, but Celine never talked about stuff like that. Not to mention she enjoyed speaking in riddles if I asked. I do know that my entrance into the world sent out ripples, for a lack of a better term. Celine is capable of seeing into the future, and no doubt sensed how the future altered when I arrived here. I'm guessing something bad, since it prompted her to spend the next 3 decades healing me. I assume that something important is going to happen to you, or around you, that can have massive consequences. She once admitted my presence, altered the reincarnation process of a select number of sacred gear. So basically something bad happened because I entered this world, and thus she sent me to try and fix it. Reincarnation of sacred gears, Rias muttered to herself as she thought about that. She knew all the pieces were there. She just had to put them together. Deciding to put it in the back of her mind to think on it later, she looked at Naruto to announce. Alright, I certainly didn't expect anything like this when I decided to add you to my peerage. It is a lot to take in, but I don't see any problem. A god sent you to me, although the reason for such a thing is unknown. That is probably a good thing. You are also far more than we believed. I think it will benefit everyone if we conclude the serious business for today. Everyone can sleep on this tonight. Tomorrow we can work on acclimatizing you towards your duties as a devil. Finally, Naruto eagerly exclaimed as he jumped to his feet. He then stretched his arms above his head. That had been a long, complicated discussion. Naruto preferred light topics, not to mention he wanted to go train to try and get used to his new abilities. That thought was put on hold when he heard and felt his stomach growling. Grabbing it, he then claimed in a weak voice, I need food, preferably ramen. That is actually a good idea. Even if we keep it lighthearted, eating together will be a good way to bond as a group. Rias declared in thought. Naruto reacted by grinning widely and proclaiming loudly, awesome, I know this awesome ramen place. They also sell other stuff. Don't know why. Ramen is the food of the gods. Everything else is just a downgrade. Choosing to ignore Naruto's extra comments, Rias turned to the other members of her peerage and questioned. Is that okay with you guys? They all thought for a moment before replying in their own ways. It will be nice to get to know Uzumaki-san better. I guess if I must. It would be a pleasure. Yufufu, I called a seat next to Uzumaki-kun. Hell no, sadist. 5-foot distance. Rias sighed as the group left the room, Akeno starting to chase the pale and sweating Naruto. Why does she have the feeling that Naruto is going to really complicate things from now on? Oh well, at least she got a silly new brother. With that thought, Rias followed the group out the door. Naruto-kun, it's time to wake up. He's not waking. Sloth. Yufufu, I can shock him awake. I'm awake, Naruto exclaimed at that, still half asleep. He was not going to let someone shock him. He then wondered what was happening, since he had literally only woken up to avoid being shocked. He popped his head out from the blanket he was bundled in to look around blearily. He was in his room. It was rather Spartan overall, the main feature being his massive bed. He didn't spend much time there besides to sleep. The sun was shining through the window, and his clock said it was 9 in the morning. The most important thing was that the entire occult research club was in his room. Blinking at them, Naruto finally just shrugged and went back into his blanket cocoon. He then tried to go back to sleep. Wait, what? The fact that 4 people were in his room finally registered to him. Letting out a shocked cry, Naruto tried to jump to his feet in an alert stance. Tried because he forgot his body was thoroughly wrapped up in his blanket. With the blanket constricting his movements, Naruto ended up tumbling off his bed in a heap. Engaging in a short wrestling match with his blanket, which he swore was fighting back, Naruto finally managed to free himself. He then sprang to his feet and pointed at the amused members of the occult club before demanding. What the hell, how'd you get into my room? Rias chuckled at him, panicked before answering. Well, you told us your home address yesterday. We came here, but we couldn't seem to get in. So we had no choice but to teleport to you directly. Naruto blinked at her blankly as he absorbed that information. He then questioned bluntly, okay, but why were you looking for me? It's Sunday, a free day. Maybe for school, but not for us. As a devil you now have responsibilities. I figured today was just as good a time as any as to familiarize yourself with those duties. Rias told him. She then added, I figured I could have you spar with Kaneko, Yuto, and Akeno. To find out your abilities and everything. We really don't know anything about you after all. I told you a lot yesterday. Don't you believe me? Naruto pointed out with a raised eyebrow. I didn't mean that. While your story is pretty unbelievable, I think you are telling the truth. Your story is just too outlandish and detailed to be a flat-out lie. Not everyone will believe you so easily, of course, but that doesn't really matter right now. Rias informed him calmly before adding, your story did also rather clearly lack much information on yourself. Naruto scratched the back of his neck as he commented sheepishly. So you noticed that? Yes. I realized it when I was going to sleep, Rias claimed in an unamused voice. Naruto sighed before explaining. Sorry, but did you really expect me to tell you my entire life story? I only really joined your peerage because Celine wanted me to, and I owed her. Plus, that stuff is in the past. There's no going back. I just don't much enjoy the idea of not knowing a member of my peerage, Rias maintained stubbornly. We'll get to know each other. You can't force things like this. No offense, but I don't really trust you guys yet. It isn't anything about you, but I just don't know any of you any more than you know me. That will change over time. For now we should just focus on becoming friends, Naruto professed awkwardly to the group. Telling a group you are now part of that you don't trust them is not an easy task. That is, actually rather reasonable, Rias hesitantly admitted. She soon straightened though as she added. Either way, you are part of my peerage, so there are some things I need to know. Your abilities specifically. You never told me much before besides that you are more of a reckless fighter. You even admitted that you are in a weakened state as well. With your rook enhancements being so new, it will benefit all of us to get a full measure of your battle prowess. I guess that makes sense. Just let me get dressed, Naruto replied in acceptance. Sure, but I got to ask. What is with that tattoo on your stomach? It doesn't look normal, Rias asked curiously. Naruto looked down to see that he had subconsciously started to circulate chakra through his system. This had allowed the Hake no Fuinshiki, 8 trigrams seal, to appear on his navel. He had been surprised to find out he still had it after having his body destroyed and put back together. It didn't even hold anything anymore. Apparently Naruto had been so damaged when he arrived here that traditional healing methods wouldn't work. To heal him would require immensely complicated and dangerous healing spells that even Celine was reluctant to do. Instead she had apparently resorted to a time manipulation spell. She didn't heal him so much as reverse the damage he took entirely. It was a very slow process, but it left Naruto in the exact condition he had been before tackling Madara through the dimensional tear. Even all the seals Naruto had on his body were restored. The only reason his chakra network wasn't healed was due to his own chakra interfering in the process. To heal that required Celine to resort to those difficult and risky healing methods he mentioned before. Another reason she had stopped after managing to recreate his chakra system on the basic level. To try and heal it further was simply too dangerous and difficult. That's just a seal, Fuinjutsu, Naruto informed them nonchalantly before adding while showing the insides of his wrists, where 2 tiny seals were. Personal storage seals Jiraiya had applied during his training trip. They hurt like a bitch to apply. Naruto punched Jiraiya in the face for revenge. Naruto quickly finished. I have a few. Yuto was the one to ask. What's Fuinjutsu? The art of sealing, Naruto replied simply before gesturing to his window. The window had several seals inscribed on the inside. He then clarified. In simple terms, Fuinjutsu is a way to mold and shape chakra through the use of writing. A master can accomplish anything with it. I'm not at that level, but I am adept enough to have placed many different levels of protection on my house, although it matters little since you proved you can just teleport inside. I doubt even a master could come up with a way to prevent that. At least not without years of effort. Jiraiya had taught Naruto Fuinjutsu during the training trip. Naruto just hadn't ever really used it. He'd preferred big ninjutsu techniques to sitting still and writing. That had changed after coming here. With Naruto's reduced chakra capacity, Fuinjutsu was a lifesaver. He wasn't a master, but he's still an expert. The only difference between a master and expert is years of experience. Rias looked closer at the seals on the window as she commented. That sounds useful, like a different style of rune symbols. We'll have to explore this later, but for now we should just focus on your physical capabilities. Alright, we can get to that as soon as I get dressed. Unless any of you guys want me to explain something else first. Naruto asked Riley. Since they woke him up, he was in his sleeping attire. Boxers. Naruto wasn't exactly shy, neither were they since they didn't seem to care either, but having to hold an entire conversation in his boxers was starting to wear on him. Akeno took this opportunity to remark in a teasing voice. Ramen-themed boxers, really? Naruto just shook his head as he headed towards his closet. On the way he retorted in a sly tone. Please, you're just jealous you don't have sexy underwear like this, Ms. Granny Panties. Granny Panties, Akeno repeated in an honestly offended tone. She quickly countered by saying indignantly. I'll have you know I only buy top-of-the-line lingerie. Stuff so sexy you'd. She was cut off by Rias placing a hand over her mouth. Not right now, Akeno, Rias ordered with a sigh. Good. Now can you all leave while I change? I'm going to do it even if you stay, but just a warning. If you don't want to see a bit more of me than usual, the hallway awaits. Naruto told them as he opened his closet. The group seemed overall amused by his attitude towards changing in front of them, but filed out regardless. They waited in the hallway for a minute as he changed. The door opened to reveal him. Naruto had decided to wear something different compared to the other members of the occult club, who were all wearing the Kuoh Academy uniform. He was wearing some white, special order sandals. He was also donning white cargo pants, and a tight, orange sleeveless shirt. Around his head he was tying a white cloth to hold back the hair he hadn't bothered cutting for a while. These were his workout clothes, all of them practical clothes that were reinforced with seals. Not quite to the level of ninja wear, but decent enough to fight and train in. Naruto quickly asked the group, "Do you guys have any area in particular you want to do the spar?" Not really. We just do typical training, cardio runs and stuff, around town or at school. For spars or magical training we just go into the forest outside of town. Rias admitted. No need. I have a place. Follow me, Naruto claimed with a grin. He then started ahead of the group. With a shrug from Rias, they quickly followed. They walked down a long corridor and then started down some stairs. As they walked down another door-lined hallway, Yuto questioned. "No offense, Uzumaki-san, but why do you own such a large home? This is a mansion, and you clearly live alone." First of all, enough with the Uzumaki. We're comrades now, Naruto told Yuto sternly. When Yuto gave an accepting nod, Naruto continued. As for this house, yeah, it's way too big for me. However, Ika net me enough to live comfortably for 10 years. I'm not really the guy to save my money either. So I really just had so much money I had no idea what to do with it. You bought a mansion because you could, Yuto commented with a sweat drop. Idiot, Kaneko muttered blankly. Ignoring Kaneko's insult, Naruto shrugged before admitting. Kind of, but I did buy this place for a reason. We're just about to enter it. He said this as they walked down a good number of concrete stairs. Reaching a door, Naruto threw it open while gesturing grandiosely. Behold. Wow, Rias muttered in shock before finishing. This is a massive basement. Naruto nodded with a grin as he explained to the group. The rich guy that built this place 20 years ago wanted an Olympic-sized swimming pool at his house. He couldn't get the land to put one though. Since he couldn't expand outwards, he went down. Building this massive basement, he then built the house on top. The pool was then placed here. I really wanted a place to train without worrying about collateral damage or being seen. I had to fill in the pool and replace the tiles with regular concrete. Cost a pretty penny, especially considering how much this place cost, but I had the cash available. Once I placed reinforcement seals on the walls, I had a private training grounds. The group looked at the basement that could comfortably fit an Olympic-sized pool. It was rather basic. The walls and floor were plain concrete. There were numerous training weights and other gym equipment in a corner. Rias eventually stated, "That is smart, if extremely wasteful." Naruto shrugged, accepting both. He did buy a mansion just for the basement. Not something the average person can do. Naruto replied with, "I'm rich, I can be wasteful." True. How much did you make on Ika? Akano curiously questioned. A lot, and I'm still getting payments. I get commissions based on sales. Ika is still being released in numerous countries as the translations finish. Considering I'm writing another book right now, money isn't really an issue for me. Naruto claimed with a shrug. Okay, we can't get distracted. Let's get to work right away, Rias announced to the group sternly. When everyone looked at her, she ordered. Naruto, we'll start with having you spar Kaneko. Naruto looked at her and nodded. Any other response was cut off when a fist collided with his jaw. A fist with a lot of power packed into it. Enough to send Naruto flying. Hitting the ground 20 meters away, Naruto bounced across the concrete multiple times before finally coming to a stop. Lying on his back, Naruto blinked up at the roof of the basement in a daze. Damn, that was a good punch, and that is coming from someone used to being hit by people with super strength, Sakura and Tsunade. Lifting his head to look at the culprit, he asked while rotating his sore jaw. You've been waiting a while to do that, haven't you, Kaneko-chan? Yes, Kaneko answered without shame as she pulled on some punching gloves. Good one, Naruto grunted as he got to his feet. Rule number 2 of Naruto's list of prankster rules was that you can't be mad if someone gets revenge. You have to be accepting of the consequences of your actions. Doesn't mean he's going to let people get him, but if it does happen then he'll accept it. Rule number 3 is always get payback, and always raise the stakes. Weak men stop when they break even. Real men escalate that shit for the hell of it. So Naruto cracked his neck before saying with an eager grin. Looks like the pussy has some claws. Kaneko's eyes narrowed, and she shot towards him without saying anything. Naruto stood there without moving, a wide grin on his face. He didn't even move when she shot a punch towards his face, letting it connect without dropping his smile. Unlike the last time though, this time he rolled with it to create a spin. Circling around behind her, Naruto then put all the force of the swing into his open palm slap, which landed right on Kaniko's cute little ass. Nya. Kaniko yelped, squealed out at the action. Stumbling when she landed, she fell to her knees as her hands fell back to hold her stinging cheek. Naruto stood there grinning. What he was hiding was the intense pain he was feeling in his hand. Holy crap, Kaniko takes the idea of a firm behind to a ridiculous level, likely because she is a rook. Either way, it felt like Naruto slapped a rock. Naruto watched as Kaniko slowly turned to look at him with watering eyes, an adorable pout on her face as she tried to glare at him. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. After a few seconds he admitted with a shrug. Okay, I got no pussy joke for that. I'm not that clever, sue me. Pervert senpai. Kaniko growled out as she stood up, trying to be intimidating. Naruto just found it adorable. She then finished as she jumped at him again. You're the worst. This time she came at Naruto smart. Not to mention with an abundance of killing intent. Okay, maybe he had pushed the little pussy a bit too far, nah. It's just starting to get fun. Darting in when he felt he saw an opportunity, Naruto lashed out with a roundhouse kick at Kaniko. Kaniko defended by holding her arms in front of her in a guard. The kick landed heavily against her forearms. Despite the block, the attack had enough force to send the petite devil flying through the air. The short flight ended when her back connected with the wall, a nasty crack sounding out from the impact. Kaniko fell to the ground, but then showed her rook durability by standing with almost no sign of injury at the attack, which caused Naruto to sigh. The spar had been going on for quite a while by this point. While Kaniko had attacked him furiously at the beginning, Naruto turned it around after her anger faded slightly from the few hits she managed to land on him. No offense to Kaniko, but she couldn't quite match him in hand-to-hand combat. She didn't give up though. Instead she started fighting defensively, fighting in such a way to prevent him from landing an attack cleanly. She always made sure to block it or deflect most of the power behind it. Her rook toughness took care of the rest. She might be rather worn out, but the only real difference since the start of the spar was in her uniform. That was a mess by this point, multiple holes and tears showing her bra and panties. Not quite what Naruto was looking for. Naruto decided not to let up and rushed her. Throwing a quick barrage of punches, Kaniko reacted by using her small size to slip through the worst of it. Dropping to the ground, Naruto threw a sweep kick. Kaniko jumped into the air to avoid it, exactly what Naruto wanted. Flipping on the ground in a break-dancing style move, Naruto lashed out with his other leg in a back kick. Kaniko crossed her arms to clock the sole of his foot, but the power lifted her into the air. Naruto once again used a break-dancing move to spin to his feet, intending to take advantage of Kaniko when she was in the air. Instead he found himself staring down her fist. Crap, Naruto forgot about the whole devil wings thing. She used them to maneuver herself in midair, attacking when he figured she was helpless. The surprise was enough for Naruto not be able to dodge her punch, the resulting impact creating a loud collision sound. Naruto was relatively unaffected though, having turned his head with the punch. The rook's enhanced durability also helped. Before Kaniko could pull her arm back, Naruto gripped it in his hands. Turning his body, Naruto threw the petite girl at the nearest wall. The momentum made it so that she couldn't change her flight projection with her wings. She did manage to position her body to land feet first. Hitting the wall hard, she looked towards Naruto. This time it was her that found herself staring down a punch. Naruto had immediately followed after throwing her, knowing she would recover. Too late to dodge completely, Kaniko only managed to angle her body so that his punch clipped her shoulder. It was still enough to send her spinning, but was successful at deflecting the majority of the force in the punch. It instead crashed into the wall, cracking the reinforced concrete. Kaniko managed to straighten her spin to land on her feet, proving her nature as a cat-like being. Naruto got back into a fighting stance, holding in his scream of pain at punching the wall like that. Naruto shot forward again, intent on pressuring Kaniko till she made a mistake or just plain got exhausted. On the sidelines, the other three members of the occult club were watching attentively. Akeno broke the silence by stating, Naruto-kun is rather impressive. He's got Kaniko on the run, even if he can't finish her. I agree. It is also rather clear how the two are different despite them both being rooks. Naruto has far more offensive power than Kaniko, while Kaniko's durability is her advantage. Her natural evasive abilities and small size also allow her to prevent any strikes that could potentially overcome her defensive power from landing cleanly. This makes it extremely difficult to finish her, so she is best suited for a defensive duty or stalling opponents. Her weakness would be widespread, heavy-duty spells. She can't dodge, but they still pack enough power to put her down. Naruto's aggressive mindset, vicious offensive power, and relentless stamina make him an ideal front-line fighter or shock trooper. His weakness is less clear. Probably a likelihood to fall into traps or ambushes. Both rooks, but near complete opposites. Rias commented analytically, her eyes not leaving the spar. Yuto nodded before adding, true, I am somewhat confused on Naruto's fighting style though. It is rather, well, wild would be the word I'd use. I understand what you mean. He basically said he was a soldier yesterday, so you'd think he'd be a rather disciplined fighter. I wonder if Naruto-kun lied to us. Akeno replied, ending in a voice that showed she wasn't pleased with the idea. I really don't think so, Akeno. Just because he isn't a controlled fighter doesn't mean he isn't a soldier. Rias retorted quickly. If you say so, Bucho. Akeno replied with a giggle. I think you both are misunderstanding my words. Yuto interrupted calmly, directing their attention back to the spar. He elaborated. True, he isn't using a rigid or disciplined fighting style. Even I can tell that. It appears there are holes in his stance, and that he has no real set attack pattern. That doesn't mean it is bad though. Whenever Kaneko tries to take advantage of those holes in his defense, he reacts instantly. Like he is expecting her. His rather crazy methods of attacks are also very effective at catching Kaneko by surprise. It doesn't quite look purposeful though. Not deceptive. More like it is, malleable. Experienced. He has so much experience at fighting, he doesn't need a style. Everything Kaneko has done, he's been ready to counter. If you took away their devil abilities and rook attributes, I'd say Kaneko wouldn't stand a chance against Naruto. As it is, he's still raw and inexperienced as a devil and rook. Kaneko inherently has the advantage right now, an advantage that is dwindling as this spar continues. Rias nodded in understanding. Yuto's words are proving true. Kaneko is finding fewer and fewer opportunities to try and counter Naruto as the spar continues. Not to mention Kaneko was starting to tire. Naruto's stamina really is impressive. He's still going strong. Grinning, Rias declared happily. This is perfect. Seeing both her peerage members look at her, she explained. It is clear that Naruto is an experienced fighter. He also claims to have fought in a war. That is exactly what we need. Riser has already participated in a number of raiding games. He's experienced. We aren't. That's a major disadvantage for us, but Naruto might be able to mitigate it somewhat. Yuto and Akeno both nodded, understanding her argument. Real-life experience is always better than theory. Having a person on their side with plenty of fighting experience to guide them and give them advice against Riser could prove extremely useful. Deciding the spar had gone on long enough, Rias clapped to draw their attention before announcing. Okay, that is enough. Naruto and Kaneko immediately stopped their match. Naruto quickly started rolling his shoulders with a wide grin on his face. Turning to Kaneko, he told her. Great match, Kaneko-san. You are really strong. Kaneko ignored him, making him sweat drop. Okay, maybe he really should stop the pussy jokes. They clearly aren't endearing him to Kaneko, but she is so adorable when she is angry at him. He'll decide later. Think you are up for a quick spar with Yuto, Naruto-kun? Rias asked. Naruto did a quick status check. His body was in good shape considering how much power Kaneko managed to pack into her punches despite her size. It wasn't anything he couldn't handle though. No broken bones, no internal bleeding. He'll no doubt have some wicked bruises later, but he's tough. The rook enhancements worked miracles in that department. They also lowered the amount of chakra enhancement he needed for his taijutsu to be effective. His new durability meant he didn't have to continuously circulate chakra into his muscles to boost his speed to a level to dodge all attacks since he now could just take the punishment. Only needing a quick burst of speed every now and then. Naruto was particularly happy with his new improved raw strength. Although he couldn't test it out in this basement, he was pretty confident he could replicate the attacks of Sakura and Tsunade's super strength technique eventually. Say what you will, but Naruto had always been a bit put out by being physically weaker than the frail-looking Sakura. He didn't even need chakra for it either. Awesome. These things meant his chakra reserves are still going strong. With his larger reserves, he'd used less than a fifth of his total in that match. His stamina meant his body wasn't tired either. Resolved, Naruto nodded at Rias as he declared. Bring him on. Chuckling, Rias waved at Yuto before telling him. You heard him, Yuto. Bring it on. Of course, Bucho. Yuto replied with a smile as he walked towards Naruto. He drew a sword he had prepared beforehand. As the two blondes faced each other, Kaneko reached Rias and Akeno. Rias quickly questioned, so what do you think of Naruto, Kaneko? Kaneko paused and tilted her head. She then answered blankly, he is skilled in hand-to-hand. Adapted to rook attributes quickly. Overall impressive combat abilities. Yet I can tell you still have reservations. Rias commented knowingly. When Kaneko didn't deny it, Rias sighed before asking. What is it, Kaneko? If you know something, you should tell. Everything we know about Naruto is helpful. He uses chakra weird, Kaneko finally admitted. She then clarified hesitantly. Chakra is the base of one's life. The energy of the soul. It is not meant to be a power one can grasp easily. The easiest way to use it is with senjutsu. With senjutsu, one can sense and draw upon it. He isn't drawing it out to use Tuki or using the ki in chakra to empower his body. He is manipulating the chakra with it remaining part of him. It is different. I don't know if I could even use such a method. He does claim to be from another world. It is only natural that they could develop their own ways to use their inner energies. Rias quickly reasoned. I realize. It is different, but not worrying. Kaneko claimed emotionlessly. Yet you are worried. If not of this, then what? Akeno pointed out with a quiet certainty. This time one could see the emotions on Kaneko's face. Subtle, but noticeable. It was a mix of dislike and fear. She declared in an uncertain voice. His chakra feels similar to the energy of nature. No, not similar. Like the two have interacted. Mixed before. You think he knows senjutsu? Rias demanded with alarm in her voice. Senjutsu is dangerous and taboo. If her new servant knows senjutsu it would complicate things. I'm unsure. Since I have refused to train in senjutsu, my sensing abilities are weak. Plus, usual senjutsu wouldn't result in one's chakra changing. Normal senjutsu requires one to manipulate natural energy outside of their bodies. No mixing it with chakra, thus no change in the chakra. Kaneko explained, looking rather baffled herself. Akeno was the one to connect the dots, and added. But since Naruto uses chakra differently, then who is to say his method of using senjutsu isn't different as well? Exactly. Kaneko muttered with a nod, her eyes fixed on Naruto with a scary intensity. And I doubt asking him will get us answers. He seems to be playing any personal info close to the chest. Rias grumbled in annoyance. She could understand that Naruto was being careful, but it is only causing her headaches. So she just sighed before continuing. Kaneko, continue monitoring his chakra to the best of your abilities. If you start to sense a change in his chakra that might indicate he's experimenting or using senjutsu, tell me. I'll confront him about it then. Don't spy on him. Just be aware. We need to gain his trust before he'll open up more with his abilities and past. Hopefully this is nothing. Kaneko nodded in understanding. She truly feared senjutsu. It was a dangerous ability. The possibility that Naruto could use it was naturally making her wary. On the other hand, she never got a sense of danger from Naruto himself. He was infuriating, sure, but her instincts were never acting up around him. If Naruto knew how to use senjutsu in a better way, without going insane, then this might be an opportunity for her. As a nekosho, senjutsu comes to her even more naturally than it does a normal nekomata. She knew she would eventually have to master it or it would master her. If a teacher appeared with a superior method of senjutsu, she would still be scared of senjutsu, but it would still be a preferable alternative than having to experiment by herself. With the issue put on the back burner, the three turned back to the ongoing spar. Knowing the spar was already started, Naruto readied himself. Yuto was a knight, so speed was his strength. Yuto proved his thoughts by breaking into a sudden dash. He was fast, but Naruto was used to fighting fast opponents. Sasuke had always had the speed advantage over him, and he used a sword as well. Naruto couldn't hope to match Yuto's speed currently, but he could track him and react in time. So when Yuto attacked with a simple slash, Naruto easily leaned out of the way. Yuto didn't stop for an instant. He dashed again, circling around Naruto to attack from his side. Naruto once again leaned out of the way of the attack. Yuto then once again dashed to come from the side again. Naruto quickly grew tired as the cycle repeated. Yuto wasn't giving him a chance to attack, moving too fast for Naruto to target, and only stopping to do a quick attack. Naruto had to move out of the way, but by then Yuto was moving again. It was smart of Yuto, but it was a pain for Naruto. So Naruto withdrew a kunai from one of the storage seals on his wrists. He then used it to block the sword strike that had been going to his side. The sudden change was enough to briefly surprise Yuto. Using the opportunity, Naruto's other hand shot out in a quick jab towards Yuto's face. The princely blonde barely managed to dodge. Naruto tried to strike again, but Yuto showed his resourcefulness by kicking out with a leg to connect with the leg Naruto was stepping forward with. Naruto barely even felt the kick, but it did succeed in unbalancing him for a second. Which was more than enough for Yuto to recover and create some distance. Yuto's method of attack quickly changed to a more hit-and-run style. Instead of running around Naruto, he darted in and out, each time unleashing a quick combination of sword strikes before leaving once Naruto looked about to retaliate. This time Naruto stayed calm. He had to be to ensure Yuto didn't manage to sneak in a strike. A single mistake when fighting a sword-wielding opponent could be fatal. Naruto knew that from his fights with Sasuke. His rook durability might be able to deflect a shot, but Naruto really wasn't in the mood to test that theory. Much rather not get stabbed or slashed in any way. So he stayed calm, and defended as he analyzed Yuto's sword style. Yuto was skilled with a sword. He obviously had a good teacher. A style meant there was a pattern though. Yuto was skilled, but obviously lacked the pure experience necessary to adjust his style on the fly. Getting his rhythm down would enable Naruto to counterattack. As soon as he got it down, Naruto acted. When Yuto came in with a downward slash, Naruto rose his kunai to block it. Simultaneously, Naruto's other hand shot out in a hook at Yuto's face. Yuto predictably leaned out of the way, but Naruto's hook had been wide enough that he lost his balance in the process. With Yuto's base unstable, thus preventing him from dodging, Naruto dropped for a sweep kick. Yuto tried a quick slash to distract Naruto, but it was for naught as Naruto's kunai once again blocked it as his legs swept Yuto's legs out from under him. Naruto's other leg then shot out in a mule kick towards Yuto's chest. Yuto had to use his sword to block the attack. The sword snapped under the force of Naruto's kick, but the force it took to break it was enough to push Yuto out of the way before the kick hit him. Yuto rolled with the momentum to regain his feet. He then looked at his broken sword. Straightening, Naruto taunted with a grin. "Looks like you are out a weapon, Yuto-san." "Not at all," Yuto replied with his usual polite smile. He then easily threw away the broken sword before continuing. "This just means I can go all out." Naruto was confused, but got ready. Whatever Yuto was going to do was stopped prematurely when Rias announced. "Okay, that's enough you two. I got enough." "What? We were only sparring for like 3 minutes." Naruto exclaimed in annoyance. Even Yuto didn't look all that happy for the spar to end. "You can spar another time. I simply wanted to see how you would react to fighting someone with a significant speed advantage over yourself," Rias told them firmly. Naruto sighed at her explanation before telling her in resignation. "Fine, but you could have just asked. There are usual ways to fight someone faster than yourself. Fight defensively. Minimize your movement. Look for patterns. Try and move to a smaller area, where your opponent will have less area to maneuver. Shoot for simultaneous exchanges. Target their legs or disrupt their footing. Pretty standard stuff." Intelligent guidelines, but I still was able to find out much more from watching you do that stuff than just hearing you say that stuff," Rias immediately retorted. Guess that makes sense," Naruto reluctantly granted. Turning back to Yuto, Naruto continued with a grin. "Nice spar, Yuto-san. You're good. We'll need to do this AGI fuck. My kunai." Naruto's attitude abruptly changed when he caught sight of the weapon he had used to block Yuto's sword. The edge was chipped to the point that it was useless to Naruto. Naruto quickly exclaimed in annoyance. "This sucks ass. I've only got 8 of these left. 7 now." Naruto had basically forgotten the 2 storage seals on his wrist before coming here. He'd only had a dozen kunai in one when he arrived, and they weren't the highest quality kunai. 4 had broken from his training over these months. To see another one bite the dust was a bitter pill to swallow. He didn't need them, but they were some of the few mementos he had left from his original world. Yuto didn't quite understand why Naruto was upset about the loss of a little knife, but it was clearly important to him on some level. So he smiled apologetically before saying, "Sorry, I didn't realize. My demonic swords will damage most human-made weapons." "It's okay," Naruto replied sadly. Naruto then quickly shook his head like a dog to rid himself of the feeling. Feeling sad just wasn't him. Forcing himself to feel upbeat, Naruto turned to Rias and asked, "What's next, Rias-chan?" Rias answered with a smirk. "Now I need to see how you would fight against a spell user." Yuto immediately chuckled as he understood. Naruto was left confused until he heard a soft voice. Era, looks like it is my turn. Let's have fun, Naruto-kun." Yufufufu. Naruto paled. Looking at Rias, he looked at her with a face begging for help. She just chuckled in amusement before walking towards the sidelines. Like a man facing his death, Naruto turned around in grim acceptance to face the smiling Akeno. It didn't matter if she was hot. At that moment Naruto was looking the Shinigami in the face. Giving one last attempt to stop this, Naruto asked in desperation. "What happened to the 5-foot rule?" Yufufufu. Akeno giggled out, not comforting Naruto at all. She then lifted a hand, which started sparking dangerously. She then informed him with her inner sadist starting to peek out. "You seem to be operating under a false assumption, Naruto-kun. I don't need to get within 5 feet of you to hurt you, and that's all that matters to me." Naruto immediately groaned out, "I'm screwed, aren't gay." Akeno cut him off by shooting a bolt of lightning at him, which was a pretty good answer as well. V. 10 minutes later Rias called a stop to the spar. On one side stood Naruto. Considering he had spent 10 minutes sparring a sadist trying to fry his ass with lightning, he was looking pretty good. He was rather singed and burnt from a few close calls, and his hair was sticking up even more than usual due to all the static. Still, he was alive and not suffering nerve damage from electric shocks. That was enough for him. The biggest issue was that he was breathing heavily and looked tired. The first due to all the screaming and panicking he had been doing. The second due to his nearly exhausted chakra reserves. Another minute or two and he would have dropped. Akeno was rather untouched overall. However, it was clear by her face that she was fuming and disappointed regardless of her untouched state. The spar had clearly not pleased her. Rias, Yuto, and Kaneko were all showing various levels of bewilderment and amusement. The reason was clear. The ground of the training field was littered with burnt and destroyed logs. Every time Akeno had been about to hit Naruto, he'd managed to replace himself with a log he pulled out of his ass. A lot of logs. Akeno let out her frustrations by growling furiously. Where the hell did you even get all these logs? Naruto just gasped for breath before admitting. No idea, I didn't pay attention in class much. Iruka always mentioned something about praising the Lord of the Log or something, but I just thought that was because he was slipping something into his coffee. I can't believe I didn't use this technique more as a kid. Sasuke was right, I was a dumbass. Not that anyone uses it after a certain point. Either way, I'm ready to start praising the Lord of the Log. Tisk. What a shame. I lost my chance. I'm sure your cries of pain would have been so beautiful. Akeno muttered in dejection. I hate sadists so much. Naruto cried out from her words. Okay, that's enough, Rias told them while clapping her hands to gather their attention. Looking at Naruto, she continued. So you clearly have some interesting abilities. That switching thing is clearly useful at evasion. That you didn't attack Akeno indicates you don't have any ranged attacks. Am I right? Yeah, I can recreate several low-powered wind techniques with my current reserves, but it will take some time and practice. For now I'm stuck at short range. Naruto replied with no shame over his current limitations. Emphasis on current. Wind, that could be useful, Rias muttered in thought. Looking at him, she then asked. Do you currently know any other techniques? Nodding, Naruto told her. Yep, 2. A third seems to not work on devils. Will you show us? Rias asked. She usually would have ordered him to, but she was trying to get him to trust her. Sure, Naruto replied easily. These were all low-level techniques, so it didn't matter much. He quickly started explaining. That was the replacement technique. As you saw and the name implies, it allows me to replace myself with something of roughly equal mass. Usually a log. He then ran through a few hand seals before being engulfed in a puff of smoke. It cleared to show that he had turned into a perfect Kuoh of Rias. He then explained to the stunned club members. This is the transformation technique. This is an illusion. I have a better version where I physically transform, but my current chakra reserves don't allow me to use it. Poofing back to himself, he then ran through a few more hand seals. This time he seemed to disappear. Those present could see the slight bending around him with their advanced eyesight. Even they would admit that is probably only because they knew exactly where he was. As he was invisible, Naruto explained. And this is the transparent escape technique. It bends light around the user to turn me invisible. I have still not perfected this technique. I couldn't use it before due to lack of control, and recreated it just from memory. It's good when I'm still, but when I start moving. The group watching all flinched when a sudden bright light invaded their eyeballs. Naruto quickly told them as he let the technique fall. I'm still not familiar enough with bending the light properly. When I move it bends wrong and causes flashes of light like that. Not exactly stealthy. Rias nodded as her eyes recovered. She then commented in a gleefully. They each have their issues, but are certainly useful. For infiltration, stealth, and battle. Naruto accepted the compliment with a nod, but it was clear by his heavy breathing and sweat on his forehead that he was tired. He quickly stated, I hope that's it for today. I used a lot of chakra in the spar with the sadist, and I'm now running on empty from those techniques. It's not the end for today, but don't worry. The rest will be relatively boring in comparison. Rias reassured him calmly. She then announced, we should go back to the clubroom. We can teleport there. Think I can shower and eat first. You guys did sort of drag me out of bed. Naruto requested in exasperation. He had worked up a sweat, not to mention he was slightly burnt from Akeno's lightning. A shower would be nice. Getting some food in his stomach will help him recover his lost chakra as well. Oh, sorry, I forgot, Rias said with a slight blush and a sheepish expression. Turning to the rest of the club, she told them. You guys head back first. I'll stay back here with Naruto-kun to teleport him there when he's showered. Akeno, prepare some breakfast once you get there. I think all of us could have a bite to eat. They nodded before stepping away. Kaneko and Yuto stepped close to Akeno, who closed her eyes and concentrated. A bright red, magic circle formed on the ground beneath them. Naruto watched in interest as another formed above them. The top one then lowered, and the three disappeared as it passed over their bodies. When the two circles lined up, they disappeared in a bright flash to show the three completely gone. Naruto wasn't too surprised by the spell. Selene had used similar spells, even taught him one. Instead he turned to Rias and said, "Let's go upstairs. You can explore or watch TV. Whatever you want. I'll be taking a shower." Got it, Rias said in acceptance. As the two moved towards the door, Naruto's eyes swept across all the burnt and destroyed logs his match with Akeno had resulted in. He then grunted, "Damn it, I'm the one that has to clean this up, too. That's going to suck." 20 minutes later Naruto stepped out of his shower. Wrapping a towel around his waist, he stepped towards the mirror. Wiping of the condensation on it, Naruto took a moment to look at his reflection. His appearance hasn't changed a whole lot since coming here. He'd only been here for a few months after all. His blonde hair had been allowed to grow out a bit, and his whisker marks had faded a bit since he no longer had Kurama in him. Otherwise his face looked the same. He had grown a good 3 inches in height already, something Naruto was glad about and hoped would continue. It also looked to Naruto like he was a bit more cut, although that could just be his ego talking. He had been doing a lot of physical exercise though. Shrugging over his concern for inane things like his appearance, Naruto walked out of the bathroom. Moving to his bedroom, he dropped the towel before grabbing some clothes. Since the rest of the club members were using their school uniforms, Naruto figured he should as well. So he slipped on the black dress pants and the white, long-sleeved, button-up shirt. He passed on the black blazer, since the thing was stuffy as hell. He completely ignored the possibility of wearing a tie or bow tie like some students do. He finished by putting on a pair of brown dress shoes, which Naruto had special ordered to be surprisingly comfy. With him being fully dressed, Naruto left his room and walked down the stairs to find Rias rummaging through his kitchen. As soon as she sensed him, she commented, "Not a whole lot in here, Naruto-kun. Plenty of instant ramen, but not much else." Naruto shrugged before claiming nonchalantly, "Not much a cook myself. I actually go to school early to eat breakfast there. Buy lunch there. Usually eat out for dinner. The ramen is just there for when I want a snack after training." Well, good for you. Akeno is an amazing cook. She usually makes stuff for the club, since the rest of us live in the building. Rias told him as she stopped searching through his cupboards. Approaching him, she asked, "So you ready to teleport to the clubroom?" Yep. Good. Then give me your hand. Rias ordered. Naruto complied with a shrug. A quick tap was all she did before a glowing red symbol formed on Naruto's palm. She then explained as Naruto examined the mark. "This is a carved mark. It will act as proof that you belong to the Grimoire household. It will allow you to teleport with my family's magic circle." I see. Is it possible to create my own magic circle? Naruto asked curiously as he let his marked hand fall. Rias was surprised by the question, but answered regardless. "Yes, but it requires a substantial amount of skill in using your demonic power. Even I have to rely on my standard family circle. The creation of a personal magic circle is often viewed as a sign of independence and competency due to the difficulty. For a reincarnated devil to manage it is usually taken as a sign that they should be considered a high-class devil." "Why?" Naruto shrugged before replying truthfully. "More curious than anything, but I guess I'm just interested in learning a bit of magic. Seems like it would be useful." That can be handled, Rias quickly stated. She hadn't been planning on teaching Naruto how to use his demonic powers in particular. His potential in the field is also rather uncertain, but it could prove useful. A person can never have too many skills, and it will help her if Naruto becomes more powerful. She then continued, "Both Akeno and myself are quite skilled in using our demonic power, even if we mainly stick to our specialties. The best thing to start with would teaching you how to use my family circle. Currently only myself and Akeno can do so, although the main reason Kaneko and Yuto can't is due to a lack of necessity than anything. We have a written circle in the club room which allows anyone with enough magical power to use it to teleport somewhere from there. This is something we should talk about later though. For now we should get to the clubroom to talk. Step close and I'll teleport us," Rias ordered. Naruto shrugged and stepped close enough that their shoulders were touching. Rias didn't even look like she needed to concentrate before the magic circle sprang up. He then waited as they started the process. It was actually a very smooth ride. Naruto had experience with teleporting techniques. Both the reverse summoning jutsu and the Hiraishin from when he fought alongside his father. This might not be as fast as those two techniques, but it was less uncomfortable. He didn't feel the tugging sensation in his chest like when reverse summoned, and there was none of the disorientation you felt when you were instantly moved to another place like the Hiraishin. The image of the Occult Research Club's room just started superimposing itself over his vision, and the sight of his kitchen faded in a few seconds to leave him in the clubroom. If he had his eyes closed, he probably wouldn't have even felt the shift. Rias left his side to move behind her desk to sit down. She then told him, "Take a seat, Naruto-kun." Naruto did just that. Both Kaneko and Yuto were sitting down, Kaneko eating some sweet-smelling snack that was on the table. Naruto took a seat on the empty couch. Right as he got comfortable though, a soft-sounding voice spoke up behind him. "Good to see you've arrived, Naruto-kun." Naruto jumped as his head turned to see that Akeno had somehow managed to creep up behind the couch he was sitting on. Man, she's pretty darn good at suppressing her presence when she wants to. Naturally Naruto didn't focus on that. He instead focused on the fact that she had gotten within 5 feet of him. So he quickly exclaimed in a panic. 5 foot minimum. Let it be said spending 10 minutes with Akeno trying to shock him had not helped Naruto overcome his fear of her. Rolling her eyes in amusement, Akeno still stepped back to calm Naruto down. She then gave a melodramatic sigh while lifting a tray of food to show it off. She then declared in a clearly fake sad voice, "That's too bad. I made all this food, but I can't even get close enough to give it to you. Oh well, I guess Bucho and I can split it." Wait, Naruto exclaimed uncertainly, his stomach growling. He then demanded, "Why can't you just place it on the little table?" "Yufufufu. If I did that, then I wouldn't be able to blackmail you to allow me to sit next to you," Akeno stated in a deadpan, apparently dropping the act. Naruto just glared at her with a twitching eyebrow. His eyes then drifted to the tray. Note, they did not stop on her breasts briefly. Naruto would argue that point to the death if anyone dared comment on it. Should he allow a sadist he is terrified of to sit next to him in return for food, or should he go hungry and not put himself in bodily harm? His stomach rumbling answered for him. Blushing at the loud noise, Naruto finally answered reluctantly. "Fine, you can sit next to me, but if I see any sparks, I'm jumping out the window." "Yufufufu, of course, Naruto-kun," Akeno replied with a graceful smile. Elegantly taking the spot next to him, she then placed the tray of food on the small table in front of them. She then ruined the elegant image by adding, "Just seeing you so scared is enough for me." Sweat dropping, Naruto muttered to himself, "I hate sadists so much." He didn't remove himself though, although he was squirming uncomfortably. Giggling quietly, Akeno then muttered to herself in a whisper purposefully loud enough for Naruto to hear. Step 1. Complete. Just got to be patient. He'll be wearing a collar while I whip him in no time at all. Naruto paled at her words, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He wasn't going to comment though. He didn't want to touch that image with a 10-foot pole. Instead he just focused on the tray of food. Grabbing some, he tried it out hesitantly. Rias' earlier words about Akeno's cooking were quickly proven. Naruto immediately dug in. It's too bad Akeno's a sadist. He'd probably be really attracted to her if she wasn't. She was still hot, but the fear overcame his hormones. Rias just watched all this with a raised eyebrow, not sure what to really think of the interactions. When it stopped though, she coughed to get everyone's attention. She then looked at Naruto and told him, "I'll now be telling you about your other duties as a devil. Kaneko, can you get the flyers?" Kaneko nodded and stood up from her spot. Moving over to the nearby counter, she came back with several stacks of papers in her arms. Placing them on the coffee table, she then sat back down and got back to eating without a word. Naruto quickly took a flyer to see that it had a type of miniature magic circle printed on it, as well as the words, "We'll grant your wish." Single quote. Rias quickly explained, "Devils are beings of desire. We form contracts with humans and fulfill their desires in return for compensation. Since few humans are capable of drawing magical circles nowadays, we hand out these flyers with simplified summoning circles. When a person's greed is powerful enough, it will summon us. We create a contract, and we are compensated for satisfying their desire." Naruto tilted his head before asking curiously, "What sort of compensation do you mean?" Rias quickly answered casually, "It matters on the job required. Money or objects of value are the typical payment. Technically anything of value. We could even take their lives if the job is high enough, make them work as a servant in the underworld for the rest of their lives. That is rare nowadays though. Very little is worth such a price. So we're basically random chores for money." Naruto deadpanned at her. Rias just shrugged before explaining him matter-of-factly, "Devils need money as well. As a member of my peerage, you are technically considered a servant of the Grimoire clan. By doing this, you supplement the income of the Grimoire clan. Does it really make a difference?" Is doing random chores really enough to provide that much an income? Naruto pointed out skeptically. Rias didn't appear bothered by his doubt, and explained calmly. Right now, it really isn't. As a low-class devil, not much is expected of you. While this doesn't apply to you much, Naruto-kun, most low-class devils are supported by their king's family. Akeno, Yuto, Kaneko. Each of them lives rent-free in an apartment complex owned by the Grimoire clan. We provide them with food, clothes, and handle almost all of their financial needs. Doing these chores, for a small income is more a sign of gratitude than anything. The income is too little to completely reimburse the expenses, but it is more a duty than anything by this point. This is simply what low-class devils are capable of at this point. As devils advance in rank, other methods of creating an income will become available that provide a lot more. A mid or high-class devil is capable of performing duties that would match or exceed the financial demands their presence places on their king's family. Not to sound like a jerk, but doesn't that mean I'm exempt from this? I'm rich, and don't receive any financial support from your family. Naruto justified awkwardly. You are completely right in not needing to recompense my family. Rias admitted easily before elaborating. But that doesn't mean you are excused from this entirely. One of the first things evaluated when considering allowing a devil a promotion is the amount of income a devil brings in through this method. The income provided by reincarnated devils is an important aspect of the underworld economy, so it is an important aspect of being a devil. So you can't just be exempt from performing this duty entirely. I can give you a book detailing the importance of reincarnated devils' incomes, and the effect these incomes have on the devil economy if you wish to gain a greater understanding on why you must perform these duties. I'll pass, Naruto replied quickly, holding his hands up to shield himself. He might be curious, but not near enough for him to read a book that is most likely boring as hell. I thought you would, Rias said with amusement in her voice. She was finally starting to understand Naruto. He's surprisingly curious, but is laid back or lazy enough that he prefers to keep things simple. So I have to hand these out, and then do what the person wants. That sounds rather sketchy to be honest, Naruto commented as he examined a flyer again. Don't worry, you don't have to do whatever they want. While it is frowned upon to refuse too many requests, every devil has certain limits. You don't have to have sex with clients, give them money, accept assassination requests, or anything else too extreme. There are devils that specialize in such duties. Any such request goes to them. The magic circles can automatically detect the desires of the user, and the magic circles of the Grimoire clan won't activate for such people. So you don't need to worry about such requests. You can also refuse any request you do end up receiving, but don't take it too far in refusing requests. Some tasks will be mildly annoying or embarrassing. Kaneko has a number of clients who ask her to wear cosplay outfits. Akeno is often asked to babysit children or clean up a dirty house. Yuto is often called just to listen to his clients talk about their troubles. Troublesome tasks, but not harmful, Rias explained coolly. Naruto nodded in understanding, so these were like D-rank missions. The grunt work, a pain in the ass, but stuff everyone has to do at some point. Looking at the large stack of flyers, Naruto asked in dismay. And I have to hand all these out by hand? Grinning in amusement, Rias answered easily. Yep, we usually use familiars to do it, but you still lack a familiar. It is also part of the basics for newly reincarnated devils. Building a client base is the first and easiest step to gaining respect and status as a devil. Akeno then pulled out a small red device and handed it to Naruto. He looked at it with a cocked head. There was a small screen that turned into a radar device after Naruto pressed a button. Akeno quickly informed him, this is a device developed by devils to aid in this task. This device will locate humans with strong desires since there is no point in wasting flyers on those who lack the desire necessary to call upon us. Using this you go around at night, find the houses of humans with strong desire, and put a flyer in their mailbox. Naruto took in this information with a small frown. This would make the entire task simpler as Naruto wouldn't need to hand out flyers to random people. You can target those relevant to your goals. It still sounded extremely annoying though. So he quickly questioned, just throwing the obvious out there. I'm rich, and I'm still getting income for Ika. Can't I just use that as a source of income instead of doing this? The answer to that is, yes. You can definitely do that. That would be your choice though. Despite being my servant, I cannot simply take the profits from the Ika franchise. You'd have to willingly let us access them, and a large business transaction like that would require a great deal of preparation. You'd have to talk with my father, lawyers would have to discuss terms. It would take months, at least. Until that time you will have to gather income in the usual way. Rias regretfully informed him. That caused Naruto's celebration to be cut down. He quickly demanded in annoyance. So I still have to hand out flyers. Yes, Rias replied, once again amused by his very open emotional state. She then clarified, "If it makes you feel any better, I would have had you hand out flyers anyways." This is considered the basics of reincarnated devils for a reason. The number of contracts a devil has made is used to determine when they are ready to take the test to become a mid-class devil along with the amount of income they have collected. If you make no contracts, it could lower the chance for you to raise your ranking quickly. This also teaches another skill essential to devils. Social abilities. As creatures of desire, devils have to know how to get what they want. Not everything can be achieved through power. Interacting with clients is a good way to gain a greater understanding of how to properly cooperate with people. You need to be able to comprehend the motives and desires of people, know how to be affable and persuasive, negotiate a contract, evaluate the worth of your actions and choose a suitable reward, etc. These skills can aid us in future endeavors in my opinion, so this is something I must insist you do, Naruto-kun. Fine. Naruto grumbled in irritation, reluctantly accepting her words. Grabbing a stack of the flyers, he announced to the group. "If that is all, I'll be heading out." Good. That is all I needed to tell you today, so you don't have to return here afterwards. It will likely be dark when you finish. Just come here tomorrow after school. The next day Naruto was working his way towards the clubroom with an unusual hurry in his steps. The previous day had gone as well as could be expected. Handing out flyers sucked, even with the radar. Just a whole lot of running around. Naruto had eventually turned it into a training exercise. The continuous movement helped his endurance, and he decided to travel by rooftop, which also worked his chakra control and capacity. So while it might have sucked, it was at least bearable. The school day was a bit more annoying. Somehow it had leaked to the general school populace that Naruto had joined the occult research club. Gossip naturally resulted, although Naruto had just ignored that. The real problem was with the perverted trio. Issei was distracted, but Matsuda and Motohama both grilled Naruto on his reasons. They then begged him to allow them to enter as well, as the two great ladies of Kuoh were in the club as well as the school mascot. That was just annoying for Naruto since they couldn't join, but he couldn't explain why. So he was glad when the day ended. He was hurrying to the clubroom. He'd forgotten something that was going to happen today, and he had to tell Rias. Opening the door, Naruto was immediately greeted with, "Good of you to arrive so quickly, Naruto-kun." Rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly, Naruto claimed weakly, "Yeah, but you probably aren't going to like the reason why though, I sort of have somewhere to be in half an hour." Raising an elegant eyebrow, Rias finally told him, "Really? I'll need an explanation, of course. Sit down and tell me what you have to do. I'll decide afterwards." Nodding, Naruto quickly looked at the two couches. Yuto wasn't to be seen. Kaneko was sitting in her usual spot while eating another sweet-smelling snack, and Akano was sitting opposite her on the other couch. Akano shot him a wide smile while he was looking. Getting the usual bad feeling in his chest from seeing Akano, Naruto sat next to Kaneko. Akano pouted at his action. Rias once again just watched all this in amusement. Despite his statement the day before about not trusting them, Naruto had managed to create his own little niche in their group rather easily. The playful fear of Akano. A polite relationship with Yuto that Rias suspected would grow stronger once the two were able to get to know each other. The teasing of Kaneko. To her he acted like a blunt, but rather loyal servant. She wondered how long that would last. Naruto did not strike her as the type to stay contained for long. Leaning forward, she questioned, "So what is it that you need to do?" Naruto scratched the back of his head as he informed her, "Well, I got sorta bored over the past few months. I couldn't train all the times after all, and I don't have many hobbies. So I started volunteering 3 or 4 times a week at different places. Today is specifically the day I usually volunteer at a nearby soup kitchen." Rias just looked at him curiously. That actually fit Naruto quite a bit. Thinking deeply, she finally spoke up. "Technically there is nothing against a devil performing charity work. Who is it sponsored by?" Naruto shrugged before answering easily. "A number of different church groups." Rias frowned at the answer. Sighing, she commented, "That is what I feared. I'm sorry Naruto, but for your own safety I can't allow you to go." And that caused Naruto to frown. His eyes hardening, he bluntly informed her, "Yeah, this wasn't so much me asking for permission to go as it was more me telling you that I'm going." Naruto cut her off by crossing his arms to form an X and declaring, "No way, Rias-chan. You might be my king or whatever, but I am not going to stop going to that soup kitchen just because you are worried. The people there are nice, and I help people. Just because you tell me they are my enemies doesn't make it true in my mind." Shaking her head in slight annoyance at his defiance, Rias argued, "Think this through, Naruto-kun. If any members of the Christian church find out you are a devil, they could send an exorcist after you. Humans blessed by the biblical God. When a devil is exorcised, there is no fixing it. No healing or revival possible. You are dead as dead can be. Your point. They don't know, and I wouldn't care if they did. Even if they did send an exorcist after me, which it isn't certain they would, then I am confident that I could escape. Naruto retorted stubbornly. Rias sighed as that and pointed out. Don't get arrogant. Many of the exorcists of the church are far stronger than you currently are. Plus, they specifically target the weaknesses of devils. And you shouldn't be paranoid. Just because they are from the Christian church doesn't mean they are immediately our enemies. Naruto reasoned persistently. But they could be, and I have no intention of putting one of my servants at risk. Rias asserted, not backing down. Clearly your idea of risk is different from my idea of risk. Naruto retorted, not about to back down either. By now Naruto had stood up, and the two were facing off with each other. Akeno and Kaneko both watched with wide eyes. This was unexpected. Naruto had been getting along with Rias overall, probably more than anyone else in the club. This argument came out of nowhere, but you could tell neither were about to back down. Knowing it needed to be diffused before it escalated any further, Akeno stood up and separated the two with her hands. She then spoke in a calming voice. That is enough, you two. Naruto, Bucho is just worrying about your safety. And Bucho, you are acting without even considering the feelings Naruto obviously has towards that soup kitchen. Now I suggest both of you take a deep breath and calm down. Both Naruto and Rias reluctantly followed the suggestion. Crossing his arms, Naruto looked away with a huff. Despite his defiant body language, he muttered. Sorry, Rias-chan, I still won't stop volunteering at the soup kitchen, but I will do my best to stay safe. That's the best I can do. Rias rubbed her brow as she replied in a disgruntled voice. And that's probably the best I'll get out of you. I can't stop you, but there are rules you must follow. You still have to perform your duties. Handing out flyers and meeting clients during the night. If you can do that, I guess I can't stop you from doing what you want during the day. Be careful though, devils and religions have never gotten along well. Maybe that's cause both sides allow stupid preconceptions from allowing them to try. Naruto retorted directly. Decided nothing else needed to be said, Naruto walked out of the clubroom. And there is his natural unruliness acting up. Earlier than she expected, but she apparently touched on a rather sensitive topic. Rias sighed before explaining, I told you before that the biblical God is the leader of heaven and the angels, and thus our enemy. The system he created ensures things related to him harm us. We can't pray without migraines. People doing it near us also harm us. Light magic, holy water, crosses, and Bibles will also harm us. Thus an event organized by the Christian church is simply too dangerous. Not to mention most religions don't take kindly to devils. For safety you can't. That could have gone better. Naruto knew it would have eventually happened. It was inevitable. As a kid Naruto had been a disobedient hellion. Kakashi had managed to teach Naruto to accept the little stuff. He knew how to work together with each other on a team, but the big stuff never went over so well. Naruto admitted he wasn't the smartest or most philosophical guy in the world, but he still has his own beliefs. And he was willing to stand by those beliefs. He wasn't going to bow to the will of another. Even Rias, despite willingly becoming her servant. Naruto had little doubt Rias was far more intelligent than him, but that wasn't enough. Naruto could see in her eyes she was woefully inexperienced. Experience was one thing Naruto had. His will and beliefs had been tested by the likes of Pain, Obito, and Madara. Nothing Rias came up with could possibly compete with that. Her apparent belief that followers of the biblical god should be treated warily, to the point of considering them enemies, didn't sit well with Naruto. It reminded him of how the hidden villages used to see each other. Perceptions like that only increase the likelihood of conflict and the continuation of the cycle of hatred. So of course he wasn't just going to fall in line. That probably made him a crappy servant. However, if he abandoned his beliefs, then he'd be a crappy person. The choice was clear for Naruto. That meant this wouldn't be the last argument the two of them had. Whether she even realizes it, Rias expects her peerage to follow her lead. With Naruto not doing so, the tension would build and build. Naruto hopes they can resolve this before things go bad. He honestly liked Rias. She was a genuinely good person. Disagreeing with her views doesn't change that. As he walked, a new thought came to his head. The biblical god apparently punishes devils for uttering his name. A stupid idea came to his head, but Naruto decided to go with it. Looking up into the sky, he started. Hey there, God. Wince never really cared to talk to you before, but I'm bored and feel like messing with someone. God, 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 go oh. Okay, that stings. Are you a sadist, God? Gay. Seems that annoyed you. Someone seems a bit insecure. Gay. That time I didn't even say your name. That's just cheating. Unfair. Shouldn't you be setting a good example for your followers, what? No comeback. Wow, who would have guessed God as a wimp gay? That one had some kick behind it. Good. You see, real men always escalate. Everything worth doing is worth overdoing. Get it? God. Gay. Never let it be said Naruto was a bright person. No matter how experienced or worldly he become, he'll always be the same person at heart. The type of person that will willingly suffer pain just for the chance to annoy a person with inane chatter. The fact that God apparently didn't want devils to say his name was only a bonus. The fact he was literally trolling God made the shooting pain in his head so worth it. Naruto and Yudo clashed together, their weapons hitting together repeatedly as the two exchanged blows. Yudo had the reach advantage, but Naruto had two weapons and maneuverability. Together with their respective strengths, the two were roughly evenly matched. Clashing against each other in a test of strength, it was no surprise Naruto managed to force Yudo back. The handsome blonde proved his ability though in just using Naruto's push to fuel a jump to gain some distance. When he hit the ground, Yudo announced before Naruto could charge again. Okay, Naruto, I think that's good for today. Naruto paused at that, quickly looking at Yudo's condition. Their sparring hadn't been hard enough that Yudo was injured, but it was clear that he was tiring. His chest was heaving, and he was sweating rather heavily by this point. Their spars usually ended this way, with Yudo finally running out of stamina. So Naruto just shrugged and replied, okay, good spar, Yudo. You too, Yudo politely said as he tried to regain his breath. Naruto relaxed his stance as well. He then turned to the gauntlets he had been using to block Yudo's sword. Realizing he had to have a backup plan in case an enemy had a weapon, Naruto had decided to get something to allow him to block bladed weapons. Experiments had proven that Naruto's rook defensive ability was high enough to block blades with only small cuts resulting, but Naruto didn't doubt there were weapons he couldn't withstand that way. He decided on gauntlets as he wanted a weapon he could incorporate into his hand-to-hand style. He didn't have the time to learn how to correctly wield a proper weapon. When he told Rias, she made a call to the underworld. Within a week the special order had arrived. Calling them gauntlets might actually be a bit inaccurate. They weren't so bulky or covering. Armored gloves is probably a more appropriate title. The gloves themselves were a nice burnt orange, which Naruto loved, while the scattered metal plates were a gleaming white. Their relatively small amount of metal coverings made it a bit tricky for Naruto to learn how to block blades without cutting open his fingers, but he was okay with that. They were very light, flexible, and comfortable. He didn't want to have to wear bulky and restrictive gauntlets on his hands in a fight since he would have never been able to use hand seals like that. The greater offensive and defensive bonuses wouldn't be worth losing his ninjutsu. Pulling the gloves off, Naruto quickly sealed them into his wrists. He then turned to Yudo and said, "You going back to the clubroom right away?" Yudo nodded before admitting, "I'm sweaty and will probably start smelling in a few minutes. I'll go back to the old school building to shower, and then go to the clubroom." I'm thinking the same. Shower and change first, Naruto replied easily. Got it. See you in a bit then, Yudo said as he moved over to a written magic circle. A few seconds later and he was gone. Naruto just turned and walked towards the stairs out of his basement. The rest of the occult club had quickly seen how useful his training area was. Rias had written the magical circle there to increase its accessibility just a week after he joined the group. It was now the go-to area for training, although they still did long-distance running in town. The basement wasn't that large. Leaving the basement behind, Naruto moved to one of his numerous bathrooms to shower. Stripping his workout clothes off, he stepped under the hot water. Naruto went to work quickly, cleaning himself of any sweat. He was out within 4 minutes. Putting on a quick splash of deodorant, he then walked to his room to get dressed in his academy uniform. Or at least how he usually wore it. Closing his eyes, a magic circle sprang around him without the aid of a written circle. He waited for several seconds before opening his eyes, knowing he had arrived in the clubroom. Lifting his hands, he said nonchalantly, "Yo. Hello, Naruto-kun. You beat Yudo here," Rias told him while looking at something on her desk, not reacting at all to his entrance. He'll be here in a minute or two, Rias-chan, or 10. Yudo cares about his looks a bit more than me. He has to primp and all that stuff, Naruto commented with a grin. I heard that, Yudo announced as he opened the door to the clubroom. I know, I meant you too, Naruto replied immediately before adding, "It's me telling you in an unsubtle way that you spend too much time on your hair, Yudo. A guy spending so much time trying to look good makes people wonder." Sorry if not all of us want to play the role of scraggly lout. It's not my fault I'm good looking or that my clients prefer the prince look, Yudo claimed without a hint of irritation in his voice. Excuses, Naruto huffed as he turned his head away from the Bishonen. Their words were all in good fun though. It had been about a month since Naruto joined Rias Peerage and became a devil. In that time he'd basically gotten his interactions with the different members down. Surprisingly, he got closest to Yuto in that time. At least 5 days a week Naruto and Yuto went at it for a few hours. It also helped that Naruto had never really had a close guy friend. The best he ever had was with Sasuke when they were on a team, which ultimately only lasted about a year. In Konoha he also had a number of friends who were guys, but none that he ever hang out with every day. So it was very easy for the two to bond through guy time, especially since the rest of the club was female. You wouldn't hear Naruto complaining about being surrounded by hot women, but there was a time when guys just wanted to be guys. Kiba and him had to team up or they would be swallowed by the femininity and the boobs. Can't forget the boobs. They will swallow you up in this club. Akeno and Rias more than made up for Kaneko in that department. Even Yuto's creepy ambiguous sexuality wasn't that bad to Naruto, since he was used to guys that seemingly had no interest in females, Sasuke, Neji, etc. Okay you two, enough banter. It's not like you two haven't argued about that point a dozen times already. Rias told them in amusement. Whatever, Rias-chan, stop being such a spoilsport. You're becoming boring, Naruto stated quickly, pouting at the premature end to the argument. I'm not a spoilsport. You are just a child, needing to argue about everything and nothing all at once. Rias retorted, used to this song a dance by now. That's why you love me though, Rias-chan. Naruto declared with a mischievous grin. After Yuto, Rias was the person he probably got closest to. The two just clicked. Rias was a bit more serious and sophisticated than Naruto, but if anything she seemed amused by his behavior and antics. Like his carefree and relaxed attitude was infectious, and helped her not worry about her own problems as much. Naruto in turn thought Rias was a nice turn from the usual arrogant and obnoxious nobles. She had the aura of a princess, but was still warm and friendly. They were different, but surprisingly compatible. Rias just shook her head in amusement. She instead asked, have you decided what avenue you want to take your magic yet? Sorry, not yet. I have several ideas, but I want to be entirely sure of what I want. Can't waste time learning a magic that doesn't fit my style, Naruto told her seriously. Naruto had taken a few magic lessons from Rias to learn how to effectively use his demonic power. It took a while for Naruto to learn how to use a different energy than chakra, but afterwards his experience in using chakra allowed him to get the basics down quickly. Unfortunately that meant those lessons quickly came to an end. Naruto had quickly learned how to form teleportation circles, fly with his wings, and other such basics. Since Naruto didn't want to specialize entirely in magic though, it meant he had to pick and choose what areas he wanted to learn the intermediate stuff in. He couldn't learn everything, at least not without years of study and training. Naruto hadn't really been able to decide yet, so the magic lessons had ended for the meantime. It would be put on the back burner till Naruto made a decision. Which was unfortunate since those were really the only times he had been able to talk to Rias alone. Now he could only talk to her during club time. They were in different grades for school, and Rias never trained in his basement since practicing her power of destruction underground was just plain unsafe. Without bonding time they simply couldn't get too close. Turning away from Rias, Naruto looked at Kaneko. She was doing her usual activity, sitting on the couch and eating a sweet snack. And how are you, Kaneko-chan? She just stared at him a moment before muttering, fine. Her response made Naruto shake his head in annoyance. Naruto's relationship with Kaneko was the worst of the group. He'd stopped the pussy jokes to hopefully improve how Kaneko viewed him, but it didn't turn out so well. It wasn't that bad. Naruto just always got the feeling that Kaneko didn't really know what to think of him, which is just weird since he'd been here a month. Usually more than enough time to form an opinion of someone. Naruto naturally didn't like the idea. She was his comrade, sort of. He hated that she treated him like a stranger. So he bent down in front of her so that he could look her face to face and asked, are you ever going to say more than one word to me at a time? Possibly, Kaneko replied simply. The one-word reply caused Naruto to sigh. It was always like this. She wasn't rude as long as he stayed away from the pussy jokes. She was just always apathetic around him, only using a single word when he asked her a question. It wasn't all that different from how she acted around the other members, but it still bothered Naruto. He was never good around quiet types, which caused him to occasionally bombard her with pussy jokes till she cracked and attacked him. It usually happened once a week. He didn't even care about the attempts on his life and manhood that she made during these times. Kaneko was cute when she was angry. Much better than her usual boring, emotionless self. Not to mention Naruto firmly believed that bottling up emotions was a bad thing. Otherwise he resolved to wait. Patience wasn't Naruto's strong feature, but he could do it. He frequently felt her eyes on him, evaluating him for whatever reason. He's just be himself and let Kaneko make her own impression of him. Hopefully it would be good. If not, Naruto has a tendency to grow on people, some would say like a weed. He'd get her to like him somehow. So he just went to the other couch and collapsed on it in a heap. He wasn't surprised when Akeno immediately announced. Good to see, Naruto-kun. I have food ready. Of course you do, Naruto muttered with narrowed eyes at her. Akeno just laughed as she took the spot next to him, placing the plate of food she had been holding on the table. His relationship with the resident sadist of the club had grown a little better, but was still rather quirky. On one hand, one can get used to basically anything with time, so Naruto wasn't quite as scared of Akeno as before. He still got the heebie-jeebies around her though. Something she obviously knew. She had eventually figured out that the best way to calm Naruto down was through his stomach. He was rather simple that way. Naruto was never as agreeable as when he was eating. As long as she had a plate of food, he'd usually let her sit next to him. Needless to say, she always had a plate of food on hand after that. Akeno quickly informed him, I tried to make these according to what I've noticed you prefer. You seem to avoid most crunchy things, so all these pastries are fluffy and soft. You also have a sweet tooth, but tend to shy away from the artificial sugar-based sweets Kaneko prefers. Things like powdered sugar, caramel, candy, and chocolate. You tend to prefer the sweetness of certain fruits. So most of these pastries have a jam filling that should fit your particular palate. Naruto just stared at her, wondering just where all that came from. He didn't even understand half of what she just said. Still, she brought food, and he was hungry. So he grabbed one of the pastries she had made. Taking a quick bite, Naruto immediately commented, Not sure what you just said, but something must have been right in there. Your food is always delicious, but this is amazing. Thanks, Sadist-chan. Yufufufu, I'm glad to hear that, Naruto-kun. Akeno replied with her usual demure smile. She also took the opportunity to slide closer to Naruto while he was occupied by the pastry. Moving till her hip was touching his, she also placed a hand on his shoulder as she added. You'll eat anything, but I simply couldn't stand knowing my cooking wasn't to your taste. Naruto didn't really hear her words, only registering the hand on his shoulder. He quickly slid a bit away from her so that she wasn't in his personal space anymore. That was a problem that had quickly appeared when Akeno found out how to sit next to him. She then got all touchy, always moving close and touching him unnecessarily. It creeps him out, which is probably why she did it. Eventually Naruto would end up pressed against the armrest with Akeno right in the middle of the couch due to the gradual movement to the side this game produced. Thanks, Sadist-chan, you really didn't have to though. As you said, I'll eat anything you put in front of me. Naruto finally managed to tell her once he re-established a safe distance from the club's sadist. Nonsense. My pride as a cook won't allow subpar snacks, but I have to ask. Are you ever going to call me by my name, Naruto-kun? Akeno asked. Are you ever going to stop being a sadist? That's your answer, Naruto answered bluntly. That's a shame, Akeno lamented before continuing with a smile. I so wish to hear you call out my name. To scream it out, Akeno-sama, I dream of it every night. See why Naruto still felt uncomfortable around her. Naruto didn't even want to have to respond, so he just went back to his food without a word. Yudo took the spot next to Kaneko. The group then settled in and got comfortable. Until Rias surprised them by announcing, Okay, now that everyone is here, I have news from the Archduke. Wait, we actually have something to do? Naruto asked in genuine surprise. His surprise was well warranted. Being a devil wasn't quite as exciting as one would think. They'd only had one actual task since Naruto joined. Otherwise they'd just spent every afternoon and early night sitting in the club room, since that was the time when clients usually summoned them. Just relaxing till they had something to do. It wasn't bad, but it was a bit lacking in the excitement Naruto preferred. Yes, Naruto-kun, we have a task, Rias informed him matter-of-factly. She then explained, Visor, a stray devil that killed her king and ran, has started residing nearby. She's been luring and then eating humans. We've been ordered to deal with her. That cut Naruto's happiness at the thought of a job short. He quickly waved his hand before grumbling. I'll pass then. The other task had been hunting down a stray devil as well. That had been a very boring job, and it had the same signs as this one. That this Visor is eating humans is a bad sign. While eating humans is a quick way to get strong, it is only effective for very weak devils. Humans aren't strong enough to provide a decent boost to more powerful devils. That she was located is another indication of her power. She wasn't even able to put up a barrier to conceal her energy signature. The final sign was that Rias was given the job. That the handling of Visor was given to such a young and untested devil means Visor is not a real danger to anyone with actual strength. So a pest, in simple terms. Not enough for Naruto to bother. Rias clearly didn't agree as she told him. Sorry, Naruto-kun, but you can't pass. I decided to send you, Yudo, and Akeno to dispose of her. Come on, Akeno alone is enough. Naruto argued in annoyance. Akino was the strongest person in their group, even including Rias. She could easily handle some pesky stray, although it might be drawn out for pleasure. Most likely, but better to be safe than sorry. Rias retorted immediately, not affected by Naruto's clear displeasure. She then added as she turned back to several papers on her desk. Unless you can get Kaneko to switch places with you, you're going. Naruto turned towards Kaneko hopefully, but Kaneko cut him off when he opened his mouth to announce emotionlessly. Don't wanna. Groaning, Naruto threw up his hands and declared, fine, I'll go, but I'm not happy about it. He then moved to stand by where Yuto and Akino stood. He then crossed his arms while pouting. Your opinion is noted, but ignored. Now go exterminate that devil, Rias ordered with an amused grin. Naruto just stuck his tongue out at her as Akino summoned the teleportation circle. The trio quickly found themselves in a forest, a mansion in view. Naruto pulled back his tongue since there was no redhead that had sent him on an annoying task here. Visor is in there, Akino told them as they started moving forward. Since Rias wasn't here, she was sort of the leader. The three started moving through the forest towards the mansion. Still not very happy about being forced to come, Naruto tried to be optimistic by commenting. Maybe I jumped to conclusions. This Visor did kill her king. The other one just ran away. That has to mean she's at a higher level, right? Not necessarily, Akino quickly pointed out before explaining. I saw her picture from the report Bucho received. Visor is quite beautiful. It is probable that she was reincarnated for the sole purpose of acting as a concubine for her master. Such practices are common among members of the pillar families. So she would have had plenty of opportunities to poison him or to kill him while he was sleeping. The Archduke didn't inform us of any special skills or talents she had that would indicate she is anything more than a devil who got tired of her role as a concubine. Seeing Naruto's head drop in depression from her words, Yuto pitched in. Don't make any snap judgment. She could have killed her master in battle. Even if that is true, it likely wouldn't make much difference. Not all high-class devils are strong. Bucho is considered a genius at using her demonic power. It's not always a matter of power that determines who can form a peerage. Sometimes it is determined by birth. There are many high-class devils who never leave their family home or train. They just rely on their peerage to protect them. Visor could have been the servant of just another arrogant noble with no discernible power of their own. So it wouldn't be too impressive an accomplishment if she did kill her master in combat. With his hope of facing a decent opponent once again crushed, Naruto sent a baleful glare at Akino before asking. You just love stomping on my hopes, don't you? Akino put her hand in front of her mouth as she replied gleefully. You fufufu, you just make the cutest faces when disappointing. I can't resist. That caused Naruto to pout and turn his head away from her childishly. His exaggerated anger at her quickly dissipated as the trio walked into the entrance hall of the mansion though. Looking around, Naruto announced neutrally. I recognize this place. My realtor showed me it. The previous owner died 4 years ago with no kids. There aren't a whole lot of people wealthy enough to buy a place like this in town, so it stayed on the market. Something tells me this isn't going to help its sell value, Yuto remarked as he eyed the broken windows and disorganized paintings on the walls. Yeah, I doubt that as well, Naruto deadpanned. Quiet, you two, we are now in Visor's home turf. This will probably be easy, but we should stay alert. Arrogance has killed many powerful individuals, Akino warned. It was unnecessary advice since Yuto and Naruto were both being careful, but the point still got across. No needless talking or joking till Visor is dead, so they both straightened a bit more as they made their way through the entrance hall. Akino opened the next door and it immediately became clear Visor was there. The scent of blood was heavy in the air. Naruto scanned the large room that was filled with multiple pillars. The scattered remains of mauled humans were spread throughout the room. Yeah, Visor definitely had to die. This was a lair for a wild animal, not a person. I smell something foul, but also something delicious. Are you sweet, or are you bitter? I need to find out, a haunting female voice called out. A figure then appeared on the far side of the room. It allowed the group to see the stray devil's torso. She was a rather attractive woman with long black hair. She was also rather voluptuous, something that was practically impossible to ignore since she wasn't wearing a stitch of clothes to cover herself. So her breasts were on clear display. No response came from their group for several seconds. Naruto finally scratched his head as he told the stray in front of them. Sorry, but our king isn't here. She's usually the one to do the whole, pre-fight banter thing. Can we just skip straight to the part where we kick your ass? We have things to do. Visor clearly wasn't pleased with his words as she immediately snapped out. Such impudent brats, I'll dye the walls with your blood. She then grabbed her breasts and seemingly started groping herself. The group just stared at her with raised eyebrows before they all saw the magical circles forming over her nipples. The three all easily dodged when yellow blasts were fired from her nipples. Considering the walls where they had melted, it's probably a good thing they did. Naruto quickly muttered to himself. Geez, if you wanted to banter I could have done it. No need to shoot your stupidly sexual attack at us. Naruto-kun, not exactly the best time. Yuto commented. Yeah, let's just get this over with. I feel like taking a nap in the clubroom. Naruto replied flippantly, not at all nervous about their current situation. Die. Visor screamed in rage as she moved towards them, revealing her bottom half. Unlike her top half, which was reasonably attractive, the bottom was clearly that of a monster. It was faintly reminiscent of a centaur, her forelegs being furred, and having a tail shaped like a snake. That effectively ruined any degree of appeal she once might have had. None of the group were surprised by her physical state. It turns out reincarnated devils can't control their power very well at first. The evil peace system instead uses their king as a sort of filter or control on that power, preventing it from running wild. Reincarnated devils eventually can control it themselves once they become strong enough or spend enough time as a devil. When a devil becomes a stray before that point though, those filters on their powers stop working. Their bodies are then twisted by their powers, with their minds corroding as well. This process is only enhanced when that stray devil then starts eating humans to gain power. They gain more power that they can't control. In a few weeks Visor will be nothing more than a beast, in both mind and body. Yuto decided to be the first one to attack, typical since he's a knight. His job is really to weaken the opponent with his speed. He moved so fast he would disappear to weaker devils, jumping towards Visor's torso to cut off her human arms. With Visor screaming in pain, he pulled back. That was Naruto's cue. With Visor distracted by the pain of her sudden amputations, he jumped in with an axe kick. Sudankyaku, he spoke as his heel connected with Visor's centaur body. The copied attack of Tsunade had enough power to slam Visor's large body into the ground with enough force to crack the stone ground. Visor howled in agony. Naruto landed calmly beside her, but was surprised when her snake tail snapped towards him. Seems the tail has some degree of consciousness or self-instinct since Visor is still incapacitated from his kick. Despite being surprised, Naruto's reflexes were still fast enough to grab its head inches before it dug its fangs into his shoulder. With a frown, he grabbed it with his other hand. He then spun around and pulled, intending to toss Visor over his shoulder. It would have worked, but it turns out the snake isn't quite as strong as he hoped. It snapped halfway through the throw, so Visor went flying through the air instead of slamming into the ground. Crashing through one of the pillars, her flight was ended when she connected with the wall. Sliding down the wall, Visor struggled to her feet weakly as she hissed. Impossible. Such young children can't be so strong, I'll crush you all. Nah, you're just weak, Naruto pointed out, completely unconcerned with her threat. That just caused her to scream in rage again. A large magic circle formed in front of her. Seems she's going to try and blow the entire place to hell. Can't have that. Before Naruto could stop her, Visor was interrupted when she was consumed by lightning. Akeno had finally stepped in. It should be noted she could have finished this at any time, but felt that Naruto and Yuto deserved at least some action since they were forced to come along. She should end this now though since Visor is very clearly becoming unstable. She simply had no choice but to shock her now. To cause her agonizing pain, she loved her life at times like this. Naruto's sweat dropped when Akeno started repeatedly shocking Visor, repeatedly mocking her by commenting that she was still alive. A blush on her cheeks, and sensually licking her lips all the while. It was times like this Naruto only reaffirmed that being afraid of Akeno is a good choice for his health. Avoiding sadists is simply a smart life choice. He was starting to feel sorry for Visor by now though. This was starting to drag out too long. Looking at Yuto, the knight understood. He quickly created a short sword with his sacred gear, Sword Birth. He then tossed it to Naruto. Weighing it briefly, Naruto then chucked it at Visor. His aim proved true as the sword sank right into the stray devil's neck. With the shape she had been in, it only took a few seconds for the body to go limp. Era, you took away my toy, Naruto-kun. Is that your way of volunteering yourself as a replacement? Akeno questioned, clearly not pleased by Visor's premature end. That would have usually sent Naruto running with his tail between his legs, but he wasn't quite in the mood to back down right now. So he just looked back at her firmly as he stated firmly. Akeno, you are out of line right now. We don't torture defeated enemies. Understand? He understood the desire to hurt someone who wronged you, but that wasn't here or there. Visor might have been a murderous, insane bitch, but that was still unnecessary. She wasn't a threat. They still had to kill her. She was out of control after all, but not like that. She was little more than a rabid animal. It should have been quick and easy. Torturing her just too much, and Naruto was going to make that clear to Akeno. He doesn't care if she is a sadist. He isn't going to let her take her sick pleasures out on every enemy they defeat. No way. Several sparks came from Akeno as her eyes narrowed at Naruto. Clearly his sudden stand against her sadism didn't agree with her. Naruto's body tensed as he actually considered that she might attack him. He had basically called her outright in the middle of her most intense sadist mode. The sparks and the glare both ended instantly as her bearing changed. Tilting her head and putting her cheek in her palm, she spoke up in her usual soft voice. Era, it seems I got a little bit too excited. I apologize, Naruto-kun. Naruto wasn't sure what to think of her sudden change, but decided to just accept it for now. He'd rather not come to blows with Akeno. He wasn't sure he could win. He might be able to pull something out of his ass, but right now she simply had more firepower at her disposal than him. He didn't want to have his ass shocked like Visor. Thankfully Naruto was given the perfect opportunity to bail from this tense situation when he felt a slight tug. Recognizing it, he quickly informed the group. You guys can go back by yourself. A client is summoning me. Tell Rias-chan I'll return in a bit. He then summoned a magic circle and disappeared. So he didn't notice Akeno's eyes fixed on the spot he had previously been inhabiting, an unidentifiable emotion in her eyes. She only broke her intense look when she felt Yuto's eyes on her. Hiding whatever emotions she had been feeling, she put her hand before her mouth before saying in an airy voice. Yufufufu, sorry, I was distracted, let's go back to the clubroom. Those two then teleported away, leaving the mansion empty once again. Another devil would be sent to do cleanup. Their job was done. Next morning. Maybe I should skip the first half of the day to nap in the clubroom. Naruto muttered to himself as he slowly walked towards school. He'd had a number of late-night clients the previous night. Devils don't need to sleep as much as humans, but 3 hours was pushing it. He really shouldn't skip part of the day considering his grades, but he really doesn't feel like listening to the teacher's drone on right now. As he was considering, a peculiar feeling washed over him. Stopping, he cocked his head and closed his eyes to concentrate on it. It felt like medical chakra. No, not exactly. It's similar though. Now which should he do? Go to school and listen to his teacher's blabber, or should he skip and investigate this feeling? Who is he kidding? His choice is clear to anyone that knows him. Fuck school. So Naruto turned and started sprinting in the direction of the feeling, which almost immediately led him to a large park. Naruto often came here to enjoy the nature of the place. It didn't take him long after entering to pinpoint the source of the feeling. Leaning against a tree from a slight distance, he just watched. The source of the feeling was a young nun, appearing to be 15 or 16 years old. Her long blonde hair was partially covered by a white veil with light blue edges. She was wearing a typical dark blue nun outfit that had light blue edges as well. Naruto's attention was also forcefully drawn to a silver cross hanging around her neck. She was crouching beside a small boy, her hands hovering over a scraped knee. Naruto saw a light green glow coming from her hands, specifically the 2 rings on her hands. It felt eerily similar to healing jutsu, but still felt a bit off. It also felt a bit different from the healing spell Rias had demonstrated for him. Either way, the energy quickly finished healing the scrape of the boy. Seems Naruto had arrived right at the end of the process. The kid straightened and started eagerly talking to the nun, but Naruto was a bit too far to hear what he was saying. The kid then ran off to a nearby woman that was talking on a cell phone. Pulling on her dress, he pointed at the nun while babbling something. No doubt telling his mother that the nun had healed his injury. The woman just frowned and narrowed her eyes at the nun in suspicion. She then grabbed the boy's hands and started to drag him away from the nun, despite obvious protests on his part. Naruto sighed in frustration at that. Religion was starting to be distrusted nowadays. The woman likely thought the nun was up to something. Seeing the nun looking sad at the act of the mother, Naruto couldn't help but walk over to her. Once he was standing behind her, he told her in a warm voice. Don't let that woman bother you. What you did was very kind. The nun jumped slightly, having not detected him. She looked over her shoulder at him. Standing up, she turned to face him before she started apologizing profusely. Sorry, sir, I didn't see you there. Naruto waved his hand nonchalantly before replying without care. No worries, I'm a ninja, can sneak up on people, you know. The nun didn't really know how to reply, but finally just giggled and commented. Not very ninja-like of you to say that. Grinning, Naruto eagerly explained to her. No, it is the perfect thing to do. Who expects a ninja to declare himself a ninja? No one. By acting opposite of what people expect, I defy what they consider a ninja to be. Thus they never even suspect. It's perfect. I am the greatest ninja of all time. That just caused her to giggle, which caused Naruto to pout. Why did no one believe him? Even announcing it outright, Everyone just thought he was joking. He's a ninja, Datbeo. You're funny, sir. Oh, I'm being rude. My name is Asia Argento. A pleasure to meet you, the nun said as she gave a short bow in his direction. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you, Naruto replied with a grin. His eyes quickly looking at her features. She's rather small and petite, although not to Kaniko's level, with modest curves. Her large eyes are green, and she has long blonde hair that flows down her back. Her pale skin was flawless. Wow, she's a cutie. Not to mention the innocence in her eyes enhanced the nun angle she had going on. Putting her attractiveness out of mind, Naruto then added, especially since you have such a cool power. The nun blushed slightly at that. She fiddled with her fingers as she bashfully explained. Oh, you saw that. I just sort of acted. I must have surprised you. Kind of, but it doesn't matter. It's an amazing power. I wish I could heal people like that, Naruto stated with a grin. He was honest about his desire to be able to heal instead of only destroy, but he'd never had a talent at it. Thank you, Asia whispered, obviously unused to such blatant praise. She then told him modestly. It's a gift from God, allowing me to heal all who are injured. A truly amazing power. Naruto detected the gloom surrounding the last bit, but decided not to pry. The gift from God part means that it is the power of a sacred gear. A sacred gear to heal the injured. What a powerful item. You got to hand it to God on that front. His sacred gears are remarkable. Makes part of Naruto wish he had one. Oh well, he's awesome enough as he is. Anything else just wouldn't fare for every other male in existence. It's hard enough to measure up to him as is. Anyo. Asia started hesitantly, grabbing her dress while looking at the ground. She then looked up at him with a small blush before finishing nervously. I seem to have lost my way. Do you think you can help me? Sure, Naruto answered immediately, no hesitation whatsoever. He couldn't have denied that face even if she had asked for something more troublesome. The upturned eyes, slight blush on her cheek, and waver in her voice. It was a knockout look. No chance of resistance. Thank you so much. I've been wandering around for a while, Asia exclaimed happily. She then continued by telling him. I've been transferred to the church in this town. The church, Naruto muttered as he scratched his nose. He quickly explained to her. Sorry, that just caught me off guard. I'm friendly with most of the church groups in town. They don't meet at churches, instead using community centers. So you don't know where the church is? Asia said softly, clearly depressed by his answer. Not at all. I know where it is, Naruto quickly claimed, holding his hands up to prevent Asia from getting sad. I was just surprised. The only official church in town has been abandoned for quite a few years. I can still show you the way though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Asia declared while giving another bow. No problem. The church isn't too far. Just follow me, Naruto said with an uncaring shrug. Seeing Asia pick up a brown suitcase, Naruto acted quickly by picking it up himself and claiming. I'll carry this for you. You don't have to do that, Naruto-san. I can carry it myself. Asia protested adorably, her hands waving awkwardly like she didn't know what to do with them. Nonsense. It's the duty of a man to carry the heavy stuff. Especially for a cute girl like you, Naruto said with a wink at the end. Now that left Asia even more flustered. Her face going beet red, it was clear she was unsure how to respond. Finally lowering her head and twiddling with her fingers, she muttered out in an embarrassed voice. Thank you, Naruto-san. So cute. Man, if only Kaniko could act like this. The clumsy and shy appeal wouldn't quite work for Kaniko like it does Asia, but even that would be better than the cold emotionless thing she's doing now. Naruto had always had a weakness for little things that are cute. Kaniko's attitude didn't work for him much, but Asia just scored a critical hit. Naruto had to fight the urge to squeal and hug her for the sheer amount of adorable she was putting out. Thankfully he didn't end up doing that, instead just shooting her a grin as he started walking. The two started walking together, but they were mainly silent. Asia still looked embarrassed from his earlier comment. Naruto was thinking about the implications of Asia's presence. Rias had explained that the reason there was only a single abandoned church in town was because the angels really don't have a presence in town. The fallen angels apparently have a small presence, but not much either. This city is deep within Devil territory, specifically the Grimoire and Citri clans. The other factions don't allocate any resources here because it is enemy central, so to speak. Those resources can be better put defending their own territories or in territories where their presence is more ingrained. There are religious people in town, but none that actually are an asset to the war or know of the war. They are just normal people. Asia is clearly a nun though, and she wields a sacred gear. A powerful one in Naruto's opinion. She's a powerful asset, no doubt. That she has been transferred here could be an indication that the angels might be making a push. An uncomfortable thought since the peace between the three factions is very unsteady. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by Asia asking nervously, Anyo, Naruto-san, you said you are familiar with many of the church groups in this town. Are you a Christian? No, not at all. I'm friendly with many Christians, and those who follow other religions. However, God and me are, well, let's just say my presence isn't exactly welcomed by God. Naruto awkwardly admitted, unsure of how to really put it. I don't believe that. Naruto-san seems like a good person, and I believe God welcomes all with open arms. Asia proclaimed with a certainty only born of faith. Naruto shouldn't. He knows he shouldn't. Rias will be pissed. Fuck it. Naruto can't deceive such an innocent girl. I'm kind of a devil. That caused Asia to freeze. No surprise. Part of Naruto was hitting himself for just outing himself like that, but Naruto wasn't too bothered overall. Although leaving out important pieces of information isn't technically lying, the thought of doing such a thing right now didn't sit well with him. Asia was too innocent for that. He already liked her, and he'd rather she know such an important piece of information before they interact anymore. He'd rather not start a friendship out with a lie. If this changes things, then he overestimated her. She just slowly turned to look at him with wide eyes before stuttering out. AADD devil. Putting his hands up in the universal peace sign, Naruto quickly burst out. Yes, but you don't need to worry. I'm not planning to attack you or anything. I also lack a craving to drink human blood, don't feel like causing any wars, killing God, or want to devour any babies, although I do have to admit I am curious on what a baby would taste like. They say humans taste like chicken, but I'd think babies would taste like veal, or pork. Naruto actually came to a stop and got into a thinking pose as he considered that last bit. Which was apparently a bit too much for Asia, and she burst out giggling. Trying to cover her laugh behind a hand, she admitted, you really aren't what I heard devils are supposed to be like, Naruto-san. Grinning at her lack of fear, Naruto shrugged before replying. Not a surprise really, it's only natural you'd be told all devils are evil. It's a flawed opinion, but one that ultimately is an enticing view. What do you mean, Naruto-san? Asia asked, actually listening to his words. Shrugging, Naruto answered simply, each side wants to believe the other factions are evil. It's easier to think that instead of the truth. I'm not so sure what you mean, Naruto-san. Asia claimed in confusion. Naruto looked at her before explaining a bit awkwardly. Well, we're at war. There may not be any outright battles, but the three factions are still at war. War sucks, and no one comes out the same way. It's just easier for people to claim that they are right and the enemy is wrong, you know. And not really, Asia admitted. Sorry, just give me a second to think on how to say it right. Naruto told her as he started rubbing the bridge of his nose. After several seconds he started slowly. The three factions are at war. In war, lines are drawn. People start thinking in terms of us and them. They start building these walls to separate themselves from their enemies. The people on the other side are no longer just like them. They are the enemy. This is done to protect themselves emotionally from the stress and trauma of war. Asia's face scrunched up as she tried to make sense of his words. She finally muttered carefully, you are saying they create reasons to limit the empathy they feel for their enemy. To limit the guilt they feel. Yes, exactly, Naruto exclaimed with a grin. Sort of sad that she could phrase his words better than him, but he'll take what he can get. He quickly elaborated, in war, all the participants suffer. People die, are crippled, face incredible guilt. There is a reason that PTSD exists and some just go insane because of it all. War is harsh enough when you don't sympathize with your enemy, that people eventually just convince themselves their enemies are evil. Because it would be even harder if they accepted that their enemies are just like them. They don't want to accept that their enemy is just as afraid of death. That their enemy has family waiting for him at home. That they have hopes and dreams of their own. It is just easier to believe the enemy are evil monsters that have no feelings. That is kind of sad, Asia commented as she considered his words. Maybe. Choosing the easy path may be attractive, but it also means you miss out on many opportunities. People grow and learn when they face difficulties. When people just do what's easiest, they limit their own potential. Life isn't easy, and it's when people try to make it easy that conflict is born. Naruto claimed, his eyes glazing over as he thought of all the challenges he had faced in his life. They were agonizing, but they are also what made him into the person he is today. A grin eventually grew on his face. Turning to Asia, he added enthusiastically, I don't believe it. This can't be changed though. My master told me that he believed one day everyone would grow to understand each other, and I choose to believe that as well. Maybe not today, tomorrow, next year, or even 100 years from now, but one day. People will make a genuine attempt to understand each other, and then one day they will succeed. I dream of that day because when everyone is able to understand one another, there will be no need for war. Asia just stared at him with eyes wide in awe. She then smiled softly before claiming, I believe that's a wonderful dream, Naruto-san. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly at her words. He then admitted, thanks, but I know most people think such a thing is naive or impossible. I'll stand by it though. After all, it's why I met you. Asia blinked in confusion before asking, what do you mean? Naruto just flicked the silver cross on her chest, ignoring the slight shock that ran through his finger at the brief contact. He then explained, you are a nun, and I am a devil. Some would say we are destined to be enemies. I'll gladly prove them wrong. To me, it didn't matter that you were a nun. I chose to instead see you as a kind girl willing to heal a complete stranger. All I had to do was look in your eyes to confirm you were a good girl. If someone couldn't see that because of the cross on your chest, then they're idiots. Asia blushed at his words. Looking down to the ground, she gripped her dress as she tried to contain her embarrassment. She'd rarely had someone say things like that to her. People had always praised her power, but had seemed to view her as a simple vessel. Anything good she did was simply expected of the holder of a power like hers. To be complimented so openly felt nice. Naruto then continued despite her looking away, and you proved me right. I told you I'm a devil, and yet you are still walking alongside me. You didn't scream and throw holy water at me. Instead you have listened to my words. You gave me the benefit of the doubt, despite no doubt being told how evil devils are. For that I thank you, Asia-chan. I should be thanking you, Naruto-san. You've helped me when I was lost. Asia told him with honesty clear in her eyes. Yeah, but I did go all deep on you. Really doubt you were wanting to listen to be drone on about all this stuff. Naruto remarked apologetically. No, I really enjoyed it. You were very wise, Naruto-san. Your words are profound and pure. I can't help but want to believe in them, Asia claimed earnestly. That caused Naruto to scratch the back of his head as he explained self-consciously. Thanks, but that's not really me so much. Not too bright myself. I've just inherited these beliefs from a lot of amazing people. They're the ones you should be praising. Jiraiya, his father, his mother, the third Hokage. They are the ones who paved the way for him. A pure and kind heart is more important than anything else, and I can tell you have that, Naruto-san. Asia stated quickly, looking at him with respect clear in her eyes. Thanks, Asia-chan, Naruto whispered with a grin, his cheeks flushed slightly at her words. He shook his head to rid himself of the embarrassment her words had provoked in him. Grinning widely, he crossed his arms behind his head as he exclaimed happily. I can't help but be happy right now. If a devil and a nun can meet randomly and become friends, then that's just more reason to believe this entire war between the three factions can be ended if we stopped fighting for a minute to actually talk to each other. Yes, I hope so as well, Asia whispered with a soft smile on her face as she looked at Naruto. Catching sight of something in the distance, Naruto announced. Well, there it is. It's been abandoned for a few years, but that's the only church in town. I can't accompany you for obvious reasons, but it's pretty easy to get there from here. He said all this while pointing at the church that was resting on top of the nearby hill. Thank you, Naruto-san. You're a lifesaver, Asia exclaimed in relief at the sight of the church. Turning to him, she grew a bit flustered. She finally managed to tell him, I'm really glad I met a person like you by coming to Japan. This must be God's will. Not so sure about that, but if that turns out to be true I'll have to thank him someday. I owe him for letting me meet a good girl like you. Naruto replied with a wide grin. Asia blushed again, but quickly declared with an abnormal amount of steel in her voice from what Naruto could tell. I hope to meet you again, Naruto-san. Even if you are a devil, you are a good person. I would like to become friends with you. She ended with a slight blush. You too, Asia-chan. Naruto replied immediately, grinning happily at the prospect of making a new friend. Thinking for a moment, Naruto told her, I do volunteer work at the park where we met. Every Thursday after school I tend the plants there. If you ever want to talk, you can find me there. I'm sure we can find other times to hang out. Thursday, after school, I got it, thank you, Naruto-san. Asia stated as she gave him another bow. She then reluctantly turned from him and started moving towards the church after taking her suitcase from him. She briefly looked over her shoulder to see Naruto watching her. He gave her a short wave, and she let out a small squeak. As she turned around though, she couldn't help the smile on her face. She certainly hadn't ever expected this to happen, but she was happy that it had. Naruto may be a devil, but she could feel in her heart he was a good person. A coincidental meeting like this has to be a sign from God. Naruto watched her go for several moments before turning around to head to school. He's probably already missed first period since he took his time talking to Asia. Rias won't be happy, but he can deal with it. He made a new friend. That's definitely worth a lecture from Rias. 2 days later, Naruto was instantly on guard when he finished teleporting. His instincts were screaming at him. It only took a few seconds for his senses to pick up just why this situation was sure to turn bad. Naruto had always had a sensitive nose, and becoming a devil only enhanced that feature. So the scent of blood was near overwhelming for him. Then there was the mass amount of malicious intent coming from the last room. Finally he detected a subtle barrier up around the house. Naruto just sighed as he realized something was up. The barrier would stall Rias for a bit, so he'd have to survive on his own for a bit. Not a problem considering the strength of the signature in the next room. Unsealing his armored gloves, he slipped them on reluctantly. This wasn't even supposed to be his job. Rias had really not been happy about his lackadaisical attitude towards school for some reason. When she found out he skipped half a day to nap in the clubroom, she'd punished him by forcing him to attend more clients for a few days. Naruto only had a few clients since his charity work successfully gathered more desire, so Rias decided he'd help the other members attend to their clients. This one was Kaniko's. Of course Naruto would get the fuck-up assignment. Naruto's luck was hit or miss like that. Ready for battle, Naruto stepped into the next room. He stopped before he stepped in a puddle of blood. His eyes quickly traced it to the source, an obviously dead man who was crucified upside down on the wall. Frowning at the brutal display, Naruto looked at the perpetrator. Sinners must be punished. I tried borrowing words of the Bible, a person said as he sat on the couch, facing away from Naruto. He ended his words by looking over his shoulder at Naruto, sticking his tongue out to complete an insane image. Naruto just stared for a moment or two before commenting blandly. Yep, that's a face that says talking like reasonable people is not an option. You finally came, little devil-kun. I got bored. My name is Fried Selzen, the priest said as he turned to face Naruto. The guy had silver hair, and red eyes that spoke of pure insanity. He was dressed in white priest robes with a dark blue overcoat. Giving Naruto a polite bow, he then showed his loony self by starting a silly dance while singing out. I am a boy priest, performing exorcisms for mankind. Naruto just stared at him blankly, not humored or put off guard in the least. Instead he nodded at the mutilated corpse before asking calmly, you do this? Fried just gave an insane smile as he nodded enthusiastically and claimed. Yep. There was proof that he was in league with devils. A repeat offender, so I killed him. To combat devils is my job. I highly doubt doing that is your job. You clearly tortured the man. Naruto pointed out evenly. Yeah, so, I got bored waiting for you, you shitty devil. I got kicked out of the church for it after all. Fried screamed out in glee. Oh well, that makes things easier for me, Naruto claimed with a shrug. Putting his hands up in a basic fighting stance, he finished by announcing. Now I won't need to worry about putting a rabid dog like you down. Oh, what is that? I don't want to hear stuff like that from a devil. Plus, you don't even have any killing intent. I love feeling the intent to kill and be killed. You're just boring, Fried exclaimed with his tongue hanging out like an imbecile. And you're a pest. Killing you is doing the world a favor. I'm doing charity. Killing intent is unneeded here, Naruto explained calmly. Stupid. Fried yelled like a maniac. He then pulled out a gun and a hilt. The hilt then spawned a light sword. Now armed, he continued screaming. I don't care. I just want to kill shitty devils like you. Killing shitty devils with their shitty faces in shitty ways is my job. Then come try it, you shitty priest, Naruto ordered with a shrug. Fried did just that by charging in with a slash. Naruto calmly leaned out of the way of a slash, and then raised his hands to block the sword of light when it came back around. With Naruto's hands occupied holding back the sword, Fried lifted the gun with his other hand to point it at Naruto. It quickly released a bullet of light towards Naruto's face. A simple twist of his arm allowed Naruto to block the shot with his forearm. The bullet bounced off, burning a hole in his shirt and leaving a small welt on his skin. The light burned a bit, but overall it was an injury Naruto could ignore entirely. The failure of the bullet was clearly a surprise to Fried, allowing Naruto to remove one of his hands from the sword. Fried dodged when Naruto tried to backhand him though. Jumping back, Fried launched a barrage of light bullets at Naruto. Naruto moved forward while calmly using his armored gloves to deflect the shots away from him. Once he got close enough, Naruto was forced to deflect the light sword repeatedly. Fried was swinging it with one hand while continuously firing the gun with the other. Tired of the double assault, Naruto threw a kick at the hand holding the gun. Fried screamed in triumph, swinging the sword to intercept the kick. What would have been a crippling blow failed though when the light sword failed to cut into his thigh deeply. The sword simply stopped due to Naruto's rook defensive capabilities. Able to follow through with his kick, Naruto kicked the gun out of Fried's hand. Jumping after it, the gun was thoroughly destroyed when Naruto landed on it. Turning back to Fried, Naruto got ready again. His thigh was stinging something fierce, but it wasn't a debilitating injury. The cut was long, but shallow. The light was the main problem, but Naruto could easily ignore it. His leg was still at full capability. Fried only had one weapon now as well. Those light bullets may not do much damage, but they were annoying. Like suffering from bee stings during a battle. Now he could focus entirely on the light sword. Oh, the shitty devil has some moves. This is getting me excited. It will make your death all the sweeter. Fried yelled as he jumped at Naruto with his sword raised for an overhand slash. Which was so easy to counter it wasn't even funny. Spinning out of the way at the last moment, Naruto spun his way into Fried's guard. Naruto used the momentum of the spin to fuel an elbow that was right about to connect with Fried's spine. With Naruto's strength it would certainly be broken. Unfortunately Fried proved he actually had a degree of skill to go along with his insanity and bloodlust, which sucked since it only made him more dangerous. Sensing the danger, Fried didn't do the mistake of trying to turn to face Naruto. Instead he just jumped forward into a roll, narrowly dodging the potentially fatal strike to his back. Naruto grunted in annoyance. He'd been aiming to end the fight with that. Oh well. He was about to charge the recovering Fried, but stopped as a scream rang out through the room. Naruto froze, recognizing the two, then turned to look at the one who screamed. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw Asia. She was staring at the mutilated corpse in horror, her hands raised to her mouth. Naruto immediately wondered what she was doing here. Fried admitted to being a stray priest, so why was Asia here? What's happened here? Asia questioned, her voice trembling and her eyes filling with tears. Fried immediately responded by approaching the nun. Throwing an arm over her shoulders, he explained in a glee-filled voice. I see. You're still a beginner. You see, this is our job. This human was collaborating with devils, so we killed him. Then, we ambush the devils that come running. But you. Asia got out before she spotted Naruto. She then exclaimed in shock. Naruto-san. You know this shitty devil? Fried asked with his tongue sticking out again, his eyes darting between Naruto and Asia. What are you doing here? Asia asked in confusion. I could ask you the same thing, Asia-chan. Naruto replied calmly, still not letting his guard down around Fried. Nodding at the corpse, Naruto explained. That man summoned me. When I came, the priest attacked me. Sorry, Asia-chan, but a human and a devil can't interact. Because we can't live without the permission of a fallen angel. Fried stated slyly, leering at Asia. Naruto's thoughts raced at that. Asia was working with a fallen angel. Naruto hadn't even considered that. Naruto still retained a bit of the negative emotion sensing he received from Kurama. Asia just had so little negative emotion in her. Everyone, even good people, had negative emotion. Asia though had about as little as Naruto could figure a person could have without there being something seriously wrong with them. What could such a pure girl do to leave the church? Especially if it meant she became involved with a maniac like Fried. Turning away from Asia, Fried announced with a grin. Now let's finish this, shall we? Let's do this. Before Fried could charge again though, Asia ran between him and Naruto. Spreading her arms out wide with her back to Naruto, Asia started to plead desperately. Please stop this, father. I'm begging you, don't do this. Sweetie, do you realize what you are doing? Fried demanded in an annoyed tone. Yes, I do, but even if he is a devil Naruto-san is a good person. Asia declared firmly, despite clearly being scared out of her mind. Naruto actually lowered his guard as he took in this new development. Asia quickly continued, Father, I don't believe God would be happy with your actions. Even if that man worked with devils, I don't believe he deserved to die. Especially in such a way. Don't talk shit to me. Fried screamed, finally showing his irritation. Naruto was too shocked by the sudden action to interfere when he swung his light sword down. Luckily the blade didn't bisect Asia, but it did cut open her nun outfit. Even her bra was cut in the middle, which was actually pretty impressive since her skin wasn't even slight cut. The bra was thrown off as her breasts bounced from their new freedom. Asia immediately covered herself with her arms while letting out a shocked cry, but Fried didn't give her any time to do anything else. Grabbing her arm, he roughly threw her into the wall. Using one hand to hold her arms above her head, he stabbed the light sword through her sleeves. Releasing that hand, he moved it to cup her face as he exclaimed in outrage. You shitty bitch, do you have worms in your brains? That's a shitty devil, we kill shitty devils. I can't hurt you since the fallen angels have plans for you, but you still clearly deserve punishment. His hand started descending south, but its path was stopped along with his words. It was only due to Fried sensing the danger that he was at least partly able to defend himself. Removing his blade from the wall, he tried to use it to block Naruto's punch. The blow snapped the blade though, and still was able to connect with the stray exorcist's face. Fried was launched back till he collided with the far wall. With his fist still extended, Naruto announced with anger clear in his voice. I'm going to stop you there. 'Cause if you were going to do what I think you were, I would have felt obligated to crush your balls in my hand. I really don't want to touch another man there, so I'm going to finish this before you can do anything rapey. With his eyes fixed on the still recovering Fried, Naruto used his hands to unbutton his shirt. Slipping it off, Naruto left himself bare from the waist up. He then kneeled down and draped it over the exposed Asia's shoulders. Making sure to not look at her very exposed breasts, Naruto did up one of the buttons. Thankfully the size difference between the two meant that Asia didn't even have to put her arms through the holes. It could just encompass her whole torso. Cover yourself up, I'll handle the shitty priest, Naruto told her as he kept his eyes on Fried. Thank you, Naruto-san, Asia whispered in a wavering voice, obviously shaken by what just happened. Nodding, Naruto stood up to face Fried, who was getting to his feet. The stray exorcist was cradling his already swelling jaw with one hand, his other grasping his light sword, which had restored itself. He was forced to lean on the wall for balance, but the fact that he was standing and not down for the count on the ground is rather impressive. Shitty devil, that hurts, Fried exclaimed in fury. Kind of the point, shitty priest, Naruto replied instantly as he got ready to fight again. He then claimed firmly, my next hit will finish you. That's a promise. Shitty devil thinks he's hot shit now that he landed a shot. I'll make you die a painful death, Fried exclaimed as he readied himself. Unfortunately, Naruto's next hit never came. The exchange was stopped before it started by a large red magic circle forming between them. The members of the occult research club then appeared. Naruto, we've come as soon as we could. Era, what a problem we have here, exorcist. Seems you had some trouble, Naruto-kun. Naruto just deadpanned at the group before muttering. You guys have really bad timing. Another 10 seconds and that guy would have been knocked out on the floor with a fractured skull. Rias slumped slightly at his words, a bit put out by the remark. She then informed with seriously. A barrier was put up. We couldn't tell what the situation was, so we came as quickly as we could. Better safe than sorry. I know, just pointing out that the timing was bad, Naruto commented with a remark. He then looked at Fried before adding. This guy really needs to be put down. Oh look, the entire shitty devil group arrived. How wonderful, hunting you shitty worms is what I live for. Now just stay quiet and let me kill you, Fried exclaimed, once more slipping into his more insane mindset. What a foul mouth, seems you are one of those types. The types that cause us the most trouble, Rias muttered as she looked at Fried. Fried opened his mouth to reply, but was cut off when Rias sent a blast of dark red energy at him. He barely managed to dodge, the spell disintegrating a portion of the wall instead. Rias was engulfed in a red energy as she muttered in a quiet anger. Vulgar scum like you, anger me to no end. Fried backed away as he felt the amount of energy Rias was releasing. He seemed to finally realize his situation. Outnumbered by devils, several no doubt stronger than him. Even someone like Fried didn't like those odds. He grumbled to himself nervously as he continued backing away. Isn't all that power kind of dangerous? Isn't she really dangerous? Once again Fried's end was postponed at the last second. This time by a dark blue and purple portal of some kind forming on the ceiling above him. Kaneko was the one to announce after sniffing a few times. Multiple fallen angels coming. Bucho. Rias just frowned before ordering. Retreat. Akeno, prepare the jump. There's no reason for us to start a fight with multiple fallen angels. Naruto blinked before exclaiming loudly. Rias-chan, we need to get Asia-chan out of here as well. He moved to crouch down beside Asia to make it clear who he meant. Rias' eyes hardened slightly when they fell on Asia, focusing briefly on the nun veil she was wearing. She then announced sternly, we can't, only those of my clan can jump with this circle. Growling, Naruto crouched down in front of Asia. Looking over his shoulder, he barked out at her resolutely. Asia-chan, get up on my back. Asia was clearly confused, but instinctively listened to the authority in his voice. Climbing on his back, Naruto grasped her thighs to hold her better. He then stood up completely. What are you doing, Naruto? Rias demanded, clearly not pleased by his actions. Naruto didn't back down though and growled out. If Asia can't teleport with us, I'll carry her out of here. You can't. She's allied with the fallen angels. They'll come to get her, Rias declared with a prominent frown on her face. Then let them come. I'm not going to leave Asia anywhere near that maniac. Plus, the fallen angels apparently have plans for her. That doesn't sound like anything good to me, Naruto quickly argued. Only more reason to leave her here. The fallen angels will chase after you. You won't be able to escape them, Rias urged desperately. I don't care. I'm not leaving Asia with them, Naruto proclaimed with steel in his voice. He then punctuated his statement by running out the door. Damn it, that idiot, Rias snapped, biting her lower lip. The fallen angels are almost here. They'll chase after Naruto. She could have the rest of them join him, but that would definitely result in a fight. They can't possibly escape the fallen angels by flying. The only one who can run as fast or faster than Naruto is. Don't worry, Bucho. I'll bring Naruto back to the club, Yuto promised as he stepped out of the magic circle. He then quickly dashed out of the door as well. Rias was not reassured, but knew she didn't have more time to think. Uttering a curse, Rias let the teleportation finish and disappeared from the room. She could do nothing but wait for now. Naruto. That caused Naruto to look over his shoulder, recognizing Yuto's voice. Seeing the Bishonen running to catch up to him, Naruto demanded immediately. Yuto, what are you doing? Why didn't you go back with Rias-chan? Well, someone had to make sure you make it out of this in one piece. You did just basically call out the fallen angels by taking one of their servants. Yuto pointed out as the two ran down the street at speeds no human could match. I can handle myself, Naruto grunted out stubbornly, but then added begrudgingly. Thanks though. What are friends for if not to bail you out of trouble when you do something stupid? Yuto remarked with a chuckle. Anyo, Naruto-san. You don't have to do this. I'll go back to the fallen angels. Asia spoke up hesitantly, finally recovered enough to speak up. You don't mean that. I can sense how scared you are, Naruto claimed quickly. Asia wavered at that, but still managed to claim. I know. I am scared, but I don't want to get Naruto-san in trouble. Even if that means I have to go back with the fallen angels. Fuck that, Naruto snapped right away. He then continued firmly. I can tell they have no good intentions for you, Asia-chan. I have no intention of letting a good girl like you suffer at their hands. It will take a lot more than a few fallen angels to intimidate me. A whole lot more. Asia didn't respond immediately. Finally lowering her face into the crook of his neck, she whispered with tears gathering in her eyes. Thank you, Naruto-san. No problem. You're my friend after all, and I never abandon my friends. Naruto replied, grinning widely despite the fact that she couldn't see it. Naruto. Fallen angels approaching fast, Yuto exclaimed as he peeked over his shoulder. How many? 4, Yuto announced. Crap, Naruto cursed as he absorbed that information. Maneuvering his arms and twisting his torso, Naruto plucked Asia from his back. She squeaked at the sudden shift, but didn't struggle against him thankfully. He quickly positioned Asia in front of him, pressing her head against his chest. Since he was still bare-chested from loaning Asia his shirt, this caused the nun to blush at the intimate contact. With one arm still hooked under her knees and his other wrapped around her shoulders and head, Naruto did his best to shield her tiny body with his torso. Not a moment too soon either. Naruto felt like his back was being pelted with rocks as light spears rained around him, the spears cracking the concrete where they hit. His rook enhancements once again came in handy, the spears that hit him just bouncing off. They left small punctures on his back, but nothing that could be called a real injury. Asia had been shielded entirely by Naruto, and Yuto had dashed to the side to evade the cluster attack. Yuto jumped back to Naruto's side after the hail of spears ended. He then questioned urgently, "We can't lose them like this, Naruto. What do we do?" Naruto cursed as he accepted Yuto's words. Both of them were on foot, while the fallen angels were flying after them. Naruto was carrying Asia, who while light still slowed him down. Yuto couldn't go his full speed either due to needing to stay with Naruto. Any more thoughts were ended when Yuto called out desperately, "Look out." The warning came too late for Naruto, who cried out as he felt pain in his arm and leg. Instead of the hail of spears from before, this time only 4 spears launched at them. 2 at Yuto and 2 for Naruto. Yuto managed to dodge his with a jump, but Naruto had less warning and had to protect Asia. So one of the spears sank into the back of his right thigh, and the other one cut into his left arm as it passed him by. Now these hurt. Naruto could still function, but these aren't little bug bites he can ignore. These will affect him. Damn, he'd gotten overconfident. His rook defense had been enough to block almost everything tonight. He should have suspected fallen angels could enhance their light attacks to a point they would hurt him. Stumbling, Naruto had to move into a forward roll to not land right on Asia. Asia still cried out at the disorientating sensation, but the roll allowed Naruto to resume his run quickly. He then reached down and ripped out the light spear that was still stuck in his leg. Light weapons will gradually saturate a devil's blood if they remain in their bodies, acting like a poison. Throwing the spear away, Naruto yelled to the concerned Yuto. Split up. You can't go full speed when with me, and I can't be as stealthy with you. They have 4 sets of eyes on us right now, we need to split that up. Use the back alleys to block their sight of you from the sky, and don't go straight. Keep moving randomly till you lose them. Yuto looked hesitant, but eventually nodded. When they came to a split in the road, the two separated. Naruto then moved into the first side alley he came to. He knew this part of town, so he was confident that he wouldn't hit any dead ends. The buildings would also hide him at certain angles from the fallen angels. As Naruto set out to lose his pursuers, he cursed at the leg wound. While certainly better than catching that spear in the back of the head, spine, or heart, the leg still sucked. Naruto's mobility was effectively crippled. He could still run and jump, but not at the level he was used to. So he did his best to be the cunning rascal that had outrun Anbu as a kid. Taking a random route, Naruto took as many turns as possible. Avoiding open areas. If only he had mastered the transparent escape technique, this would be easy, but he hadn't managed it yet despite training a bit in it. So he just had to deal. After 10 minutes of this runaround, Naruto finally pressed himself into a dark corner of a narrow alley as he checked to see if any fallen angels were still on his trail. Not seeing any, Naruto's mind raced. Asia-chan, you said your sacred gear can heal all who are injured, right? Can you heal devils as well? Naruto asked in a whisper to the girl still held in his arms. Asia said blankly as she processed his words. She finally nodded and claimed, yes, I can. Okay, good, I need you to heal my leg. My speed and mobility is too hampered with my leg injured. If it is healed, I'm confident I can lose any fallen angels still looking for us. Naruto informed her quietly, his eyes still darting around. Understood, Naruto-san. It will only take a minute, Asia declared firmly, looking relieved that she could help him somehow. No, not here, Naruto muttered to her before clarifying. The fallen angels are still surely looking for us. If they find us here, we'll be trapped like rats. The park is nearby. If they find us, that will be the better area to fight. With that spoken, Naruto once again started moving through the alleys. Seeing the park in front of him, he dashed at top speed through the open area between the alley and the park. Not stopping once he entered the trees, Naruto kept going till he was a minute's run into the dense trees. He then allowed himself to come to a stop. Letting Asia down, the nun quickly kneeled down to examine the wound in his leg. She gasped at the sight as Naruto grimaced. Devils were really weak to light, and running for 10 minutes afterwards didn't help the wound at all. The large gash in his thigh was deep. Much of it seemed burned from the light, but the run had ripped the burns open to allow blood to pour out. It was not pretty. Naruto was rather surprised he had managed to move as well as he had with his leg in such a condition. Asia placed her hands over the injury. 2 rings appeared on her hands as a green light appeared. Naruto let out a sigh as the pain from the wound faded slightly. It didn't even feel weird or anything. The pain and wound were just disappearing. Before Asia could even get halfway through though, Naruto cursed as he felt a surge of power. A barrier had just been erected over this portion of the park. Naruto interrupted Asia's healing by lifting her up by grabbing under her arms. He then gently pushed her towards the trees as he ordered her. A fallen angel is here. Hide behind a tree. Don't make any noise or try to get close enough to see. I'll deal with the fallen angel. I'll call for you when I'm done. But, Naruto-san, you are still injured, Asia exclaimed in concern. Naruto just shot her a grin and lightly slapped his thigh before commenting. You healed me up quite a bit. I barely even feel it anymore. I can easily handle a fallen angel with just this scratch. It was a pretty blatant lie. She hadn't nearly healed it enough to restore his full mobility or erase all the pain, but it would have to be enough. Asia was clearly still worried as well, but the determined look in his eyes was enough to get her to hide behind a tree. With Asia somewhat safe, Naruto started walking towards a nearby clearing where he felt a power signature. Walking into the open, Naruto quickly examined the fallen angel standing in the middle of the clearing with his wings out. It was a middle-aged man with short black hair. He was wearing a black trench coat, a white undershirt, black pants, and a black fedora on his head. I knew you would come here, the man claimed with a grin as Naruto revealed himself. Naruto stayed quiet, so he continued. We lost you in the alleys, but I knew you would come here. It's the most open space. The only space we can have a proper fight in. So all I had to do was fly above and wait till you came. Which you did. I didn't come here to fight. Naruto grunted out. But you did, the man declared with a wide grin on his face. He then elaborated, I could sense it. You fought freed. You were a warrior, and warriors don't hide in alleys like rats. You were aching for a fight, which is why you came here. A warrior can only let loose in an area like this. Naruto scowled at his words, but couldn't quite deny them. He did come here because it would allow him to go all out if a fallen angel had managed to track them. He didn't come here to fight though. He would have gladly gone without another fight this night if he could have. Deciding to move on, Naruto asked with a tilted head, what's with the barrier? I don't sense any of your fallen angel friends in here. Of course not. Why would I let any of those bitches interrupt my fun? I haven't had a good fight in ages. I knew you would satisfy my battle lust. You even gave me the perfect excuse to kill you by taking that useless nun Rainier is obsessed with. I don't want Rainier or the other bitches to interfere though. I don't give two fucks about that foolish girl. Maybe one fuck, but then I'd just throw her away like the trash weaklings like her are. So I put up the barrier. Now we can fight to our heart's content. It will only come down when I release it, which will be when you are on the ground dead, the man explained in satisfaction. Or you are. Naruto growled out, pissed at the insinuations he made concerning Asia. Of course, but that won't happen, the man exclaimed, seemingly growing more excited by the second. He quickly added, don't die too quickly. I'd hate to have to take out my anger on that little nun because you didn't entertain me enough. Naruto felt his anger grow even more at his words, but restrained himself. This Danesik was both arrogant and sure that he was going to kill Naruto. That's a recipe for some loose lips. This was an opportunity to gain some information. So Naruto quickly questioned, why do you all plan to do with Asia-chan? She has no combat abilities. I have no interest in her whatsoever, but Rainier does. Claims that her sacred gear will come in handy. Considering she ran with you though, I bet Rainier is going to resort to desperate measures. Danesik answered without any care whatsoever as to the information he was giving away. Desperate measures. What do you mean? Naruto immediately demanded, knowing that he wasn't going to like the answer. Let's just say that your nun won't be able to make any escape attempts again. Danesik stated with a smirk. He then shrugged and added, as I said though, I don't really care. I only joined with Rainier for a chance to fight. The Grigori is so annoying, ordering us to avoid starting any fights. If that means I have to help some bitch with a nun, then so be it. Naruto was now barely restraining himself from attacking the man. He was just like freed. He didn't care at all for anything else than satisfying his own desires. He was willing to hurt Asia just so he could fight. Between Danesik and Freed, Naruto knew he couldn't let Asia go back with them. This Rainier person only solidified that decision. With Naruto silent, Danesik acted. Forming a light spear in one hand, he then used his other to remove his hat. Giving a polite bow, he gave Naruto a patronizing smile as he informed him. Since I'm a gentleman, I'll let you know the name of your killer. I am Danesik. Frowning, Naruto replied as he got into a fighting stance. Uzumaki Naruto, and I won't let you take Asia-chan. Blah, blah, blah. Enough with the talking. Let's get to the fighting. Danesik screamed, seemingly reaching the end of his patience. Jumping, his wings flapped to keep him airborne. Wanting to make the first move, Naruto shot at him. Grunting at the pain in his thigh, Naruto threw his fist forward with all his rook strength. Danesik blocked it with his light spear, but grunted as his arms caved behind it. The spear pushed into his stomach and his body went flying backwards through the air. He managed to recover before he collided with a tree by flapping his wings though. That caused Naruto to frown. The weapon didn't break, meaning it is one of the ones that can hurt him deeply. There was also the matter of dealing Danesik damage. With him staying in the air, the power behind Naruto's attacks are diffused greatly. He'll just get pushed back. Naruto's leg injury also meant he didn't have the explosive power for a straightforward attack to be successful. Danesik didn't give him any more time to think by flying at him with a gleeful laugh. Naruto immediately had to dodge the barrage of thrusts from the spear, using his armored gloves to block that which he couldn't dodge. There weren't any openings for Naruto to take advantage of. Danesik isn't that bad with melee combat. Looks like Naruto will have to be a bit creative. Danesik let out a cry of triumph when he felt his spear connect with Naruto's chest, but the cry was cut forth when he found a log on the other end of his weapon. Looking at it in confusion, Danesik tried to turn when he sensed Naruto approaching. Too bad he forgot about the log on the other end of his weapon, the weight preventing him from bringing it to bear quickly enough. So Danesik could only lift his other hand in a block, which was broken by the force behind Naruto's flying kick. Naruto's foot connected solidly with Danesik's chest. The fallen angel was sent flying and couldn't recover before his back connected with a tree barely 10 feet behind him. The tree broke under the pressure, and it toppled under Danesik. Naruto figured that was probably enough, but was quickly proven wrong when Danesik flew back into the air while laughing in delight. He then declared with a bit of blood leaking from the side of his mouth. Yes, that's it, struggle, it will make your death even more satisfying. The fallen angel then dived at Naruto again. Blocking the series of strikes Daneseek sent at him, Naruto decided that being creative was a better option than standing still. So he jumped back away from the fallen angel. When the winged man followed him, Naruto started jumping through the trees and branches. Naruto was from Konoha, Datbeo. A forest is his home turf. As shown by the fact that Daneseek lost sight of Naruto within seconds. Looking around, Daneseek yelled out in annoyance to his unseen opponent. Hiding like a rat again. Seems you aren't as much a warrior as I thought. Hearing noise behind him, he spun around with a grin. The grin dropped when he saw just what had made the noise. Naruto was standing there 20 meters away. The noise was from him ripping a small boulder from the ground and chucking it at Daneseek. Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Daneseek tried to deflect the boulder with his light spear. That didn't work so well. The weight of the boulder and the force by which it had been thrown made the idea of deflecting it ridiculous. The light spear broke and the boulder collided with Daneseek's shoulder. The fallen angel let out a cry as he felt something crack, simultaneously entering an uncontrollable spin from the impact on one side of his body. He only stopped when he fell to the ground. Shaking his head to gather his bearings, Daneseek snarled at Naruto. Lifting his good arm, he formed a dozen light spears in the air above him. A simple flick of his wrist sent them at Naruto. Naruto just contemptuously swiped his arm at them, the weak light spears shattering. Growling, Daneseek got to his feet and jumped at Naruto while forming a single light spear in his hand. The reckless attack was easy for Naruto to dodge. Jumping straight into the air, Naruto flipped so his feet landed on the underside of a thick branch. Using that, Naruto changed his direction by leaping down. Flipping once again, Naruto landed with a powerful stomp to the ground. Daneseek barely prevented his head from being turned to mush by rolling. He then swung his light spear at Naruto's neck. Leaning out of the way, Naruto then leaned in and nailed Daneseek with a lightning-fast jab. With Naruto's rook strength, even that was enough to send Daneseek flying backwards. Skidding on the ground, it was a rough on Daneseek's wings. The fallen angel struggled to his feet with another growl, his wings aching from dragging on the ground. Seeing Naruto just standing there, Daneseek once again sent a hail of light spears at Naruto. And Naruto once again easily destroyed them when they got within his range. Shooting a smirk at Daneseek, Naruto practically melted into the shadows of the forest. Daneseek growled at the action, but didn't move. He wasn't going to walk into another trap. Instead he stayed still, searching for his infuriating devil opponent. Nothing happened for a minute. Suddenly Daneseek spun when he heard a cacophony of sound, ready to dodge whatever trick his opponent was throwing at him. His jaw dropped at the sight that greeted him. He had certainly not expected this. Naruto had gone to the tree he had broken with Daneseek's body earlier. Picking it up, he proceeded to chuck it at the fallen angel. The entire, fully grown tree. Maybe not as hard as a rock and more unwieldy to throw, but dodging a tree bearing down on you is practically impossible. Something Daneseek found out when he failed to clear the large mass of branches at the top of the tree-turned projectile. The fallen angel found himself crushed and buried by the tree. Naruto breathed deeply as he looked at the tree. Pretty sure he tore something in his shoulder with that move, but it was so worth it. Daneseek's face was priceless. Super strength really is awesome. Naruto's eye twitched when he heard movement from the tree. He then watched as a sword of light cut through part of the branches, allowing Daneseek to burst out. Naruto took great pleasure in seeing the fallen angel's current state though. Daneseek's clothes and skin was rife with cuts and scuffs from the branches. His hat was also gone, his hair instead filled with twigs that made the man look comical. You little piece of shit devil. Daneseek roared out in anger. Naruto didn't react though, instead smirking as he commented. Looks like I'll be the one to walk away from here, Hadana bitch. Daneseek growled at the insult, but couldn't refute the point. Naruto had the complete advantage. Daneseek was in rough shape, and Naruto's only injuries were those he had accrued before this fight. Naruto was simply too much for Daneseek to handle. Naruto was far better at fighting among trees, and had many tricks up his sleeves that gave him a huge advantage in an indirect battle. Straight combat also favored Naruto. Naruto was fast and skilled enough that Daneseek could only hit him if he used widespread light weapon attacks, but the weapons for such an attack were too weak to get past his defense. Only if he condenses all that power in a single weapon can he damage Naruto, but he couldn't hit Naruto with only a single weapon. It was a case of whether to hit but do no damage or not hit at all. All the while Naruto was damaging him with repeated attacks. Daneseek really didn't know what to do till he saw a flash of color. A vicious smile immediately crossed his face. Morphing the light sword in his hand into a spear, he pulled his arm back and chucked it. Naruto dodged the attack with contemptuous ease, but he then saw Daneseek's smirk. A heavy weight forming in his gut, Naruto spun to look at where the spear was headed. His heart skipped a beat at what he saw. Asia. Their battle had wandered close to her hiding position, and she had tried moving away. Danesek's attack wasn't headed for him, but Asia. Ignoring the agony in his thigh, Naruto forced his body to move as fast as possible. No, even faster. He had to reach it in time. He had to. Reaching out his hand desperately, Naruto gave a cry of victory as his hand managed to close around the very end of the spear. The spear's trajectory came to a stop just a foot from Asia's head. The nun fell back onto her butt in shock at her near death, and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Until he coughed out blood. Eyes wide in pain and shock, Naruto lowered his head to see a blade emerging from the left side of his chest, right where his heart is. It had been a distraction. A way to provide an opportunity to strike. Looks like I'll be the one leaving, little devil. Danesek whispered in satisfaction from behind Naruto. Asia let out a horrified scream as she realized what had happened. Naruto's arm shook from where he was still holding onto the light spear. Naruto coughed up another glob of blood. Danesek began to laugh at his victory. Until Naruto spun the spear in his hand and stabbed it behind him. Danesek gave a pained grunt as his own weapon sank into his stomach. He then groaned out in anger. How dare you, my own, weapon. Even if you stab me through the heart, I won't let you take Asia. Naruto growled out, ignoring the blood welling up in his throat. Danesek stumbled back, the weapons being pulled out of their respective torsos. Gripping the spear tightly in his hand, Naruto felt as it started disappearing. Danesek wasn't going to let him use it again. Gritting his teeth, Naruto channeled his own magic into it. The previously bluish-white spear turned a golden white as it came back with a vengeance. Spinning around, Naruto thrust the light spear at Danesek with all that remained of his rapidly fading strength. Danesek countered by doing the same with his own weapon. The two roared as they did one last exchange. Omake. Rias paused as her hand touched the doorknob to the clubroom. Tilting her head, she listened as she heard Naruto's voice talking aloud with exaggerated emotions and moans. Yes, Suna cried out in ecstasy, feeling herself approaching another peak. She then added, harder, harder, I'm about to come. Hearing this, Jiraiya followed the demand. Using his powerful legs, he thrust into Suna's core with even more passion. The two felt themselves reach their climax. In unison, the two cried out their pleasure to the world. Blushing slightly, Rias walked into the room in a panic. She immediately saw Naruto laying down on one of the couches, an orange book in his hands. Hearing her entrance, Naruto looked up. He stared at her blankly before saying nonchalantly, "Sup, Rias-chan." What are you doing? Rias demanded in embarrassment. What was her rook doing reading Ika Ika out loud in the clubroom while alone? She was not going to clean up any stains on those couches. Rubbing the back of her head in embarrassment, Naruto told her sheepishly. See, I had this thought. God has to be celibate and all that jazz, right? So he's clearly not had any hanky-panky in a while. Being the good Samaritan I am, I decided to give him something to fantasize about. So I'm kind of reading him a particularly steamy scene from Ika Ika Journey. Rias just stared with a gaping jaw. Was he insane? Reading her thoughts, Naruto nodded before declaring proudly, "Yes, I am insane, but I'm also the only guy on Earth with the balls necessary to troll God. So I'll accept being insane. Now, if that is all, I need to finish this scene. Oh, another great idea. Why don't you help me? You can moan along and stuff. Do the female voice. It will be amazing." Rias just stared as Naruto started to rave about this new idea. She just turned and walked out the room. She was not going to mess with God like that. Damn, Naruto is crazy, baiting the biblical God like that does take balls though. Big, brass ones, even she could admit that. Archangel Michael had his face buried in his hands as he sat in his private quarters. A knock came from the door, before a female walked in while asking in concern. "Michael, is everything okay? You just randomly froze up, blushed, and walked in here 30 minutes ago." Michael didn't respond for a few seconds. He then replied in a tired voice. "Gabriel, just please, leave me alone right now, your presence isn't helping." Gabriel was concerned, but decided to leave her brother alone. As the door closed behind her, Michael let out another sigh. How long was this reading supposed to last? This was even worse than what the weirdest devil he's ever met usually does. At least Gabriel left him alone. This scene happened to be a brother-sister incest scene, no doubt chosen for the taboo of it. Needless to say, the last person he wanted to see right now is his sister, who is regarded as the most beautiful woman in heaven. That was just asking for trouble. What would happen if he did succumb? He is the center of the heaven system right now. Could he even fall? Bad thoughts. Bad thoughts. Think of old, wrinkly testicles. Ew. He is so going to get the cause of his torment back for this. His natural magnetism for perverts is going to multiply by 10. 10. May he drown in perverts. Naruto shivered suddenly. Aw crap, he has a bad feeling. Guess it was only inevitable. Maybe he is a masochist. Why else would he do something guaranteed to come to bite him in the ass? Nah. This is just him being a prankster. Now how is he going to escalate this battle between him and God next? Interestingly, it was a strand of hair that woke Naruto up. It was tickling his nose. Scrunching his nose up, he shook his head to try and remove it. Even that failed, so he mustered up the strength to raise an arm to move it. Grabbing the strand of hair, he flicked it away. That seemed to be enough to force the darkness away from him though, and he couldn't get back to sleep. So he sighed before opening his eyes. Closing them from the bright glare from the window, he gradually opened his eyes. Blinking blankly, he sat up. He blinked in confusion as he looked around the unfamiliar room. He was lying in a large Victorian bed, in a smallish room that only had a large dresser otherwise. There was window that was letting in the light, showing that the sun was at the point it was just about to sink beyond the horizon. Any more thoughts were cut off when Naruto shifted his body and his hand fell onto something squishy. Tilting his head in wonder, he squeezed the object again. A soft moan punctuated the action. Having a suspicion on what it is, he turned to look himself. Yep, it is Rias, and he's groping one of her breasts. That was made easier by the fact that she was naked. Naruto questioned why he was in bed with a naked Rias, but his brain wasn't quite functioning too well at the moment. Instead his thought wandered to her breasts. Nice. Very nice. Quite large, but still maintaining a very appealing shape. They sat perky and round on her chest, despite her laying on her back. No prominent veins or discolorations. Her cute little pink nipples were perfectly positioned. Each breath she took caused them to jiggle enticingly. With another tilt of his head, Naruto's hand took a quick squeeze. Firm, with a superior elasticity. These are some grade A breasts. Right up there with Samui and Shion. Ria's crimson hair was also stunning in how it spread around her. Her cute face was relaxed and content in her sleep. It's a pretty large contrast to her serious and stressed look he usually sees on her face. Her thin waist was shown, but her hips and legs were covered by the blanket. Naruto blinked in shock as his brain finally started to work properly instead of absently admiring the scene he was treated to. Why was he in bed with Rias? Why was she naked? And what happened with the fallen angel, Danesik? Wait, Asia. Son of a bitch. Era. It appears Naruto-kun has woken up. Akeno announced as the shout rang out through the old school building. And it doesn't appear he is happy either. Yuto commented with an anxious chuckle. Not a surprise. Senpai is passionate and loud. Kaneko muttered as she stopped eating her snack. Probably not a good idea right now. Any more dialogue was cut off when the door to Rias' room burst open, revealing Naruto in all his glory. His head looked around rapidly before settling on Yuto. Naruto immediately demanded, "Yuto, what happened? Where's Asia?" Yuto lowered his gaze at the question, forcing Naruto's heart to clench. It was practically unnecessary when Yuto answered simply, "Things did not end well, Naruto." Naruto immediately growled out, "What happened?" Calm down, Naruto-kun, a new voice ordered. Naruto turned to see Rias appearing from behind him. Not a surprise, he did yell out right next to her. Not much chance of her not sleeping through that. She didn't even bother covering her nudity, instead locking eyes with him intently and continuing. "We'll tell you what you want to know, so calm down. I really doubt you want an explanation while in the nude." Naruto blinked before looking down. He then groaned out, "Ah, crap." Turns out he had been naked as well, and hadn't even noticed. He had some bandages around his chest and his right thigh, but he was otherwise bare. Great, he'd just flashed the entire club. Turning around, he walked back into the room and shut the door behind him. Era. Naruto-kun is as much man as the rumors state. Akeno commented with her amusement clear, a hand raised to cover her salacious grin. Kaneko's eyes just twitched as the image replayed in her mind. That was more of her annoying senpai than she wanted to see, and caused a thought to pop into her head. Her eyes moved to Rias' exposed chest, which seemed to jiggle for no reason when she looked at it. Another twitch of her eyebrow. Her eyes then moved to Akeno's chest. Another eye twitch. She then looked down at her own chest. Our club is a gathering ground for oversized sexual organs, she grumbled as she protectively cupped her own lacking chest. She then added, "There's nothing wrong with being small, right Yuto?" Hey. Yuto immediately protested, not happy at her insinuation about his size. Rias just shook her head. Pinching the brow of her nose, she told them. Akano, can you get me a uniform? Everyone else, ready yourself. I doubt this is going to be a fun conversation. 5 minutes later Naruto was sitting on one of the couches, Kaneko next to him. He was dressed in the academy uniform. Anyone could tell by his body language though that he was barely restraining himself from freaking out. Looking at Yuto, Naruto growled out impatiently. Yuto, what happened? Sighing, Yuto answered carefully. Well, you beat the fallen angel you were fighting, kind of. He was dead, but it was clear you were about to join him. I mean, what happened to Asia? Naruto grunted out irritably. Just keep calm, Naruto-kun. Let Yuto explain, Rias ordered in a scolding tone. Naruto frowned, but waited as Yuto began. After we split up, I did my best to lose the fallen angels that were chasing me. I succeeded, and then went to try and find you. Except I couldn't. Your signature was just gone. Danesek put up a barrier to prevent anyone from interfering. Naruto informed them. I figured. Either way, it wasn't till the barrier dropped that I could sense you. I arrived right at the same time as the fallen angels. The fallen angel was dead, but you were on the ground with 2 gaping holes in your chest. One through your heart. The nun was healing you. Yuto hesitated here before slowly continuing. The other 3 fallen angels got there at the same time. I got ready to fight them, but they claimed that they didn't want to fight. They announced that as long as the nun went with them, they would leave us peacefully. The nun agreed, and went with them. And you let her go? Naruto demanded, outraged. What did you want me to do, Naruto? Yuto asked with a grimace that showed he wasn't happy about his actions either. Naruto clearly cared enough about the nun to risk his life for her, and he had clearly failed his friend by letting her go. He elaborated regretfully. There were 3 of them, Naruto. Even if we ignore the political implications of battling with the fallen angels, I couldn't have won. Not outnumbered like that, especially since I would have had to defend you and the nun. If I had tried to fight, the same thing would have happened. Except you and I wouldn't be here. Naruto wanted to protest, to rage against Yuto's words, but he couldn't. There was nothing Yuto could have done. He'd simply made the best of a bad situation. Seeing Naruto and Yuto weren't going to speak, Rias explained. You were critically injured, Naruto-kun. A deep gash in your leg, 2 stab wounds to your torso, one of which nicked your heart. The only reason you survived is because the nun managed to heal the damage to your heart before she was taken away. As it is, you only barely made it. Yuto quickly added. Bucho spent all night with you. She ran out of energy, and Akano had to replace her. Akano then ran out several hours ago, and Bucho had to step in again. You've been asleep for 18 hours. You still aren't completely healed. Naruto grimaced at that, and looked at his chest. The wounds were mainly gone, but they were still very tender. Hard to believe he'd had 2 holes in his chest the previous night. It was like having Kurama inside of him again. Now we need to discuss your punishment, Rias announced, showing her displeasure as she looked at him. Seeing Naruto's baffled look, she explained sternly. You picked a fight with the fallen angels by kidnapping one of their servants. Even if she wanted your help, what you did was irresponsible and dangerous. You also directly disobeyed me. I cannot let behavior like that go off without punishment. Naruto lowered his head at her words, his bangs shadowing his eyes. He gritted his teeth before muttering. Then double it. Rias blinked in confusion before asking. What? I said double it, Naruto replied. Standing up, he declared firmly. Double whatever punishment you have in mind because I'm about to pick another fight with the fallen angels. I'm going to go rescue Asia, and this time I won't fail. No, Rias yelled, shooting to her feet and slamming her hands down on her desk HRSHLY. She then told him sternly. You are part of my peerage, and thus part of my household. Your actions aren't just your own, Naruto. They reflect upon me and my entire family. It's a miracle that things didn't spiral out of control yesterday already. You kidnapped one of their servants, and then killed a fallen angel. The only reason they backed off after getting the nun is because they were no doubt thinking you wouldn't last the night. If you attack them again, the implications could be catastrophic. Then kick me out of your household. Naruto immediately barked out before continuing defiantly. Disown me. Hell, I'll even let you rip your rook piece out of me tomorrow. I don't care what the consequences are for me. Naruto was cut off when Rias' open hand connected with his cheek. Naruto blinked in shock as his cheek stung. He then looked at Rias with wide eyes as she hissed out with barely controlled emotions heavy in her voice. Don't even talk about that. You aren't thinking straight right now. You are letting your emotions rule you. Touching his bright red cheek, Naruto's eyes only grew more determined as he whispered. I am. My emotions have always guided me. That isn't a bad thing in my opinion though. I refuse to sit here calmly while a friend needs me. I will save Asia. I'm not going to let them hurt her simply because I'm afraid of the fallout. Because I know, in my heart, that is the right thing to do. Turning his back on Rias, Naruto started walking to the door as he added. You stay here and do the logical thing. Disown me. I will follow my heart, and go save Asia. If you go, you will almost certainly die. Rias told him angrily, barely holding in her disbelief at her servant completely going against her orders. She quickly elaborated when she saw Naruto stop. You nearly died fighting one fallen angel. There are at least 3 more guarding the nun, and who knows how many stray exorcists or other servants. I have no doubt you've kept secrets from me. Kept certain abilities hidden, but trying to assault a fallen angel base alone is practically a suicide mission. No matter what things you have kept hidden, there is a strong chance you will die. You act like I'm afraid of death, Naruto remarked after a few seconds of silence. Without looking back, he continued. I already embraced death once, and have faced it down dozens of other times. No, I'm not afraid of death. What I'm afraid of is a future where I can't look myself in the mirror for shame. Of a future where I let a silly little thing like a fear of dying keep me from doing what I believe is right. I'd rather die tonight than live a life like that. He started walking again. Ria's hands shook as she saw Naruto continue walking towards the door. Finally she just yelled desperately. You are being stupid. Naruto once again paused, this time right in the middle of the doorframe. Chuckling, he replied with a shrug. Maybe I am. It's a good thing I never claimed to be smart then, because if being smart means letting an innocent girl be killed, I'd prefer to be an idiot for the rest of my life. And with that, he was gone. Rias just stared at the door for several moments before slowly sitting down in a daze. She then leaned forward and put her face in her hands. A massive sigh escaped her lips as her mind raced in disbelief. Sensing Akeno appear behind her, Rias asked in a depressed voice. What should I do, Akeno? Era, Bucho asking for advice. Just like a month ago. What an interesting month it has been. Akeno commented airily. Please, Akeno, just be serious, Rias pleaded before waving a hand and continuing. Naruto and I have been getting along. We joke around, tease each other, yet now he's disobeying my orders, practically ordering me to announce him astray. I don't get how things could have gone bottom up so quickly. Akeno sighed as she realized just how distressed Rias was by this turn of events. So she finally spoke up seriously. No offense, Rias, but you are the only one here that is surprised by Naruto's actions. Can you seriously claim you didn't think Naruto would go stomping out of that door when he learned this Asia was back with the fallen angels? What would make you think Naruto would willingly pick a fight with fallen angels to save some random girl? Rias questioned in disbelief, not understanding what Akeno meant. You are thinking too exact, Rias. It's not about whether we knew he would pick a fight with fallen angels to save a random girl. What we knew was that Naruto would do his best to help his friends. That's what is going on. Naruto is going to help his friend. The fallen angels. That she is a nun. Those are just details in his mind. He's going to help his friend. That's the only thing going through his mind. Akeno explained like it was obvious. But she isn't his friend. Rias argued. You saw how protective Naruto-kun was of her. Do you really believe they hadn't met before? Akeno asked with a raised eyebrow. When Rias didn't reply, she continued. It's pretty obvious that Naruto met that girl before. Maybe she is one of the friends he'd made during his volunteer work. Or not. Either way, Naruto seems to consider her his friend. Okay, fine, she's his friend, but that still doesn't change the fact that he directly disobeyed me. Rias stated in annoyance. You really don't know Naruto-kun, do you, Rias? Akeno asked, clearly not happy at Rias' statement. What is that supposed to mean? Rias demanded, uncomfortable with the anger she was seeing in her queen's eyes. Rias, Naruto is like wild stallion. He runs free whether you want him to or not. You aren't going to tame him. The best you can do is befriend him. He'll answer your call, even carry you on his back if you need him to, but he won't be your pet. He won't let you chain him. Yudo knows this. I know this. Hell, even Kaneko knows this. It seems you alone don't seem to understand this. Not that I'm too surprised. You haven't made much an attempt to get to know him. Akeno explained seriously. I've made plenty of attempts to get to know Naruto-kun. I taught him magic, Rias claimed indignantly. True, but did you talk to him about anything else other than magic during those lessons? Akeno asked with a raised eyebrow. Seeing the answer in Rias' face, Akeno shook her head before telling her. Let's face it, Rias. You took the time to learn about Naruto's combat abilities and basic history, but then you shoved him to the side. You saw that he was a competent fighter and that he quickly adapted to being a devil, so you decided you could turn your attention elsewhere. You've spent more time this month studying strategies for raiding games than you have talking to Naruto-kun. That isn't true, Rias claimed, although it was easy to see the uncertainty in her eyes. Akeno just asked with a raised eyebrow. Then how do you explain your obliviousness to his personality? Yuto and Naruto-kun have basically become best friends in this month. I've been desperately trying to get closer to him. Even Kaneko is always watching him and analyzing his words, even if she doesn't show it. What effort have you put into figuring Naruto-kun out, Rias? Whether you want to accept it or not, Rias, you've put no effort in. You and Naruto do get along. That is plain to see, but that is all. He likes you. I'm not so sure he respects you as a king. He doesn't refer you to as Bucho, but Rias-chan. He may have not meant it as an insult, but it is a sign. A sign that he in no way considered you his superior. You haven't put in an effort to make him think of you as a friend, and he doesn't view you as his leader. Now that caused Rias to protest by declaring, I am friends with Naruto-kun. You certainly didn't behave like his friend just now, Akeno immediately claimed before elaborating. You were more concerned with punishing him for disobeying you than finding out why he disobeyed you. You didn't try to understand his feelings. You didn't ask him how he knew the nun. Hell, you didn't even ask him how he was feeling. I did too ask him, Rias claimed before blinking as she thought back. She then asked uncertainly, didn't I? No, you didn't, Akeno told her bluntly. I didn't realize I was behaving like that. Rias finally admitted, clearly being vulnerable at the realization of what she had been doing. She then continued weakly, Naruto-kun just adapted so easy I figured having him be a member of my peerage would be easy. That I didn't need to worry about him. So I just got caught up in my own worries. Riser, the upcoming match, all that. And then this nun, I just never expecting him to act out like this. It just caught me by surprise, and I reacted without thought. Akeno sighed as she tried to make all her anger drain away. She really shouldn't have said all that stuff. She knew Rias was stressed enough without her adding on to it. She was just mad and annoyed by how Rias had been treating Naruto like a side concern. It wasn't as bad as she had made it seem, and Rias hadn't been doing it with any malicious intent. She had simply been distracted. Hopefully she'll change. For now she has to make sure this situation doesn't end badly. She then put a comforting hand on Rias' shoulder before telling her. I'm sure Naruto-kun barely even noticed. He certainly won't hold it against you. Even I know that, Rias commented with a small smirk. She then asked, so what is it you recommend I do in this situation, Akeno? Akeno thought for a moment before announcing calmly. Rias, you've been spoiled by myself, Kaneko, and Yuto. We all listened to you without much protest. It isn't your fault. This is just the first time you've had to deal with a servant who is disobeying you. So you now need to make a decision, Rias. Do you want a servant, or a friend? Is that even a question, Akeno? You know the answer to that, Rias stated in disbelief. Do I? I know which choice I hope you choose, but you still have to make it. If only to yourself. You haven't been behaving like the answer should be clear. You've been thinking of Naruto as a servant, and haven't tried to be his friend. Akeno informed her seriously before continuing. You are a member of the Grimoire clan, a family that has such extraordinary affection among devils that they are said to not differentiate between servants and themselves. It's time to prove it. Accept Naruto as he is, faults and all. Think of him as a friend, and not a servant. If you do that, the answer of what we should do is pretty clear. Rias took her words in seriously. Being a friend is accepting the faults of your friends, and still staying beside them. Even when they do something dangerous and reckless. Looking up at the other members of her peerage, she examined them. Yuto looked like he was barely stopping himself from sprinting out the door. Of course he wanted to go help Naruto. Kaneko was actually slipping on a pair of combat gloves. For all her aloof behavior, Kaneko was the type to help her comrades when they need it. Akeno would look calm and composed to most people, but Rias had known her for years. The two were best friends. So it was easy for Rias to tell Akeno was in the same state as Yuto, barely containing herself. What they wanted to do was abundantly clear. With a small smile, Rias stood up. She then announced, looks like we need to go help out friend, even if he is being reckless and dangerous. Naruto teleported onto the street right before the church he had directed Asia to before. That meant it was the base of the fallen angels, where they were now holding Asia. The sky was dark. The sun had been setting when he had left the clubroom, and he had briefly headed home. He'd changed into his workout clothes and devoured some food in record time. His workout clothes were better suited for combat than the academy uniform. The food was just common sense. He hadn't eaten for near a full day, and he had been hungry. This was going to be difficult enough without his stomach aching from hunger. Now he was all ready and looking at the large gate of the fence around the church. He couldn't hold anything back. He was going all out right from the beginning. Naruto had already made the mistake of underestimating his opponents yesterday. He was still berating himself for what happened the previous day. He'd made mistake after mistake. Not even honest mistakes either. Stupid, amateur ones, the sort of things he would have made as a genin. Okay, he's still a genin, but he means before he had gone on the training trip with Jiraiya. He hadn't taken Freed seriously enough, allowing the exorcist to survive till the fallen angels had come. He tried to hide in an obvious space like the park, allowing Daneseek to find him. He'd prioritized getting information out of Daneseek over finishing him and getting Asia to safety. Most of all, Naruto had gotten cocky when it became clear he outclassed Daneseek. That had allowed the fallen angel to target Asia and near fatally injure Naruto. One thing after another. Naruto had clearly lost his edge since coming to this world because he was sure the Naruto that defeated Pain or fought Madara wouldn't have done such a poor job of protecting Asia, decreased power or not. He would have pulled out all the stops to rescue his friend. He would have fought and struggled till he succeeded. Instead Naruto had botched it. Not again though. He was going to pull out all the stops this time. He would rescue Asia or he would die trying. His mind firm and unwavering, Naruto started walking forward. Once he was right in front of the gate, he raised his leg. A power-packed kick sent the large gates flying. The metal crashed onto the ground, making a ruckus in the process. Just what he wanted. Naruto only got 10 steps in before 3 blurs came out of the church entrance. Naruto stopped and watched seriously as the 3 blurs alighted on the ground a short distance from him. He wasn't surprised to see they were fallen angels. All 3 of them were females. The one on the right was a petite blonde hair done up in short pigtails and blue eyes. She seemed to be wearing a gothic Lolita dress. A black dress with lots of white frills. The one on the left was a more mature woman. She had navy blue hair which fell over her right eye. She was tall and rather buxom, facts that were highlighted by her cleavage displaying shirt and a miniskirt. The one in the center seemed to be the leader, having the strongest magic signature of the 3. She was a brunette with violet eyes. Her generously curved figure was covered by what can only be described as leather straps. A single strap wrapped around her breasts, covering her nipples. Just under her breasts was a thicker strap which seemed to serve no purpose really. What appeared to be a skimpy bikini bottom or leather thong covered her crotch. Otherwise she had shoulder pads, leather gloves that went to her upper arm, and leather thigh-high boots. It was kind of ridiculous that the gloves and boots covered more skin than her top and bottoms. The apparent leader looked at him with a tilted head, a smirk on her face. She then commented in amusement. "So you lived. Actually rather impressive. We thought for sure you were a goner. Clearly you suffered some brain damage though, since you came here like this." Naruto didn't answer in favor of just looking at her seriously. Ordinarily he would have fired back by commenting on how she was wearing belts as clothing, but he was not interested in bantering. She didn't seem bothered by his silence though, and just lifted her hands in a, "What can you do?" gesture before continuing. "You even got here before we could finish preparing the ceremony. It is taking a bit longer without Daneseek, but we'll manage. We'll just use this opportunity to play with you a bit. You did kill Daneseek after all. The man was a pain, but that doesn't mean we'll let you off." Kalawarner, Midelt. The 2 others quickly jumped into the air. Naruto tensed in preparation, but they didn't attack him. The 2 just hovered as magic circles formed in front of them. After they finished whatever it was that they were doing, a purple dome formed above the church. A barrier. The 2 quickly dropped back down. The little blonde then told Naruto mockingly, "And now no help will be coming for you. We've got you all to ourselves." The older one then added, 3 women all to yourself. Isn't this a man's dream? The reality doesn't quite match the fantasy, but I heard it is better to be optimistic when about to die." When Naruto still didn't respond, the leader tilted her head and questioned in a teasing voice. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Too scared to say anything? Come on, this isn't as fun for us if you don't play along." "I'm only going to give you one warning," Naruto finally announced. Making sure to look each of them in the eyes, he took a deep breath before declaring seriously. "Let Asia go. If you do that, I shall leave without a fight. If you insist upon keeping her though, I cannot guarantee you won't be the same after tonight." The 3 blinked at him in shock before they burst out laughing in unison. The leader held a hand to her face as she giggled. She then removed it to show a wide smile as she retorted happily. "That's good. I needed a good laugh. Keep saying things like that, and I'll be tempted to keep you." "I warned you," Naruto replied solemnly. "Yes, you did. Now let's see if you can back up your bark. Little boy, the leader said, clearly not intimidated in the least by Naruto. Not only was she stronger than Danesek, but she had two allies by her side while he was alone. Crossing her arms, she looked at him expectantly with a small smile. Just blatantly showing how unworried she was by his threat. Never say Naruto isn't prepared to back up his words. He may talk loud, but he is always ready to back them up. He'd rather gnaw off his own arm than break a promise. So he just took a deep breath as he held his right arm out to the side. The fallen angels didn't even attempt to stop whatever it was he was planning, their arrogance at play. A golden magic circle immediately formed before Naruto's outstretched hand. Reaching into it, the end of his arm seemed to dissolve. Naruto could still feel it though, and he searched the pocket dimension with his hand. Feeling his hand come into contact with what he was looking for, he grasped it and started pulling his hand back. His arm was drawn back out of the magic circle. When it got to his hand though, it revealed he had something grasped in his hand. Slowly, inch by inch the object was revealed. First the handle and hilt were revealed, intricate blue and gold designs were embedded into it. Several small purple gems were placed along the center. The long blade was then exposed to the air. The blade was golden, the sharpened edges a gleaming silver. Several runes were inscribed at the base of the blade, and the tip had a blue symbol. It was a beautiful sword, almost grandiose. It wasn't just showy either. As soon as the golden magic circle Naruto had pulled it from disappeared, it was like a dam had burst. The immediate area around them was bathed in a holy aura, enough power that it felt like it was pressing down on everyone in its presence. The fallen angels all reacted in shock and horror as they felt the holy power of the sword. The leader immediately screeched as she took a step back. Where did you get a true holy sword? And how can a devil wield it? Holding the sword in front of him in a ready position, Naruto informed them in a blank voice of stating fact. This is Excalibur Ruler, the holy sword of control. An important friend gifted me with it. As for why I wield it because she entrusted it to me, and I never betray those who place their trust in me. Being a devil won't prevent that. Excalibur Ruler. Crap. Stay away from. The leader shrieked as the three prepared to try and flee. Too late. Obey. Naruto interrupted as he invoked Excalibur Ruler's ability to control anything the wielder wishes. The sword immediately shined brightly, the light invading the eyes of everyone who could see it. The fallen angels screamed as they were engulfed. The light remained for a second before it blinked out. Naruto looked to see the three fallen angels standing where they had before. Except they weren't about to flee any longer. The three were just standing there, their eyes blank and glazed over. I warned you, but now I got to save Asia. I'll deal with you three later. Naruto muttered as he walked past the three hypnotized fallen angels. With the main threats dealt with, Naruto strode into the church with a determined gait. He looked around in annoyance when he saw it was empty. Closing his eyes, Naruto drew upon a minuscule amount of natural energy. He didn't have the reserves to try and enter Sage mode right now, but he could still call upon the sensor capabilities his Sage training had given him. It only took a second for Naruto to locate Asia, especially since she was surrounded by about 60 people Naruto suspected to be stray exorcists. There was a large underground chamber under the church. Naruto quickly strode towards where he sensed the entrance tunnel with single-minded focus. Reaching the wooden altar, Naruto didn't hesitate to smack it with his open left hand. The altar was destroyed, the fragments flying through the air to hit the stone wall. In its place was the hidden tunnel. Naruto headed down quickly. There were quite a lot of steps. It felt like he descended 100 before he finally came out into the large stone chamber. The roof was at least 30 meters tall, and the entire room was probably 50 meters long and wide. Good. This room had clearly been structurally stabilized with magic by the fallen angels. That meant Naruto could go all out without worry about the place collapsing on top of him. His eyes were then drawn to the mass of exorcists. They were all dressed in black robes, with black hoods covering their faces. Only their eyes and mouths were shown. Almost all of them were holding light swords. Naruto's eyes then moved onward to see that the stray exorcists were standing protectively before a large, pyramid-like platform, on top of which rested Asia, right before a large ornate cross. She was dressed in a dirty tan slip instead of her nun attire. She was down on her knees, looking at him in shock. Standing right beside her was Freed. Oh, looks like the shitty devil got past the fallen angels. How annoying. Exciting for me. Now I get to watch you die myself. Freed exclaimed loudly. Naruto ignored the insane priest entirely in favor of locking eyes with Asia. Flashing her a confident smile, he declared, "Don't you worry, Asia-chan. I'll rescue you, no problem. It's a promise. Just wait up there for a few minutes." Asia looked shocked, but eventually broke into a grin. With tears forming in her eyes, she nodded at him. Hey, shitty devil, don't ignore me, Freed screamed in anger. Naruto brushed off his words in favor of looking at the gathering of priests. He then announced, "I'll do the same thing for you all that I did for the fallen angels. I'll give you one warning. Let Asia go. If you do that, I shall leave without a fight. If you insist on keeping her though, expect me to come at you full strength. I'll hold nothing back. Hey, shitty devil is making threats now. Fuck off with that shit. Those bitches apparently failed to deal with you, but you're probably tired now. We also outnumber you," Fried grumbled in annoyance. Naruto just shrugged at his words. Fried's words were true. Despite getting past the fallen angels without a fight, using Excalibur ruler was draining. The process by which it controlled others is energy demanding. Thankfully the energy consumption partly relied upon the wills of the one using it and the one being affected. Those fallen angels weren't schmucks when it came to willpower, but Naruto was widely known for his indomitable will. It was no contest, so it had taken comparatively little energy to control them than if they had the stronger willpower, but it was still a good amount. To get all three of them Naruto had used a good chunk of his chakra. He didn't have enough left to control all 60 exorcists here, so he had to fight them using more conventional methods, where their numbers could be used against him. He was still confident though. "I warned you," Naruto told them seriously. The exorcists all prepared to charge towards Naruto to swarm him en masse, but Naruto always preferred having the first move. With a jump Naruto launched himself into the air. Predicting his arc and when he would hit the ground, Naruto started flipping as he came down. Landing right in the middle of the exorcists, Naruto's flip was perfect so that his heel connected with the ground first. The exorcists had all gotten out of the way of the blindingly obvious axe kick, but they had no way of knowing what a reaction the attack would cause. "Sutenkyaku," Naruto announced as the ground cracked and exploded around the impact zone of his kick. The stone ground shattered, and large pieces of the ground shot upwards. The exorcists were completely caught off guard. Those closest to Naruto were knocked down either by the ground collapsing under them or from being victims of the flying stones his kick had launched into the air. Those further away had to raise their hands up to prevent the dust and rocks filling the air from getting into their eyes. Which was a perfect opportunity for Naruto to attack. Kicking off the nearest stone piece, Naruto shot towards the nearest cluster of exorcists. Lifting Excalibur ruler, Naruto slashed at the nearest exorcist. The exorcist lifted his light blade to block. Now, Excalibur ruler is not the most destructive sword, even among the fragments of Excalibur. Despite being hailed as the strongest fragment, it wasn't meant to be a massively overpowered sword. It didn't launch blasts of holy energy or destroy everything it touched. It was instead a more elegant sword, with its main ability being its control capability. However, it still was a true, holy sword. When used with Naruto's rook strength behind it, the cheap, mass-produced light swords of the exorcists didn't stand a chance. They shattered like glass. Excalibur ruler then continued, slicing clean through the closest exorcist's waist to cut into the two behind him as well. Just like that, 3 exorcists down. Naruto turned and jumped towards the next closest group of exorcists, and like that the slaughter began. Naruto did not have Yuto's skill with a blade. He didn't have any skill with a blade. While passable with a kunai, trying to use Excalibur ruler like a kunai was just stupid. So he didn't even try to be elegant or graceful while using Excalibur ruler. He instead embraced waving it around like a club. It worked after all. The exorcists couldn't block his strikes. Their weapons shattered from the force Naruto was putting into his swings. With wide swings he could hit any that were close together. Any that got close to him also fell prey to his wild swings. A number of the exorcists took out guns like Fried had used the previous night, but those failed to change anything either. Naruto completely ignored the ineffective shots. They just bounced off. Instead he just continued to wade into any nearby groups of exorcists. It helped that none of them proved as good with them as Fried had been. As long as he kept moving, most of the shots missed him. Some hit their own guys. Naruto felt like a butcher, but he didn't back down. He'd warned them. These guys had been willing to harm Asia for her sacred gear. They chose for things to end up this way. Naruto's rhythm was interrupted when he felt Excalibur ruler stop in the rib cage of an exorcist. With a frown, he tried to pull it out. It stayed in there stubbornly though. It was stuck in the guy's bones. Naruto would have just pulled it out with brute force, but several nearby exorcists saw the chance. One tried to slice through Naruto's arm that was grasping Excalibur ruler, forcing Naruto to let go. A simple hook with his now free right hand broke the guy's jaw and sent him flying. Seeing more exorcists trying to attack now that Naruto was weaponless, Naruto decided to revert to good old fisticuffs. Pressing one hand against a nearby boulder from when Naruto had broken the floor, he used chakra to make it stick to his hand. He then chucked it at the group. The results were not pretty for those that were hit. Naruto followed in the wake of the boulder as well, using quick strikes to finish any that had managed to avoid. Taking the exorcists out was more difficult now that he couldn't just randomly wade into the enemy while swinging his sword around. The light swords couldn't damage Naruto too badly, but he wasn't going to risk them managing to slice a muscle, tendon, or important artery. So he made sure to avoid the weapons of the enemy. It involved much more darting around than before. Naruto jumped on any lone exorcist, and chucked boulders at any groups that tried to attack him. Several times he grabbed the arms of those who were swinging at him, and threw them into walls with bone-breaking force. With most of the exorcists already sliced down, it only took Naruto a few minutes to finish off the remnants. Although he didn't come out unscathed, he got a few wounds in the process of cutting the exorcists down. His sleeveless shirt had been turned to scrap by all the light bullets. His right forearm sported a shallow cut. The most annoying was a small cut on his hairline though, which caused a stream of blood to run down one side of his face. He was mostly unharmed though. Any feeling of triumph was cut off when he heard an insane laughter. Naruto turned to see Freed holding Excalibur ruler. His eyes widened in shock. What the? Selene had told him people capable of swinging holy swords are extremely rare. It's why he felt confident with leaving it there. Of course Freed happens to be able to use them. That's just Naruto's luck. As soon as he lets Excalibur ruler out of his grasp, someone who can use it is right there. Naruto immediately demanded, "How are you holding Excalibur ruler?" Haha, it worked. I thought that old fucker was messing with me, but it worked. He actually gave me the ability to wield a true holy sword. Freed declared gleefully. He then looked at Naruto with a menacing smirk as he continued. Thanks, shitty devil, I always wanted one of these, but I wasn't considered stable enough. Even after that old fucker experimented on me, they told me to wait for the right time, and all that shit. Now I've got the strongest fragment of Excalibur. Not sure where you got this, and I sure as hell don't care. All I know is that I'll put this to good use, and I know of a few people who will really like this development. First I'll kill you, and then I think I'll control that shitty nun you were so infatuated with. She seems like she'll be a good slave. Yep, I'll have a lot of fun with her. Hell, those fallen angel bitches too. Never liked them. The possibilities are endless. Dealing with you is first though. I'm going to really enjoy this, you shitty devil. Now stand still and let me cut you up. The end of his spiel was punctuated by Excalibur ruler lighting up again. Naruto had tried to reach Freed before it could set in, but he just didn't have that sort of speed. He cursed as he felt Excalibur ruler start affecting his mind. The light died down to show Naruto standing with his head down, his hair shadowing his eyes. Seeing that he was helpless, Freed jumped forward. With a gleeful cackle he swung the blade at Naruto. Don't fuck with me, Naruto screamed as he moved. Slipping under the swing, Naruto grabbed under Freed's shoulder and tossed him over his hip with Freed's momentum. Freed went flying down the length of the chamber, finally landing in a heap. As the insane priest got up while cursing profusely, Naruto pointed at him and declared with a powerful resolve. Don't act so confident just because you have a fancy sword in your hand. You know nothing about that sword. Excalibur ruler is heavily dependent upon the wills of both the wielder and the victim. I promised Asia I would rescue her. I never break my promises. I shall rescue her, and no one can change that. Not you, not Excalibur ruler, not even God himself. Someone like you can never understand that sort of resolve. You may be able to hold that sword, but you will never be able to use its power to control me. Naruto proclaimed boldly. Shitty fucking sword, not doing what it was frickin' built to do. Freed snapped as he got to his feet. Growling at Naruto, he held up the sword as he snarled out. Fine then, fight back. I've got a fucking holy sword now, devil. One scratch with this and you are done. So bring it on. You won't get one scratch, Naruto claimed, unflinching at the thought of battling with a holy sword. Just die already, you shitty devil. Freed screamed out as he charged at Naruto. Naruto shot forward as well. As the two approached, Naruto held out his armored hand while Freed swung Excalibur ruler. Freed's sneer widened as it became clear Naruto was going to try and catch the sword. That was not going to work against a holy sword, armored gloves are not. Right as it looked inevitable that Naruto would lose a hand, Naruto locked eyes with Freed. The exorcist immediately froze up, stopping all movement. Naruto took advantage of the opportunity. His raised hand caught Freed's wrist, snapping it with a flick of his wrist. Freed's damaged wrist caused him to drop Excalibur ruler. Naruto then stepped forward, lifting up his leg. You first, shitty priest. Naruto yelled as the bottom of his foot connected with Freed's chest. The front snap kick had enough power to send Freed flying backward till he connected with the wall, a sickening crack sounding out. The priest fell to the ground limply. Temporary paralysis technique for the win. The simple technique allowed one to temporarily restrain an opponent through eye contact. It appeared devils and fallen angels were immune to it. It's a good thing Freed is a human then. It only works for a second if the victim is strong, but Naruto had just proved 1 second is more than enough. Naruto bent down and grabbed Excalibur ruler's handle as he grumbled. Taking my sword. If he wants it so bad I'm willing to shove it up his ass. With his holy sword safely back in his possession, Naruto's mind wandered back to just why he had come here. His head snapped up and he yelled out, Asia. Seeing her still on top of the platform, Naruto started running in her direction. Quickly climbing the steps, he soon arrived right in front of her. He immediately crouched down and started looking over her as he questioned in concern. Are you alright? They didn't hurt you, did they? Asia just watched him with wide eyes. After a few seconds though her eyes started watering. Naruto immediately panicked in response, but she threw herself at him before he could ask her anything. Burying her head in his chest and throwing her arms around him, she sobbed out. I was so scared. Our Rainier-sama said she wanted my twilight healing. She was going to take it. Naruto was caught off guard, but eventually managed to recover enough to wrap his arms around the crying nun. He then whispered to her soothingly. There, they can't hurt you now. Why yes, but you know what? Asia replied with her face still buried in his chest, muffling the words slightly. She then looked at Naruto to show that despite her teary eyes, she was beaming. She then declared, I knew Naruto-san would come. I didn't pray to God. I didn't say my prayers. My life didn't flash before my eyes. Because I knew you would come rescue me. That surprised Naruto, but he quickly gave her a wide grin as he exclaimed. Of course, I promised to protect you, and I always keep my promises. Putting her face back against his chest when she felt herself blushing, she nodded her head at his words. She then mumbled into his chest. Meeting you really was a gift from God, Naruto-san. Naruto raised his free hand to scratch the back of his head sheepishly at that. A gift from God, huh? That isn't going to inflate his ego. Looking around at the scattered bodies littering the floor of the chamber, Naruto let out a sigh. Pulling away from Asia, he looked at her before asking softly. Do you think you can do something for me, Asia-chan? Asia looked surprised at the question, but quickly nodded her head and answered. Of course, Naruto-san. Whatever you want, I'll do it. Do you think you can go check on the exorcists? Heal any of them? Naruto asked awkwardly. Seeing Asia's surprised look, he scratched his head before explaining awkwardly. I know I gave them a choice. I know they were standing between me and you. I know some of them probably deserve to die, but I've never been comfortable with killing. I'll probably regret it, but I'd prefer to save any that can be. Asia just stared at him with wide eyes, but then nodded with a wide smile and answered. Okay, I'll heal any that I can. Thanks, Asia-chan. I know I'm being kind of selfish here. They were just holding you after all. This is probably hard for you. Naruto said to her regretfully. No, it's fine, Asia quickly claimed before looking at him in admiration while adding. It's nice that you care. Even if you just were fighting them, you value their lives. You care about even your enemies. That isn't something you should ever have to apologize for, Naruto-san. That is a trait that just proves how beautiful a soul you have. And that caused Naruto to blush. He looked away, not quite sure how to respond. Asia seemed to realize what she said. She squeaked and looked at the ground, her face flushed. After a few moments of this, Asia started scurrying down the steps to start looking for any of the injured that could be saved. Naruto quickly added, except Freed. That maniac just needed to die. Asia nodded and started looking over all the bodies. It quickly became clear that the vast majority of them were already dead. Naruto had kept his word about not holding back. Some of the exorcists had been entirely bisected at their waists, some were decapitated, and let's not forget those Naruto chucked boulders at. A human doesn't take a boulder to the face without things getting messy. Asia managed to find a few that had gone into shock from losing a limb to Naruto. Those she managed to patch up. They'd still lose the limb, but they'd live. Most of the ones she managed to save were those that had received friendly fire from their buddies with the light guns. In the end Asia had only managed to work on just short a dozen exorcists, 1 or 2 likely to still pass away. Maybe 10 survivors of a group of 60. Naruto was actually impressed by Asia. It was a messy scene, what with bisected bodies and crushed skulls. Yet she didn't flinch or shy away. She just got a firm look on her face and continued working. Okay, I think that's it. I've done what I can for those I could help, Asia finally announced as she stopped healing one exorcist who had received 3 light bullets to the stomach. Alright, good job, Asia-chan, Naruto said from where he had been sitting. While she had been working, he'd been taking a breather. He still had a bit of chakra, but he had just tanked 60 exorcists. That is rather intense, and he needed a bit of a rest. Thanks, but I wish I could have helped more of them, Asia claimed while looking at the ground sadly. Look at me, Asia-chan, Naruto ordered her as he stood up and approached her. She hesitantly followed the order. Looking her in the eyes, Naruto laid his hands on her shoulders as he told her firmly. If it wasn't for you, those 10 wouldn't stand a chance. I'm the one that killed the others. That's on me. You just saved 10 lives. That's a magnificent job. No one could expect more. Thank you, Naruto-san. Asia whispered shyly, blushing and averting her eyes. She then opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly lost her balance. Whoa, Naruto exclaimed as he caught the falling nun. He then asked in concern. Are you okay, Asia-chan? Why yes, Naruto-san. I'm just feeling a bit lightheaded, Asia claimed sheepishly. Naruto frowned as he mentally berated himself. Of course she would be tired. Who knows when the fallen angels had last allowed her to eat. Not to mention the emotional stress from being held prisoner and then rescued. Finally healing life-threatening injuries of 10 people. She was just reaching the end of her rope mentally. She needed time for rest and relaxation. To absorb all that had happened. What Naruto did next was only natural. Hooking an arm under her legs, while making sure to keep the sword he had in the hand from cutting her, he lifted her up into a bridal carry while saying, "Up you go." Asia blushed profusely at the action and immediately stuttered out. What are you doing, Naruto-san? Isn't it obvious? You're clearly tired, so I'm going to carry you out of here. Naruto replied nonchalantly. That is unnecessary. I am fine, Asia claimed with her embarrassment clear. Nonsense. You've been through enough, and I asked you to use your powers. Carrying you out of here is the least I can do. Now stop talking and look pretty while I get us out of here before these exorcists wake up. Naruto told her with a wide grin. Asia blushed again, but seemed to follow the order. Before Naruto could start walking though, the two heard a grinding noise. Naruto turned to see Fried limping into a dark tunnel that definitely hadn't been there a few minutes ago. They then watched as it closed behind him. Naruto just stood gaping. What the hell? Fried was alive. He took a full-on kick from Naruto. Naruto had thought he'd caved in his ribcage. Not to mention the stray priest had smacked into a stone wall with sickening force. The fact that he was not only alive, but walking was just astonishing. Fried may be a fucking maniac, but he's a durable fucking maniac. Naruto considered trying to chase him down. He could probably break through that hidden tunnel and catch Fried before he got too far. He was clearly injured considering how he was walking. When he looked at Asia though, he scrapped the idea. Asia was tired and vulnerable. He wasn't going to leave her alone to go chasing after Fried. He couldn't allow himself to get sidetracked. He'd done that enough yesterday. He'd completed what he set out to do. Saving Asia. He'd have to be satisfied with that. Naruto just knew letting Fried go was going to come back to bite him in the ass down the road though. Turning away from where Fried had escaped, Naruto started moving towards the way back out of this chamber. Walking up the stairs, they soon entered the regular church. He didn't get close to the door though before it was kicked open from the outside. Naruto looked in shock as two figures ran inside before coming to a stop after seeing him. Yuto, Kaneko-chan, Naruto questioned in surprise at seeing the two devils. Naruto, Yuto exclaimed in equal surprise. He then saw Asia in his arms and commented in surprise. You finished already. Senpai works fast, impressive. Kaneko remarked with the slightest bit of surprise in her voice. What are you two doing here? Rias-chan is going to be mad at you. Naruto asked in concern. He might have been willing to become a stray to save Asia, but he didn't want to drag these two down with him. Yuto just shot him a smile before stating. No she isn't. She came too, after all. What? Look, Yuto told him in amusement, stepping aside. Naruto tilted his head, but walked out of the church. He immediately saw what Yuto meant. Rias and Akino were both looking at the three hypnotized fallen angels, perplexed. Rias snapped her fingers in front of their faces before asking in blatant confusion. What sort of illusion is this? I've never seen anything like this. Rias-chan, Naruto called out. She looked at him, so he quickly moved closer to her before he questioned. What are you doing here, Rias-chan? Well, we were planning to assist you. Rias claimed before continuing while looking at Asia. Unfortunately, that pesky barrier was rather stubborn. It took a few minutes for Akino and I to break it down. It seems our help was unnecessary though. You seem to have managed on your own. Yeah, Naruto replied. He then quickly added, I appreciate the thought regardless. I hope so, Rias stated with a shrug. She nodded towards the unresponsive fallen angels and commented. I have to ask about this though. I've never seen anything like it before. Oh that, yeah, that's this sword at work, Naruto informed, waving it a bit while still holding Asia. That sword, Rias mumbled, confused by the answer. A gasp quickly drew her attention though. She turned to see Yuto looking at the sword with wide eyes. His hands then clenched as he proclaimed. I knew I sensed a holy sword, but never thought this. The power to control other living beings, that is Excalibur ruler. Wait, what? Excalibur ruler? Rias exclaimed in astonishment. She then looked at the sword in Naruto's hand with wide eyes. Excalibur ruler. The strongest fragment of the holy sword Excalibur, the weapon wielded by King Arthur himself. The fragment that disappeared soon after it was constructed and has remained missing for centuries. And Naruto, a devil, was wielding it. Naruto ignored the disbelieving stares in favor of announcing. Yep, Selene gave it to me. The Lady of the Lake. Akino repeated in confusion. Yep, apparently the blessing she gave King Arthur ended up saving his life at some point. He then swore her a debt of gratitude. Unfortunately, he died before he could fulfill it, so the burden fell on his family. For several centuries they couldn't fulfill it, and they considered it a blight on their ancestors' memory. When the original Excalibur broke, they managed to gain possession of Excalibur ruler. They then gave it to her as payment for that old debt. Naruto explained. And she just gave it to you? Akino questioned skeptically. Naruto shrugged before clarifying without much care. Excalibur ruler might be a valuable tool for us, but it was practically useless to her. She claims to have only accepted it in the first place because she wanted the Pendragon family to move on. She'd never particularly cared about the debt in the first place. She gave King Arthur the blessing to help him, and viewed the debt as unnecessary. With no use for it though, it was just gathering dust. When she sent me off to go to Kuoh, she gave it to me. She said she just wanted it gone, and was looking to pass it on at the first opportunity. That caused the listeners to sweat drop. That makes a disturbing amount of sense. For a true holy sword to be treated as a useless burden is a disturbing thought regardless. The Lady of the Lake is a god, so she had powers that far surpass a fragment of Excalibur, but still. Seeing them all speechless, Naruto continued. I really couldn't afford to hold back. Fighting these three would have been far too draining, even if I did win. I don't really like the idea of using this sword, but it was the best option. Naruto really wasn't fond of Excalibur ruler's ability. Control over all things the user wishes. The ability to subjugate the will of a person or even an object. It was like Kotoamatsukami all over again. If it wasn't for the fact that Excalibur ruler can be resisted if the person has a strong enough will, as Naruto proved with Freed, he'd probably refuse to use it entirely. Even now he had resolved to only use that ability sparingly. Then let me destroy it. Yuto burst out. Naruto's head snapped around to look at him in shock. Naruto hadn't ever heard such anger in Yuto's voice before. Yuto was always kind and polite to a fault. Yet his face was currently twisted with hatred as he glared at Excalibur ruler, almost as if he was attempting to melt it into molten slag with his gaze. Feeling entirely uncomfortable with the hatred in the normally kind Bishonen, Naruto shifted the sword to an angle where Yuto couldn't see it. Yuto's eyes quickly flicked to Naruto's, his anger at the move apparent. That only made Naruto more uneasy. Yuto, who he considered his best friend at this point, was glaring at him. Stealing himself, Naruto asked evenly. Why do you want to destroy it? Does it matter? Yuto demanded shortly. Yes. Naruto replied honestly before adding. Selene gave this to me. Not only was it a gift, but she told me to treasure it. To treat it as a companion. That it would be important in the future. I may not like its ability, but I owe Selene my life. I also trust her with my life. If she says it will be important, then I believe her. So you better have a damn good reason if you expect me to destroy this sword. Yuto looked incensed by his words. Naruto actually saw his hand twitch towards his sword. He then spun around and threw his hands into the air as he let out a curse. Yuto never cursed. Yeah, something is definitely wrong. Thoroughly worried by Yuto's behavior, Naruto watched him go carefully. His thoughts were ended though when he felt a small poke on his chest. Looking down, he saw Asia poking her index fingers together. She then asked timidly, Naruto-san, can you put me down now? Realizing he had been holding Asia through the entire explanation, Naruto chuckled awkwardly. Carefully placing the nun on her feet, he watched carefully to make sure she was okay. When she showed she could stand steadily, he nodded happily. Rias just watched all this silently before nodding towards the fallen angels again and questioning. So you used Excalibur ruler to subdue them. Why haven't you killed them? Naruto scratched his cheek as he claimed thoughtfully. I knew that what I was doing could threaten to destabilize the current situation between the three factions. I don't want to cause a war, so I decided to spare these three. I figured the Grigori would care more about them than the stray exorcists inside. I pacified them with the order of, stay here and don't do anything. Once I saved Asia, I was going to order them to return to the Grigori. I'd have my hold on them release once they got there. I had hoped by avoiding killing any more fallen angels that this incident would be passed off as an isolated incident not worth raising a fuss about. That is, actually rather sensible, Rias admitted with some slight surprise. When Naruto had gone storming off, vowing to rescue Asia, she'd assume he wouldn't make any plans or contingencies. Clearly she'd underestimated him. This would hurt the pride of the fallen angels, but the loss of any more fallen angels would make the leaders pass it off as inconsequential beyond that. Seems unnecessary now though. It appears that this group has gone rogue. They went against orders by planning to take Asia's sacred gear. The Grigori probably aren't happy with them right now. Naruto informed the group. How do you know that? Akino asked with a confused tilt of her head. Danesik implied it last night. I can also gain an understanding of the victims when I use Excalibur ruler. I can read their minds, you can say. Naruto claimed. That's kind of scary. Rias admitted as she considered that. You can read minds with magic, but it is a very weak magic. Anyone with a strong mind is immediately immune. You can also only read the person's surface thoughts even if it does work. I know. It's another reason I am reluctant to use this sword for anything other than dire situations. Naruto commented as he looked at the fallen angels. His eyes narrowed as a thought started going through his mind. He finally asked, Rias, do you mind helping me with something? Rias blinked in surprise before replying. Matters, what is it? I want you to lend me energy like you do when you are healing me. Naruto told her bluntly. Gesturing towards the fallen angels, he elaborated. I was just going to send them away, but I got a better idea. Excalibur ruler is capable of completely overriding the will of a victim. The process either takes a long time or a lot of energy. We don't have the time, and I don't have the energy. If you loan me energy though, I can probably manage it. Rias blinked in surprise before exclaiming in surprise. You want to brainwash them? No, that really came out wrong. Naruto spat out in shock, scandalized at the very idea. He massaged the bridge of his nose as he grumbled to himself before starting carefully. That came out wrong. I wouldn't be brainwashing them. I would leave their core personality the same. I would simply be removing the corruption, if you get what that means. I think I speak for all of us when I say no, we do not get what you mean. Akino stated frankly. Okay. It appears that the very essence of angels revolve around their moral choices. It appears to be why angels suffer physical changes if they indulge in one of the 7 deadly sins, becoming fallen angels. It doesn't just stop there though. The longer they are exposed to these changes, the more it affects them. Not just physically either, but mentally and emotionally. It can be resisted if one's will is strong enough, but if not, their psyches will be slowly corrupted by those feelings. Like a disease or cancer. It then alters everything about them without truly changing them. Naruto awkwardly explained. Seeing the blank looks he was receiving, he sighed and gestured at the fallen angels as he continued. Let's use these 3 as examples. Mitelt here became a fallen angel by succumbing to wrath. She lost friends to devils, and became a fallen angel due to her desire to get revenge. Calawarner fell in love with a human. Angels can have sex, but both participants have to go through long rituals to purify themselves. Neither participant can have possessive thoughts either, it has to be done through pure love. Naturally, most humans can never fulfill that second requirement. She decided to be with him regardless. So she fell due to her lust and greed for a relationship with that person, but then her lover died several decades later and she was left a fallen angel. She feels like she did nothing wrong, just falling in love with a human. Rainier succumbed to pride and greed. She not only has a strong pride, but also feels a strong desire to prove herself. So she desires power. She fell when she turned to more unscrupulous methods of gaining power. I won't be changing who they are. Mitelt will still feel wrath towards devils. Calawarner will still feel bitter towards God for punishing her for falling in love with a human. Rainier will still desire power. That is part of their base personality, which I will be leaving alone. I'll simply use Excalibur ruler to remove the corruption that has formed in their psyches from centuries of having those feelings fester. Naruto explained to them. So you'll almost be turning back the clock in their minds? Akino questioned with a tilt of her head. Yes, Naruto claimed immediately, pointing at her happily. He then continued, I shall remove all the damage their minds have accumulated over the centuries of them being fallen angels. Return them to a mental state most similar to when they first fell. They won't be allies per se, but they'll definitely be much more reasonable and rational. I see, Rias mumbled as she considered what Naruto was saying. She couldn't quite understand what he meant, but Naruto was a good guy. If he wanted to do this, then it was probably beneficial to the fallen angels. Finally she nodded and asked, okay, what do I have to do? Just supply me with energy. I'll be able to speed up the process if I don't worry about energy consumption, but it will still take 10 minutes or so. Naruto informed her. When she nodded, he turned towards the fallen angels. Lifting Excalibur ruler, he closed his eyes and focused. The holy sword lit up with light again, but this time didn't die down. All those watching looked at the spectacle in interest. Rias was given a front row seat as she had to keep her hand in contact with Naruto's shoulder. Akeno and Asia both stayed close. Kaneko was a bit further away. Yuto had gone the farthest, leaning against a tree just barely in sight. The process stretched into minutes. All those watching noticed as Naruto seemed to wilt as it continued. His shoulders slumped, he started breathing heavier, dark bags started forming under his eyes, and his face grew stiff. It was like every minute took 2 or 3 hours out of him. It stopped near the 15-minute mark. The light from the holy sword died down. Naruto slumped and stumbled, but Rias quickly caught him. Putting his arm around her shoulders, she allowed him to lean on her. She then turned them towards the fallen angels, who had all fallen to their knees. "Ga, what did you do to us?" Calawarner demanded as she held her head in her hands. "Oh good lord, I feel all loopy," Mitelt muttered to herself. Despite being completely beat, Naruto told them, "I did warn you three that you might not be the same after tonight. So congratulations, you just had yours truly poking around in your minds." "What?" the three all demanded in unison. Sighing at having to explain, he told them brusquely, "I didn't do anything sinister. You are still you. I didn't make you sex slaves or anything. No sudden urges or changes. If anything, you'll probably feel more clear-headed than you have in years." "It feels like a fog has been lifted from my thoughts," Rainier admitted in surprise. Nodding, Naruto replied, "Exactly. I used Excalibur ruler to purge the corruption from your minds. You are still yourselves, but I hope more rational and considerate versions of yourselves." The three didn't quite know how to respond. What do you say to someone who just went through your minds? Seeing they weren't going to say anything, Naruto told them since he just wanted to go and rest. "I saved Asia, and now you are outnumbered. There are a few exorcists still alive inside. Go fetch them, and then go back to your leaders." Wait, not quite yet. Rias burst out suddenly. She had just had a brilliant, insane idea. Naruto and the fallen angels looked at her in surprise. Straightening and putting on a noble bearing, she told the three sternly. "We know you three disobeyed your orders from the Grigori. Not only that, but you started acting within my territory. Your exorcist killed one of our clients, and attacked one of my servants. Your fate lies within my hands." What do you want? Rainier cautiously asked. Pointing at the three, Rias announced calmly, "I shall let 2 of you go, but one of you must stay here and become my servant. To become a devil in my peerage." As the fallen angels recoiled in horror, Rias' own peerage showed varying states of surprise. Their expressions then changed to show what they were thinking of it. Naruto and Kaneko both looked neutral about it, but Yuto didn't look happy. Surprisingly, neither did Akeno. Rias didn't allow her expression to change though. She kept her calm and collected look, despite the fact that she was flying by the seat of her pants here. She had not planned this out ahead of time. It had just come to her. This was an amazing opportunity. She now had 3 fallen angels at her mercy. If Rias is the type of king that waits for opportunities to fall into her lap, then she simply has to take advantage of this. The fallen angels didn't seem too pleased by the idea though, and Midelt quickly snapped. "Hell no." Rias just shrugged before informing them nonchalantly. "Too bad. You 3 are under my control. If I don't willingly let you go, then my responsibility is to send you to the underworld as hostages. You'd then have to wait until the Grigori negotiated for your release. Considering none of you have multiple sets of wings though, the chance of that ever happening is low. You are even traitors as well. They might be willing to take you back, but give reparations to get you back. Not good odds." The fallen angels were looking more and more uneasy as she continued. Rias quickly glared at Naruto when he opened his mouth, making it clear he wasn't to speak. Luckily Naruto closed his mouth since she looked scary right then. Turning back to the fallen angels, she finished. "So you have 2 options. One of you becomes a devil by joining my peerage, and the other 2 get to go free. Or you 3 can become political hostages for the rest of your life. You can choose." The fallen angels now looked at each other wearily. It was clear which option they preferred, but clearly none of them wanted to be the sacrifice. Mitelt finally declared loudly, "I am not becoming a devil. No way." "Well, I'm not going to become the servant of the little girl either," Calawarner claimed stubbornly. Calawarner and Mitelt met eyes, and a message seemed to pass between them. The two then turned in unison to look at Rainier. The brunette blinked before exclaiming defiantly, "What? No, why me?" This whole thing was your idea, Rainier-sama. We just followed your lead," Mitelt pointed out with a smirk. Plus, as the leader you would be receiving the worst punishment when we return," Calawarner added quickly. That's," Rainier stuttered out, incapable of getting more out before she gained a thoughtful look. After several seconds of thought she shrugged and said, "All right." That's it? Rias asked, hiding her surprise. She had expected more protests and arguments. Well, yeah, Rainier admitted with a shrug. She then explained, I'm certainly not happy at the idea of becoming a devil, or at becoming your servant, but I am the one who concocted this plan. Which means I'd be given the harshest punishment. So becoming a devil under my control is simply preferable to serving your punishment. Rias deadpanned blankly. Seeing Rainier shrug at her words, she sighed. She'll take what she can get though. So she informed the group. Alright, Rainier-san has to stay, but you two can leave. The two nodded and quickly went into the church. Probably to wait for them to leave and gather any stuff they had there. Not to mention gather up what exorcists remained. Rias then turned to Asia. Frowning slightly, she looked between the nun and Naruto repeatedly before informing the blonde girl. You come with us as well. We have a lot to discuss. Asia looked nervous at finally being addressed. She had felt awkward ever since Naruto had put her down, almost to the point she wished she was still in her arms. She didn't want to be in his arms again for any other reason. Nope, being around all these unknown people who appear to be devils is just intimidating. She just needed her safety blanket in Naruto. She looked scared to reply to Rias' order, but Naruto quickly sidled over to her side. Feeling comforted by his presence, she managed to give a firm nod towards Rias and reply. Alright. Then everyone get close. We'll be leaving in one group. I want this entire situation figured out before any of us split up. Rias announced, waving everyone closer to her. Everyone moved closer to her, some more reluctantly. Yuto and Akino both made sure to stay as far from Rainier as possible, and the fallen angel just looked impassive, annoyed by the entire situation. Asia moved right to Naruto's side. A thought popped into Naruto's head though, and he questioned Rias curiously. I thought your summoning circles could only transport members of your household. How are you going to jump Asia-chan and Rainier-san? I'm going to use a more advanced circle. One neither you or Akino and do. It takes a few minutes to prepare, which is why I couldn't use it last night. Now just stay still as I form it. Rias explained before closing her eyes. As she concentrated on performing the more complex teleportation spell, Naruto's eyes drifted up into the sky. Someone had been watching them. Naruto wasn't sure if he had been there when he arrived, but he had sensed him when he had left the church with Asia. Whoever it was had been hiding under an extremely powerful cloaking spell. Powerful enough for neither Rias or Akino to notice his presence. Naruto only sensed him because his negative emotion sensing ability allowed him to notice the mass amounts of negative emotions the man had been directing at Naruto. Clearly Naruto had pissed him off by rescuing Asia, although Naruto doesn't know why. Naruto couldn't pinpoint his location though. He figured he'd have to go full-on Sage mode to have located his precise position, which was still outside his current abilities. Instead Naruto had behaved normally, like he didn't notice. He'd then tried to take control of the person with Excalibur ruler when he had used it on the fallen angels. Unfortunately Naruto's inability to see or locate the person had hampered the process, allowing the man to seemingly notice and teleport away before the control settled in. The situation seems resolved, but Naruto would still tell Rias. Someone hadn't wanted Naruto to rescue Asia, and was pissed about it. She probably wouldn't be able to make much more of it than him, but she should still know. The group was now in the clubroom. Rainier was laying in the middle of a red magic circle, with Rias standing above her. Naruto and Asia were sitting together on one of the couches. Kaneko was on the other one. The three of them were watching the proceedings with neutral expressions. Both Akino and Yuto were leaning against the farthest wall, neither looking happy at what was happening. I command thee, Rainier, on my name of Rias Grimori, become my servant. Return to this land as a devil. You shall lead a new life with great joy as my pawn. With that the pawn piece sunk into Rainier's chest, who had been lying on the floor. The red magic circle around her glowed before dying down. Rainier took a deep breath before slowly getting to her feet. She then looked at her hands and clenched them. I don't really feel any different, Rainier announced impassively. Well, I've never heard of a situation where a fallen angel has been reincarnated as a devil. Technically it should work, but there are bound to be a few differences. Unlike a human, you shouldn't receive any large physical enhancements from the process. Rias admitted carefully. Akino shifted awkwardly at the first statement, but it went unnoticed in the room. So I haven't received any benefits, but I've now got all the weaknesses of a devil. How great, Rainier stated sarcastically, with a pronounced frown. Her words caused Rias to frown as well. Despite her apparent acceptance of the situation, it was clear Rainier wasn't happy with all that had occurred. She simply knew it was better than the alternative, being punished by the Grigori. trying to be somewhat understanding towards her newest servant, but also needing to keep a big secret of one of her peerage members, Rias replied warily. We aren't sure. As I said, I at least don't know of another situation like this. You have gained the ability to use demonic power surely, and there might be other benefits from mixing fallen angel abilities with devil abilities. You might even end up not having any of the typical weaknesses of a devil, or possibly to a lessened amount. On the other hand though, you could receive no benefits and all the weaknesses. We are mixing two different types of beings. It could be amazing or catastrophic. Great, so I'm an experiment. Rainier muttered in discontent. Think of it as taking a gamble. Rias said optimistically. A gamble where I'm an experiment. Rainier still grumbled. Looking over her shoulder, she extended her wings curiously. They sprouted out of her shoulders. The right wing was the usual dark fallen angel wing, but her left was now a bat wing. The two different wings created an awkward dissymmetry that made her groan. She would have even preferred two devil wings. At least they'd match then. This was just unbalanced. Rias was interested though and commented. Interesting. You still have clear signs of being a fallen angel. I'd say it is more appropriate to refer to you as a fallen angel devil hybrid than a pure reincarnated devil. That did actually make Rainier feel a little better. She had never been the most prideful about fallen angels like some she had met, but it was a bit relieving to know she hadn't completely changed species. She didn't quite express that relief though and just muttered calmly. I guess it's something. I'll do a bit of research into your situation. I doubt this is the first time this has occurred. It's just a matter of if they recorded any information, and if they did, finding it. For now we'll proceed as if we're on our own. Rias announced, her eyes flickering to Akino briefly. Got it. Good, now we'll move on to the next piece of business. Rias said as she looked away from Rainier towards Asia. She then continued, I need to come to a decision regarding you now, Argento-san. Why yes, Asia replied nervously. She was immediately calmed when Naruto laid a hand on her shoulder. The nun was seated on the couch by Naruto. Rias frowned slightly when she saw just how close the nun had sidled up to her rook. It wasn't even a conscious act on her part, just instinctive. Rias really shouldn't be surprised. Asia is in a room with devils, of course she'd want to be close to the person she is comfortable with. Although it was probably more than that. Naruto had assaulted an enemy fortress alone just to rescue her. He'd saved her life, and literally swept her off her feet and carried her to safety. That's as close to a fairy tale ending that real life can get. What woman wouldn't feel their hearts flutter at the thought of that? Damn, even Rias was jealous. She was proud of her strength, but Naruto had hit the dashing warrior, Prince Ideal on the head with that act. Asia got Naruto, and she gets, Riser. Life is so not fair sometimes. Throwing those envious thoughts out of her mind, Rias looked at Asia seriously before telling her. I won't ask how you and Naruto met. You are clearly his friend, and that is enough for this club. I do however need to know just who you are. Why did you come here and why were you working with the fallen angels? Asia looked hesitant, looking at Naruto timidly for some sign of what she should do. He didn't say anything, instead just shooting her a reassuring grin. The message was clear, it was her choice. Which seemed to comfort her more than any words could have. Getting a resolute glint in her eyes, she looked at Rias and informed her. I came here after being exiled from the church. Exiled? Why were you exiled? Rias immediately asked. Asia fiddled with the nun attire she had changed to as she explained shyly. I was abandoned in front of a church as a baby. I was raised in the way of the Lord. When I was 8, I found an injured dog. I prayed to God in hopes that he would heal it, and something amazing happened. The dog healed. When the priests and nuns found out what I did, I was sent to a larger church. I was then told to heal the injuries of the Christians that came from all over the world. I was happy that my power could be used to help people. I was called the Holy Priestess. After a few years though, I came upon an injured devil. I healed him. That devil then attacked and killed a father. When everyone found out what I did, I was called a witch. My power, which was previous praised, was now considered heretical since it could be used to heal devils. Naruto interrupted by wrapping his arm around her shoulders. When she looked at him, he exclaimed indignantly. Then they're idiots. They decided to change their minds because they didn't like a particular aspect of your ability. Instead of focusing on the good, they only cared about the bad. That's their loss. You are a good girl with an amazing power. They must be blind to not see that. Asia blushed and muttered while poking her index fingers together. Thank you, Naruto-san, but it is because of me that the father died. No, it's because of the devil. He's the one who killed that man. Naruto asserted strongly before continuing her. You are guilty of nothing more than being a healer. You didn't care about that person's species. Only that he was injured. That is the trait of a good healer. You received that twilight healing for a reason, Asia-chan. You were born with the heart of a true healer, and the twilight healing is only a manifestation of that. Asia was clearly happy at his words, but Asia interrupted by Rias saying, I'm sorry for interrupting your moment, but we really need to get back to business. She wasn't too happy about Naruto and Asia having a moment right in front of her. Asia blushed and quickly said, Sorry. It's fine, just please get back to your story. Rias told her brusquely, still not too happy. Right, I was soon cast out of the church. I had nowhere to go. I was lost and without purpose. I was then found by a man. He said that the fallen angels were willing to take me in. I had no other options, and accepted. I was given a plane ticket to this town, and told to report to the church. Asia claimed before saying regretfully, I had no idea what they were planning. When I found out Father Fried had killed that man, I was horrified and scared. I had met Naruto-san before, and knew him to be a good person. So I willingly went with him. I see. I'd heard about the Holy Priestess, but I hadn't heard she'd been excommunicated. Makes sense. The church wouldn't want to broadcast an event like that. Rias muttered thoughtfully. She then turned to Rainier and asked, And how did you come into this? Rainier frowned before admitting, I'd long been interested in using the ritual to take a sacred gear. It was well known. A few weeks ago I was given a letter detailing the information that the holder of Twilight Healing would be coming to this town. It said that arrangements had been made to ensure I would be without supervision for a short time. I was to come here and take charge of this situation with whatever allies I could gather. The stray exorcists were already here when I arrived. I was to use the ritual to remove her sacred gear. It then said I would receive Twilight Healing as a reward. Rias quickly asked, Who sent you the letter? Rainier reluctantly admitted at that. It didn't say. Naruto was the one to pipe in with. And you didn't find that at all suspicious. Rainier frowned at the intent behind the question and explained in annoyance. That is what I meant by saying a fog was lifted from my mind earlier. I could finally see that all my decisions for the past century have been foolish. Full of arrogance. The intent behind them fits my goals, but the methods were clearly flawed. I wasn't thinking clearly. Currently I can clearly see I was being set up for something. At the time I simply figured it was a higher-ranked fallen angel who wanted to strengthen our faction by gaining powerful sacred gears. Azazel-sama has forbidden using the ritual, and many fallen angels dislike that. The secrecy was to prevent them from being implicated as well. Truthfully though, I didn't even think about it much. The temptation of gaining Twilight Healing was enough for me to throw away any suspicions I might have had. Rias stayed silent as she leaned against her desk. Thinking for a few more moments, she declared seriously. It appears that someone was manipulating all of this. Considering the person Naruto sensed was mad at him, we can assume they were wanting Asia to die having her sacred gear extracted. For what purpose we don't know. It must be a group with considerable influence though to have organized all those stray exorcists and prevented the Grigori from investigating your absence. A group of fallen angels could have done it. The church probably could have orchestrated it as well. What? The church wouldn't do that. Asia protested immediately. It makes sense. You were a great asset for them, but having you wander around after having you excommunicated would be a sign of weakness for the faithful. Not to mention the chance of you joining another faction. The motive to have you taken care of is there. Rias justified logically. Asia still looked like she was denying her words though. Rias then shrugged and added, Although I personally doubt it. I was simply saying it is possible. It's also possible devils orchestrated this. Or humans. Or another group. A group of fallen angels are the most likely suspects. However, if they really wanted Twilight Healing, they would have sent a stronger force of fallen angels. Not to mention not tried to conduct it deep within devil territory. There's just too little information to make a conclusion. That stinks, but I guess there is little we can do about it. Naruto muttered in an annoyed tone. I agree with you. For now we need to get back to the main business. Rias claimed. She then moved and sat down behind her desk. Crossing her fingers in front of her face, Rias looked at Asia before announcing seriously. The matter is clear. As a follower of the church, even if excommunicated, I cannot offer you my protection. But Rias-chan. Quiet, Naruto. Rias snapped quickly before Naruto could protest even more. Knowing Naruto couldn't restrain himself for long, Rias looked back at the now depressed Asia. She then continued, However, there is an option available to you. Rias pulled out a bishop piece before explaining. The bishop's role is to support the rest of the household. Your Twilight Healing means you are very well qualified for this duty. I cannot offer you my protection when you are simply a follower of the biblical God, even if you are excommunicated. If you join my peerage though, you would be within my jurisdiction and thus under my protection. I am offering you that chance. If I did this, became a devil, I could stay here. Asia asked uncertainly. Rias quickly nodded and assured her. Yes, you would be considered a part of my household, and all that entails. You would probably end up going to this school and joining this club as well. Asia only hesitated for a second. Peeking at Naruto out of the corner of her eyes, she gave a determined nod before answering. Okay, I'll do it. If I can stay here, then I'll become a devil. Understood. Lay down on the floor and I'll start the process of reincarnating you as my bishop. Rias said as she stood up. As Asia slowly laid on the ground, Rainier commented in an insulted tone. I'm a pawn, but she gets to be a bishop. Rias sighed and rolled her eyes before clarifying. It's simply a matter of classifying each of you into the roles you are best suited for. Asia's sacred gear and personality practically guarantee that she'll be relegated to a support role. Thus the bishop fits her. You are not only stronger and have a wider array of skills, but you are also far more experienced. Pawns are meant to be the pieces most likely to make it deep into enemy territory so they can be promoted. You have a good chance of surviving till that point. With the prideful hybrid now satisfied, Rias focused on Asia. Putting the bishop piece on her chest, Rias straightened back up. A red magic circle sprang up as Rias began her chant. I command thee, Ossia Argento, on my name of Rias Grimori, become my servant. Return to this land as a devil. You shall lead a new life with great joy as my bishop. And with that it was done. Asia weakly got to her feet. Naruto immediately moved to help her. He led her back to the couch where she had been sitting before. Rias then gave a weary sigh before announcing. I think that is enough for today. It is late, and a lot has happened today. Naruto, it is only sensible that Rainier-san and Asia-san live with you. Why is that sensible? Rainier asked with a raised eyebrow. Asia also let out a small squeak at the news. Naruto just looked at her before saying blankly, I live alone in a mansion. Rainier just stared, caught off guard. Seeing no lie in his eyes though, she shrugged and commented. At least the housing will be good. As the group started leaving though, Rias called out. Naruto-kun, can you wait for a minute? I want to talk to you, alone. Naruto looked at her in befuddlement, but finally gave a nod. He turned to Asia and Rainier and told them. Just wait outside, I'll be out in a few. The two then walked out of the door, although Asia was far more reluctant. Once the door closed behind them, Naruto turned towards Rias. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, he finally took a seat on the couch. She joined him, but neither of the two talked. Naruto finally broke the silence by turning to her and telling her. I still need to thank you for coming to help me, Rias-chan. Thanks. I also appreciate that you helped Asia-chan. I know she doesn't mean much to you, but she's my friend. So it means a lot to me. It's fine. Even I can empathize with her situation. It's nice to be able to help her. Not to mention I got a sacred gear using bishop out of it. So it isn't entirely selfless. Rias admitted shamelessly. She then grew noticeably nervous as she looked at Naruto, which was weird since Rias is rarely nervous. She finally burst out by saying, I'm sorry. Was Naruto's intelligent reply. Rias took a deep breath and looked Naruto in the eyes before going ahead all at once. I've not been a good king to you, Naruto-kun. I haven't been paying you enough attention. I saw that you were a competent fighter and adapted to being a devil quickly, and decided that was enough. I didn't make an effort to check with your progress or get to know you beyond a bit of banter when we were both in the clubroom. I neglected getting to know you, and instead viewed you as a servant. I'm sorry. I sincerely regret doing such a thing. I've just been distracted and because of that I was treating you badly. Really, I never noticed, Naruto finally commented, scratching his cheek with a puzzled grin on his face. He then shrugged and continued. I mean, yeah, you were distracted, but I'm bet it was about something really important. I'm not going to hold that against you. Plus, it isn't like you were mean or anything. Just busy. I like you enough to think of you as a friend. Maybe not a close friend, but still a friend. That's it, Rias asked skeptically. Of course, holding grudges is for people with nothing better to do. I'm glad to get to know you better, and I'm certainly not going to let some slight you imagined you made against me prevent that. Naruto stated casually. Rias burst out laughing at his answer. Seeing him looking at her curiously, she told him between chuckles. Both Akino and me commented that you would behave like that. Barely notice, and then wave it off. Shrugging at the answer, Naruto told her. Since you apologized, I guess it is only right I do the same. I'm certainly not saying I won't do it again, but I am sorry I left like that. I'm not sure that counts as an apology. Rias pointed out wryly. Naruto shrugged in acceptance of her words, making her giggle again. She then added, but it's really all I can get from you. You are going to just go running off again as soon as one of your friends is in trouble. It's just one of your faults that I'll have to accept, although it is admirable in a way. I'd like to think so, but you can take something else from it as well. Naruto told her with a smile. Rias raised an eyebrow and asked, and what is that? Naruto leaned forward till he was just an inch away from her face. Grinning at the flustered devil, he proclaimed honestly. You'll know that as my friend, I'll always come running when you need my help. Doesn't matter what I'm currently doing, what the problem is, or who tries to stop me. I'll come running. That's a promise, Datbeo. Rias blushed slightly at his words, but managed to recover quickly. Smiling at him, she gestured at the door while saying, That means a lot, Naruto-kun, but I think it is time you take our two newest comrades to their new home. Oh right, I forgot, Naruto exclaimed in dismay. Shooting to his feet, he ran to the door. He waved at her before leaving and added, See you tomorrow, Rias-chan. As soon as he left, Rias slumped back on the couch. She then lifted a hand to her beating heart, trying to fight down her blush. Damn, Naruto really does fit the dashing warrior ideal to a T. Even she can't help but be drawn in when he says stuff like that. That's food for thought for another time though, after Riser has been dealt with. For now she would just be satisfied with what happened today. It was a turbulent day, what with Naruto storming out, but it had also been a very productive day. She now had a fallen angel as a pawn, and gained a sacred gear user as a bishop. She'd also solidified the relationship between herself and Naruto. That's a good day in her book. She'll focus on that, and shove any confusing thoughts of Naruto to the back of her head. This sucks. Rainier spat out between gasps as she wearily ran down the street. No, you suck, Naruto retorted immediately, running alongside her with only a bit of sweat from the exercise. Rainier flipped him off in response, making Naruto chuckle. Rainier was far from the nicest individual. She was rather sharp-tongued, rude, and impatient. Naruto was good with less than sociable individuals though, so nothing she did was enough to drive him away. Her taunts and barbs just flowed off him, and she didn't do anything severe enough to really annoy him. Although that might just be because she knew her boundaries well, and wasn't stupid enough to do anything that might warrant a punishment. Naruto liked to think she was just putting up a tough shell to hide the gooey inside though. Realistically, the former was more likely. It had been a week since Rainier and Asia had joined Rias' peerage. Asia had fit in perfectly. It was difficult to dislike the benevolent nun. Rainier's integration into the occult club was not nearly as seamless, no doubt due to her previous species and actions. Her less than stellar personality didn't help either. Yuto and Akino both avoided her quite bluntly, barely behaving enough to not be outright abrasive to her. Kaneko was as cold and apathetic towards her as she was to most people. Rias was clearly doing her best to be professional and non-biased towards her, but it was easy to see she didn't quite trust the former fallen angel yet. Asia actually treated her the best besides Naruto, surprising since Rainier had been the one planning to steal her sacred gear and kill her. Just reinforced how genuinely forgiving and kind the former nun is. Asia was putting in a genuine effort to be nice to Rainier, but even Asia couldn't simply throw aside the fear she felt for Rainier. So the efforts she put in generally turned out awkward and inept. With the rest of the club being less than welcoming, Naruto felt it was his duty to help her integrate and adapt to her new life. Unfortunately, Naruto's method of that didn't quite agree with Rainier too much. Naruto was of the belief that the only way to change the minds of people was to put in some honest effort. To genuinely work for it. So Naruto's method of helping Rainier was to get her to train at becoming the best devil she can be. 2 days after she joined, he woke her up at the crack of dawn to go for some cardio training. That first day Rainier had not only complained and protested the entire time, but had also been driven to the brink of exhaustion. It should be noted that Naruto was inadvertently a slave driver in endurance training due to his own inhuman stamina. Much to Rainier's horror, Naruto had very clearly informed her this was to become a regular thing. With it being several days after that, Naruto was used to her complaining during the run. He was just ignoring it now or firing back retorts. Naruto took a moment to look at Rainier out of the corner of his eyes. The woman had thankfully seemed to give up her more daring fashion sense after Naruto messed with her mind. Something Naruto was glad for. He wasn't sure how his libido would react if she had continued wearing clothes like what he had first seen her in. Right now she was dressed in a purple and black tracksuit. She was still quite beautiful, but not in the racy and seductive way from before. Naruto can handle beautiful. Otherwise she was not looking good. Her chest was heaving as she tried to gather her breath. Her bangs were soaked with sweat. Her face was flushed. It was also more accurate to say she was stumbling forward than running. Yep, she was not in good shape. So much so Naruto felt compelled to comment. Your physical stamina is pathetic, you know that right? I can fly. Why does it matter if I can run? Rainier barked out irritably. I don't know. Health, leg strength, speed, stamina, any of these sound important. Naruto replied sarcastically. I chuck spears of light at things. None of those are needed for that, she countered immediately. If chucking spears of light at things is all you can do, I fear when you find someone that doesn't work against. Naruto claimed with a frown. That's my problem. Not yours, Reiner pointed out. That caused Naruto to shake his head in exasperation. Yeah, Reiner definitely needed help integrating with the group. She clearly had no real concept of teamwork or comradeship. His thoughts were cut off when Reiner suddenly came to a halt and screamed out in anger. That's it, I'm done, I'm not running anymore. Frowning, Naruto quickly declared in an energetic voice. Come on, it's only 2 more miles. Barely anything, I know you can do it. The energetic tone only seemed to annoy her even more, and she crossed her arms before saying heatedly. No, I don't care, we've run way longer than yesterday. Yeah, I added an extra 10 miles. I didn't want you to get too used to the distance. The point of training is to always push yourself. Naruto reasoned calmly, trying to be patient. That's easy for you to say. Reiner growled out, looking at his easy breathing and slight amount of sweat in annoyance and envy. She then gestured at herself before continuing irritably. My feet are aching, and probably swollen. My lungs feel like they are on fire. I'm all sticky from sweat, and smell like body odor. My legs feel like they're about to collapse under me. Yeah, but that stuff is usual for when you are training. The way you're acting, you'd think you had never trained before. Naruto noted with a raised eyebrow. When Reiner didn't respond immediately, instead just looking away from him, his jaw dropped. He then exclaimed in shock. What, how have you never trained before? I have trained before, Reiner claimed defensively before continuing. Just never like this, I just made sure to keep my skills sharp, or to become more proficient with my light spears. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose as he sighed. The type of training she was talking about could barely be called training. Just the sort of stuff one does when they grow complacent. As a person always striving to better himself, Naruto just couldn't understand how could do so little training. Breathing deeply to calm himself, Naruto told her in a forcibly even tone. That sort of training isn't enough if you want to become truly strong. For someone wanting to become more powerful, it doesn't appear you put much effort into it. Shut up, Reiner snapped, flushing slightly in embarrassment. She then turned her head away as she continued. I did try, just not like this. You mean by trying to take a sacred gear? Naruto asked with a tilted head. Obviously. Why, I know they're powerful, but it isn't like you can't become strong without one. Naruto reasoned. You mean by doing stuff like this day in and day out? Sure, but it's far from the easiest method of gaining power. Reiner grumbled in annoyance. The easiest method isn't always the best. Power earned is far better than power given, Naruto stated confidently. The reaction he got was not what he expected. Power earned, huh, what a joke, Reiner declared with a mocking laugh. Glaring at him, she continued scornfully. Who says sacred gear holders earn those? Let's use your precious nun as an example. Twilight healing. A powerful, if not unique, sacred gear. What did she ever do to deserve that? Exclamation mark. Did she train? Did she run miles and miles every morning? No, she was born with it. She got lucky. Before she could even say a word or form a coherent thought, she was blessed with a power like that. Just like every other sacred gear holder. It's easy to think of me as a greedy bitch trying to take another's power, and maybe I was. If I had succeeded though, wouldn't I have done more to earn that sacred gear than her? I would have risked my neck, gathered my allies, and successfully managed to perform the ritual to take it. That's way more than just being born with it. She was now glaring at Naruto as she raged at him. Let's not forget that blasted sword of yours. The power to control whatever you wish. What did you say? Someone gave it to you. So how did you earn that power? What gave you the right to use that power? To mess with my head. The fact that you wielded that sword was enough in your mind. So how is that any different from my trying to gain a sacred gear? Going by your belief, if I wielded a sacred gear I would have the right to use it. Maybe I would have killed the nun in the process, but you killed Danesik. Your hands aren't clean either. Naruto's eyes were wide now as Reiner turned around and threw her hands in the air as she continued yelling contemptuously. There are so many people who wield power they didn't earn. Like our new king, her power of destruction, she didn't earn it. She was born with that. She still uses it. Every sacred gear holder hasn't earned their sacred gears. They were born with them. It's not wrong for them to use them though. Archangel Michael, he was born with all his current wings. 6 sets. Azazel-sama was born with 5 sets, and gained his 6th later. All the Seraph were born with 4 or 5 sets of wings. Is it wrong for them to use that power they were given by God? Did they earn those powers somehow before they were even born? No, they got lucky by being God's favored creations. You want to know how I was born? I was mass-produced by God to fill up numbers during the Great War. I was created in a batch of thousands. 1 set of wings, a grunt, there to soak up attacks to protect the important angels. I have no unique ability or power. I was created completely ordinary. Don't act like I'm some spoiled princess unused to toil and hardship. I've never been given anything. I've had to take everything I've got, even if that might have been by reprehensible means. I'm not going to apologize either. The world is in no way fair. So tell me, oh so wise master, why should I have to do stuff like this for power when there are so many that had it handed to them? Rainier finally demanded, some of her anger fading into weariness. Clearly these thoughts had been festering for a while, and airing them out was emotionally taxing. Naruto blinked at her in shock, his thoughts whirling. He certainly hadn't expected her to go off like that, and he was now being asked to respond. Talk about putting a guy on the spot. You aren't totally wrong. Naruto finally managed to several seconds of thoughts. Rainier smirked at his words. Some people do have advantages that they didn't earn. Bloodline limits back home, sacred gear users, even Jinchuriki. Being a Jinchuriki might have wrecked Naruto's childhood, but it had allowed him to access a seemingly endless amount of chakra whenever things became dicey. How many times over the years would he have died without his healing factor? Or being able to use Kurama's chakra to defeat enemies he couldn't? Even his natural chakra reserves had partly been due to Kurama. People who don't have such advantages really do start out at a disadvantage. But you certainly aren't right either, Naruto added at the end. Rainer's smirk disappeared, and she crossed her arms as she eyed him crossly. She then demanded, really, and why not? Naruto opened to his mouth to respond, but stopped when he saw her eyes. Closing his eyes, he sighed before commenting, you know, I've always been really good at convincing people of stuff. It's because I'm very good at understanding people, so I can tell nothing I can say right now will really change your mind. So you really aren't as preachy and sanctimonious as I took you for. Rainier announced smugly before continuing. Seems you realize people don't really care about your opinion all that much. Naruto's eye twitched in irritation at her words. He isn't afraid to defend his beliefs, but he wouldn't call himself preachy, right? Okay, maybe a little bit preachy. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Naruto looked Rainier in the eyes before suggesting. How about a bet instead? A bet. Yeah, Naruto affirmed with a nod before elaborating. I'm not going to tell you anything. Instead I'll show you. Really? Rainier asked skeptically, her arms crossed. Yep, this is what I propose. A month. No, 2 months. You do my sort of training for 2 months. No complaining. Putting actual effort into it. At the end of that second month, you review how much stronger you have grown. You can then determine who won the bet. I bet you will grow stronger in 2 months of my training than you have in centuries by using your means. Naruto announced with a confident grin. Are you stupid? Rainier immediately asked bluntly. She continued bluntly, you said I would determine the winner. Of course I'd say I won, no matter what happens. Naruto shrugged before saying casually with his grin still on his face. Maybe, but I'm willing to bet differently. Fine. Your funeral, Rainier replied with a shrug. She then looked at him as she questioned. So what do I get if I win? It better be something good if you expect me to do this stupid stuff for 2 months. The satisfaction of being correct and no longer having me force you to exercise. Naruto suggested hopefully. Yeah no, I can just refuse to do your training. My reward would have to be worth 2 months of doing this torture. Rainier answered brusquely. Naruto sighed and thought to himself. He really didn't have much that could entice a person like Rainier. He couldn't give her Excalibur ruler. She can't use holy swords herself. Money likely didn't mean much to her. She wanted something to do with power. Snapping his fingers in realization, he pointed at her and exclaimed. A blessing. Hey, Naruto nodded as he explained to the confused fallen angel. Yeah, if you win, I'll request Selene to give you a blessing. She can do many things with her blessings. Maybe increase the light attribute in your body, thus making your light spears stronger. Or something else you want. A blessing from a god. That has to be worth a bit of training. The Lady of the Lake, huh? Rainier muttered to herself in thought. She'd heard of Naruto's relationship with the Lady of the Lake. He could probably pull it off. Blessings can be somewhat unclear, but it is generally acknowledged that they are incredibly useful. Giving a satisfied nod, she claimed. All right, that will work. Naruto nodded happily and started. And if I win? Which you won't. If I win, Naruto continued a bit more forcefully, acting as if she hadn't interrupted. Then you have to apologize to Asia for trying to take her sacred gear. What? Rainier asked in shock, surprised by the simple nature of his demand. She expected something more. Naruto nodded as he clarified. Yep, apologize to Asia. That's all I want, and I don't mean a quick apology. A sincere and true admission that you were wrong in your actions. You said before that you wouldn't apologize for your actions, so I want for you to admit to yourself that what you did to Asia was wrong. It will also hopefully improve things between you and Asia. Rainier frowned as he spoke. Okay, the way he put it made that sound a lot more than what she had previously thought. Basically he was saying he wanted her to renounce her current beliefs. To admit that her desire for a sacred gear was wrong. Finally shrugging, she declared, "Fine, I accept. There's no way I'll lose anyways." Great, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. He then grabbed her hand and pulled her to her feet as he announced. "Now let's finish this run. Only 8 more miles." Wait, you said only 2 miles a few minutes ago," Rainier quickly argued. Naruto just grinned as he explained. "Yeah, but that was before you took a break. So I added a bit on." Pulling her hand till she started running alongside him, he added in excitement. "Don't worry, it will be over before you know it." Rainier just groaned in response. We're back, Asia-chan, Naruto announced as Rainier and him walked through the front entrance. Good morning, Naruto-san, Asia said happily as she walked into the entranceway of Naruto's mansion. She was wearing a cream-colored dress, a hand-me-down of Rias. It turns out Asia only really had a few of her nun attires and several sets of undergarments. She didn't have any casual clothes, so Rias and Akino had gifted her with some of their old clothes. She also had an apron on over it. Asia grew visibly nervous when she turned to Rainier, but still managed to squeak out. "Gee, good morning, Rainier-san." Yeah, whatever, I'm going to go take a shower," Rainier said as she walked past Asia, not even really looking at her. Naruto could tell Rainier was also quite unsure of how to act around Asia. She clearly didn't totally reject her previous actions, but he could tell she was still a bit guilty about them. Unfortunately she seems to have decided to disregard Asia entirely, barely acknowledging her at all. Basically just ignoring the problem. "Anyo, breakfast will be ready in 15 minutes, Asia informed Rainier's retreating back, who didn't give any sign that she heard. After Rainier disappeared around a corner, Asia turned back to Naruto. Looking him over, she asked in concern, "Are you okay, Naruto-san? You always go training with Rainier before I even wake up. It must be tiring." Naruto waved his hand as he told her nonchalantly, "No, I'm good, these runs are nothing to me." "I'm glad," Asia replied, clearly happy at his words. Naruto just smiled at her as he ruffled her hair. She pouted slightly, but looked rather happy at the action and nuzzled her head against his hand. Removing it, he told her as he walked away, "I'm going to take a quick shower as well. I'll be down in 10. Okay, Naruto-san." 10 minutes later Naruto came down in his academy uniform, his hair still damp from his shower. Moving into the kitchen, he took a seat on one of the stools. He then watched as Asia moved around the kitchen, humming a tune. Asia had quickly taken up the position of cook when she found out how lacking Naruto was in the kitchen. Naruto hadn't cared, and bought her the food and ingredients to cook. She usually only had to make breakfast since every lunch and dinner they typically ate Akino's food in the clubroom. It was nice regardless. Asia was a surprisingly accomplished cook considering she had been raised in a church. She tended to stick with Western food, but she had claimed to be eager to experiment with some Eastern dishes. Focusing on the smell wafting through the air, Naruto commented warmly. "I know I said you didn't have to cook for us, Asia-chan, but I have to admit it's pretty nice." Asia smiled as she stirred a porridge and claimed modestly, "I'm glad to help. Naruto-san is housing me and rescued me. It's the least I can do to repay you." Naruto rolled his eyes at her words, but didn't chide her. She really didn't have to do anything for him, but he knew it was useless to tell her that. She was just an earnest type of person. She is just trying to repay him for a debt she believes she owes him. She's just too sincere in her actions to dislike. Plus, she was really cute when she acts like a housewife. Finishing up with the food, Asia set the dishes out. Removing her apron, she left the kitchen as she told Naruto. "The food is still hot, Naruto-san. It might be best to let it sit for a few minutes. I'm going to go change into the academy uniform." Got it, Naruto replied. The delectable aroma of the breakfast dishes was tempting, but Naruto resisted. Eating with others was always better than by yourself. It only took 5 minutes for Asia to come back down. Standing in the entrance to the kitchen, the nun did a quick spin to model her clothes before asking him hopefully, "Do these clothes suit me, Naruto-san?" Asia was now wearing the academy uniform with a few alterations. The red and white skirt as well as the white shirt. Instead of the black cape and corset though, she was instead wearing a black sweater vest. Naruto took this all in over a moment. He then smiled at her and told her honestly, "You look cute, Asia-chan." Asia smiled cheerfully at his words. Naruto turned his head slightly as he added, You look nice as well, Rainier-chan. Rainier just gave an uncaring sniff as she passed by Asia. She quickly replied, "Of course I do." Naruto tilted his head as he scrutinized the fallen angel. Like Asia, she was wearing the school uniform. Without the alterations, of course. The uniform did a fabulous job of emphasizing her generous bust, just as it did Rias and Akino. Something else caught Naruto's attention though. Curiously he asked her, "Why are your features different?" His words were true. Rainer's entire face had seemingly grown less mature and more innocent. Her eyes were a bit less sharp. Her cheeks were more plump, giving her a more youthful look. She now looked more like a schoolgirl than an alluring and sultry woman. Not to mention Naruto was pretty sure she had lost an inch or two. Rainier was quick to explain as she started eating. Most fallen angels naturally have a minute control over their looks. We can alter our appearances slightly without having to resort to alteration magic. I prefer having a more mature appearance, but I would look too old to attend high school. So I desired to look younger, and just lost 2 or 3 years. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but there was no reason to believe she is lying. She is several centuries old. If she can look 20 years old, why can't she look 17? So Naruto shrugged and started eating as well. They needed to get going soon. It had taken a week, but Rias had managed to pull some strings to get both Rainier and Asia admitted into the school. Rainier is a 3rd year, and Asia as a 2nd. It might have taken a week, but it is still pretty impressive when you consider how exclusive Kuoh Academy is. There's a waiting list a mile long. After the 3 took a few bites, Naruto asked, "Are you too excited to go to school?" Rainier immediately claimed in a disgruntled voice, "Obviously not. There's no point besides being close to Bucho. I'm certainly not going to gain anything from it. Stop being so pessimistic. Make a few friends. You may surprise yourself with how much you enjoy it," Naruto told her enthusiastically. Rainier didn't appear to put much stock in his words, but he didn't mind. Asia was quick to break the silence by announcing joyfully, "I'm very much looking forward to it. I've never attended school before. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Knowing our school, everyone will welcome you quickly," Naruto told her honestly. The guys would adore the cute blonde, and the girls at their school were thankfully kind and welcoming. "She'll fit right in." "I hope so," Asia claimed with a wistful smile. Naruto rubbed her head as he informed her sincerely, "I know so." Asia looked happy at his words, a small blush spreading across her face. Clearly embarrassed, she looked back towards her food. Rainier rolled her eyes at the byplay, the pure sentimentality of the scene appearing ridiculous to her. She stayed quiet though. The 3 finished the breakfast without any more talking. Naruto took all their dishes and put them in the sink. He then turned back to them and announced with a grin, "Time to get to school. Can't be late on your first day." Asia-chan, Naruto-kun, good to see you too. Those were the words that came from Ria's mouth as Naruto and Asia walked into the clubroom after school ended. Currently only Akino and Kaneko were there besides Rias herself. "Thank you. Nice to see you all as well," Asia replied with a smile. "Sup, Rias-chan, Sadist-chan, Kaneko-chan," Naruto added as well. Akino smiled before saying herself, "Good afternoon, Naruto-kun, Asia-chan." Kaneko just turned her head slightly to look at them from the corner of her eyes. Pausing in her snacking, she muttered softly, "Naruto-senpai, Asia-senpai." With her very short greeting over, she went right back to eating. With the obligatory greetings over, Asia headed over and sat in the couch opposite Kaneko. To no one's surprise, Naruto immediately took the spot next to her. Akino pouted slightly at her inability to sit next to Naruto, but otherwise didn't move from her spot just behind and to the side of Rias. Rias crossed her fingers in front of her face as she turned to Asia and asked, "How was your first day, Asia-chan?" "It was wonderful," Asia immediately answered. Naruto nodded along with her words. The day had gone far smoother than even he had expected. Asia had introduced herself, and a number of girls had immediately started to talk to her. The guys were also raving over the blonde Bishojo. Asia had seemed a bit overwhelmed by the attention at first, but the students had accepted any hesitance or awkwardness as simply a difference in cultures. The only hiccup came when Asia had unwittingly let out the information that she was staying with Naruto. That had caught the attention of the class. The innocent Asia was living under the same roof as the ultimate pervert, Uzumaki Naruto. The rumors had crossed into the absurd incredibly fast. Really, in what world was it believable that Naruto had traveled to Italy over the weekend, saved the nun during a plot by vampires to bring down the Christian religion, and had in turn God had gifted him with Asia to act as the perfect housewife? Or there was the rumor that Naruto had a nun fetish, and had traveled to Italy, seduced Asia, and had then kidnapped her from the church to act as his sex slave. Either Naruto was a hero who had inadvertently saved the world or he was a sexual scoundrel. Talk about opposite sides of the spectrum. Naruto had quickly done his best to put a stop to that by explaining the situation very clearly. That due to his large and currently empty home, Naruto had volunteered to host several transfer students. Asia was one, and there was another one as well. Overall true, if not with several important details left out. That had put a stop to most of the rumors. Although several students had raised issue with Naruto housing Asia, mainly the perverted trio, even Issei had been outrageously jealous of Naruto. A few of the girls also warned Asia to beware of Naruto's supposedly inexhaustible sexual appetite. It was still better than Naruto had expected. Asia had made some friends, and people had seemingly accepted their story. Naruto could deal with rumors. So Naruto was overall satisfied. Asia immediately continued by announcing. Several of the girls even asked if I wanted to go shopping tomorrow after they heard I don't have much clothing of my own. That's nice, Rias commented before adding thoughtfully. It might be a good idea for myself and Akino to go along as well. As my servant, I can pay for your necessities. I can handle that, Rias-chan. Naruto immediately piped in. That's not necessary, Naruto-kun. Asia is my servant, and thus my responsibility. You are already doing more than enough by housing her in Rainier. Plus, this way Akino and I can make sure Asia-chan gets all the appropriate clothing a devil might need. Rias reasoned. Naruto tilted his head before shrugging in acceptance. Makes sense. Naruto won't need to go shopping himself this way as well. I'm here, Rainier announced as she walked into the room. Good afternoon, Rainier-san. Rias stated evenly. Sup, Rainier-chan. Hello, Rainier-san. Rainier gave a polite nod at their greetings, ignoring Akino just as Akino was doing to her. The two ignoring each other was clearly the best way for them to remain civil. Rainier then sat down beside Kaneko, who just gave her a cold nod of acknowledgement. So, how was your day, Rainier-san? Rias questioned, trying to make Rainier comfortable despite the tense atmosphere her presence had evoked. It was tolerable, I guess. I'm not happy about attending, but it is easy to fit in. As long as you are attractive, giggle, and act like you are interested in them, humans will accept you with open arms. Rainier claimed with an uncaring shrug. Naruto quickly broke in by saying, have you ever considered being yourself? Why would I do that? Rainier asked with a snort. She then continued bluntly, I told you this morning. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here because I have to be. That means I'm going to do my best to make attending this school as simple as possible. I'll be all affable and ordinary, and then slip into the background after the interest wanes. A bit of magic, and people won't even send me a second look. Once I place an illusion on the teachers, I won't even have to attend class. I'd prefer if you didn't do such a thing, Rainier-san. Rias immediately remarked. And why not? Isn't this simply a way for me to stay close to you? If I stay in the clubroom during the school day, what is the problem? Rainier demanded in annoyance. Rias took a deep breath before answering calmly. You are right, it wouldn't make much a difference in my opinion. My opinion isn't the only one that matters though. Sona will not appreciate a member of my peerage using magic on the students and teachers. We cannot afford to antagonize the king of another peerage in such a way. Since we share the same territory, avoiding conflict with them is a must. Rainier clearly didn't like that information, but restrained herself from snapping at her. Rainier very clearly knew her limits. She may not like her situation, but she'll avoid doing anything that could make it even worse. She realizes that her fate is in Rias' hand. Everyone turned to look at the door when it opened again. It was the final member of Rias' peerage, Yuto. The normally smiling and polite knight had a clear aura of anger and bitterness surrounding him. He briefly glared at Rainier, who just looked away with a frown and ignored him. His gaze then fell to Naruto, who was extremely uncomfortable with the resentment and animosity in his eyes. Stiffly looking towards Rias, Yuto told her rigidly, I'm going to train on my own, Bucho. I'll still handle all my clients tonight. Rias didn't look happy, but she could clearly see he wasn't asking for permission. So she just sighed and nodded as she replied, all right, Yuto, check in with me tomorrow morning to give a quick status report. Yuto nodded before turning and leaving the room. He left an extremely awkward atmosphere in the room. The room had already been tense before he arrived, but his clear decision to not stay with the group was affecting most of the members. Yuto was something of a constant among the group, and his absence was clearly uncomfortable for most of the members. Sighing in gloom, Rias then turned to Naruto and declared firmly. You have to deal with the situation between you and Yuto, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded in understanding and acceptance. The sudden change between himself and Yuto is the real problem here. Yuto clearly isn't happy about Rainier joining their group, but the usual Yuto would have at least tolerated her. If he had just ignored her like Akino was, then things would have at least been stable in their group. It was Naruto's exposed ownership of Excalibur ruler that had truly made the situation go bottom up. The holy sword had suddenly turned the pleasant and well-mannered Yuto into a brooder on Sasuke's level. Rias could see where this was going just as well as Naruto. Yuto could barely even be in the same room as Naruto right now. If nothing is done to fix the friendship between Naruto and Yuto, the peerage might very well fracture. Don't worry, Rias-chan. I was already planning on it. Naruto told her seriously. He's not going to let another friend of his turn into an obsessed avenger. Good. Rias commented simply. Focusing on Asia and Rainier, she announced. I'm sorry about not being able to see you too much this past week. I wish I could have given you two a proper welcome, but I had a number of issues to resolve. Her words were true. Rias had barely been able to interact with her two new peerage members over the entire week. It wasn't really her fault though. Reincarnating a former nun and a fallen angel into her peerage had clearly caused a few problems in the underworld. Rainier especially. Rias has had to leave the two in Naruto and Akino's care as she sorted through piles of paperwork. She even had to go to the underworld for 2 days at one point. The only time she'd seen them for longer than a minute or two was when she explained their duties as members of her peerage. It is fine, Bucho-san. You were busy, Asia acknowledged in understanding. I don't really care, Rainier claimed bluntly. Regardless, I felt it needed to be said. Rias said. She quickly asked, you two have been handing out flyers for the past week, right? Asia nodded and explained enthusiastically. Yes, every night. We've run out of the flyers you allocated us. Good. That makes things simpler. Starting tonight you both can answer summons and start making contracts with clients with the rest of us. Rias announced. Standing up, she announced with a smile. That will have to wait till tonight though. Until then, it is time I familiarize myself with you two and what you have been doing over the week. Let's all go to Naruto's training area, and we'll have a group discussion. Kaneko, Akino, you will come as well. Understood, Bucho, okay. Rias nodded at the two's acceptance and turned to Naruto and warned him. We'll be returning here afterwards. You'll be studying as usual, Naruto-kun. That caused Naruto to flinch before asking pleadingly. Come on, Rias-chan. I've already been studying for a week. Isn't that enough? Of course not. This is your punishment after all. Rias declared with an amused giggle. Her words caused Naruto's head to drop. Rias claimed that even though she could accept him doing stupid stuff, she couldn't endorse it. Or leave him without being punished for disobeying her. Unfortunately for Naruto, Rias had touched upon a very good punishment this time. Forcing Naruto to study. Not only did Naruto hate doing it, but Rias claimed she didn't want a member of her peerage having nearly failing grades. Every night when the group gathered to wait for clients to summon them, Rias had charged Akino to force Naruto to study, with a punishment of shocking if he just lounged around. Needless to say, Naruto had never studied so hard in his life. He wasn't going to get shocked. He just wasn't. Seeing Naruto's depression, Asia patted Naruto's shoulder and told him reassuringly. It is okay, Naruto-san. Books can be really fun. Naturally her words fell on deaf ears. Rias quickly chipped in by commenting. And this way your grades might improve. You won't be in the red anymore. Shut up, let's just go to my basement. Naruto grumbled out in irritation. Studying really put him in a bad mood. Well, until he shoved it to the back of his head. Then he's back to normal. Everyone quickly stood up at his words. Gathering together in a group, Rias teleported them all into Naruto's basement. Everyone spread out a little bit more before looking towards Rias for direction. Rias just looked at them all with a smile before explaining. It might be on the basic side, but I think we should all start out with introductions. I expect us all to be comrades. I know it won't happen overnight, but at least knowing each other a bit more is a good first step. Understood. I totally agree. I'll even go first, Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically. This was just like what Kakashi had Team 7 do. It may sound simple, but becoming at least professionally familiar with your comrades is a fundamental aspect of teamwork. Stopping briefly, Naruto proclaimed with a grin. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Call me Naruto. I like ramen, training, and making friends. I dislike arrogance, people who underestimate me, and people who don't consider the feelings of others. My hobbies are training, gardening, volunteering, and helping others. My dream is, not really sure to be honest. It's actually kind of weird since I lived most of my life trying to earn the acknowledgement of the people around me. I guess my current goal is to create a peace between the three factions, not just a ceasefire. Era. Such a large goal, Akino stated with a hint of admiration in her voice. Unexpectedly heroic, Kaneko admitted, actually showing a bit of emotion to Naruto for one of the first times, this time in the form of approval. Naruto just heard her words though, and asked her in a deadpan. Why is that unexpected? Writer of Ika Ika, Kaniko's short statement scored a critical hit on Naruto. Damn, that's going to haunt Naruto for the rest of his life. He just knows it. Asia patted Naruto on the shoulder reassuringly as he hung his head in depression. I like Naruto's format. Everyone state their names, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and goals. I'll go next, Rias ordered before continuing. My name is Rias Grimori, heiress apparent of the Grimori clan. I'd prefer to be called Bucho, but that is flexible. I like Japan, my family, and my peerage. I dislike a certain phoenix and those who insult my peerage. My hobbies are researching strategies for rating games, anime, talking with my peerage, and competing against Sona. My goals are to win a rating game against a certain person and become a worthy heiress to the Grimori clan. Akino then started. My name is Himahima Akino. I like causing my enemies pain, teasing people, cooking, and interesting individuals not afraid to be unique. I dislike fallen angels. She shot a pointed glare at Rainier there. She then continued, and those who attack Bucho. My hobbies are cooking and fighting. My goal is, a secret. Yufufufu. That's not fair, Naruto immediately protested. Akino just smiled at him and tapped him on the nose. Naruto just blinked in confusion as Akino declared. But you are so cute like this. Naruto immediately pouted. Everyone turned to look at Kaniko, who just stared at them silently till it became awkward. She then sighed and stated bluntly. Kaniko Tuju, I like snacks and things that smell nice. I dislike stray devils and those that recklessly use dangerous abilities. My goal is to be a good rook to Bucho. Wow, that's the most Naruto's ever heard her say. Asia gripped her skirt as she started anxiously. My name is Asia Argento. Please call me Asia. I like healing, kind people, and the Christian church. I dislike cruel people. My hobby is cooking for Naruto-san and reading the Bible. My dream is to make a lot of friends. Buy books and pick flowers together. Talk to each other. Have fun together. Although Naruto and Rainier both already knew, Rias and Akino showed their surprise when she talked about still liking the Christian church. No one was surprised by her dream. It fit a pure girl like Asia. Everyone turned towards Rainier now, who just gave them a look that said, really? Shaking her head in annoyance, she explained. My name is Rainier. I'm using the family name Amano in school. I don't have a lot of likes, and dislike a lot of stuff. All you need to know is that I desire power. That's it. Talk about unsociable. That was even worse than Kaniko's. Naruto sighed at the challenge ahead of him in turning Rainier into an empathetic individual. Rias didn't look any more pleased by her introduction than Naruto, but didn't demand anything more. Instead she explained, alright, with introductions out of the way, we'll move on to learning the skill sets of our newest members. Please tell us what your current capabilities, as well as any field you are interested in expanding into. Asia, if you'll please start. Of course, Bucho-san. Asia replied quickly, holding her hands up. 2 silver rings formed on each of her middle fingers. A green light emanated from her palms as she informed the group. My main ability is Twilight Healing, which God gifted me with. I have heard some call it Smile of the Holy Mother. With it I can rapidly heal all injuries, but I am incapable of restoring amputated limbs, reduce exhaustion, or cure sicknesses. A powerful ability, Rias commented encouragingly. Thank you, Asia said with a small blush on her face. She then added, I am trying to learn 2 other skills that Naruto-san recommended me. Barriers and potion making. Really? Rias asked in surprise, not having heard this before. Naruto quickly popped in by clarifying. As a bishop, Asia is supposed to rely on magic. I really doubted Asia would ever excel at attacking, so I figured improving upon her support abilities would be best. Barriers and potion making made the most sense to me after giving it some thought. Is that all right, Rias-chan? Of course, it's good, Rias quickly proclaimed. Really good. The bishop's job is to support other members of a household. Asia's Twilight Healing already made her an invaluable support member. Rias was sure that ability alone would make her a crucial member of her peerage, with the fate of a battle possibly depending on her actions. If she did expand her abilities though, she could become an even more fantastic bishop. She already had a healing and support ability in Twilight Healing. Being skilled in making barriers would give her additional defensive and support capabilities. Potions were a rarity among devils, being more popular among magicians, but potions can also act as supplements to her healing and support capabilities. It would surely take a long time for her to become truly skilled in either area, but afterwards those skills would become incredibly useful. Tilting her head in thought, Rias quickly questioned. How are you learning those? Naruto-kun has no talent in either of those areas to my knowledge. I have been helping Asia-chan, Bucho. Akino quickly announced. Yes, Akino-senpai has been extremely kind to me, Asia said while bowing towards Akino in gratitude. Yufufufu. Asia-chan is a very good student as well. Akino claimed before clarifying to Rias. Asia-chan has a good deal of talent in using her demonic power, and her current capacity of demonic power is only inferior to myself and Bucho in the group. Since she is putting all of that potential into forming barriers, she has thoroughly grasped the basics with an impressive speed. Several more weeks will be necessary before she'll be competent enough to use any in battle, but it is impressive regardless. I see, Rias said with a small smile. She then quickly asked, what about potion making? You don't even know the basics of potion making, Akino. Nodding in understanding, Akino explained. Bucho is correct. When I accompanied you to the underworld I managed to acquire a book from the Grimoire library, with permission from your Otu-sama of course. I sent it to Asia-chan to study on her own. Asia took that as her cue, and informed Rias nervously while poking her index fingers together. Potions are surprisingly complex. I have barely touched upon the very basics. Any potions above beginner level are incredibly volatile and unstable, and thus require an intimate understanding of the attributes and properties of hundreds of potion components and ingredients. It will be months before I can even touch upon intermediate potions. Thankfully beginner-level potions are stable enough to be brewed by recorded recipes, although I currently lack the ingredients and components necessary to do so. Placing a comforting hand on Asia's shoulder, Rias told her while beaming. Do not worry, Asia-chan. You are already doing more than enough. Take your time and be careful. As for ingredients, give me a list of what you need. I'll have my family procure them, and send it all to you. Why you don't need to do that, Bucho-san? Asia quickly protested. Nonsense. It is my duty as your king to give you the opportunity to grow. Plus, there is a selfish motive behind this. As a member of my peerage, it reflects positively on me the more skilled you become. So I'm behind you 100%. Rias exclaimed with a playful wink. Asia nodded uncertainly at her words. Rias then turned to Rainier and ordered. Since I've got a good understanding of where Asia is standing and working towards, it is now your turn, Rainier-san. Rainier huffed a bit, but took a few steps away from the group. Putting on a pair of leather gloves, she then unfurled her mismatched wings and formed a pink light spear as she explained. I've spent most the past week adjusting to the changes of becoming a devil. I assume your light abilities became unstable? Rias questioned, looking at her light spear warily. Not particularly, Rainier claimed before clarifying. It's more like my entire magic became unstable. The introduction of demonic power wrecked my control. My flight ability became erratic, and my light spears did become somewhat unstable. Thankfully it just took a few days of practice to adjust to the change. Afterwards my light magic returned to the way it was before I became a devil, and I've regained my previous flight capabilities. That's good. We didn't know how your reincarnation would affect your abilities, Rias admitted. Rainier quickly informed her bluntly. It isn't perfect. I have to wear gloves or my own light spears will burn me. Expected. You are a devil. Light will harm you, although I have a suspect your resistance to light is far higher than the usual devil. Rias commented thoughtfully. Shouldn't you already know this stuff? Rainier questioned skeptically. What do you mean? Rias questioned in confusion. Please don't play innocent. I can easily tell that ponytail there is. Rainier began before she was interrupted. I suggest you hold your words, fallen angel, or you might find yourself not liking what happens to you. Akino spoke slowly, a scary look entering her eyes as she glared at Rainier openly. Rainier didn't look intimidated. She scowled at Akino before her lips turned upwards into a playful smirk. She then said in a teasing voice, "Oh, so someone doesn't like her heritage. I was wondering why it was being hidden, but I just figured it was because you were a half-breed. The fallen angel blood in you is diluted, even considering you were reincarnated as a devil. Still there, but clearly that of a half-breed." As Naruto and Asia reacted in shock at that tidbit, even Kaniko's eyes widened in surprise, which was a huge reaction for her. Akino was a half-breed fallen angel, or was, whatever you would call her after being reincarnated, a hybrid like Rainier. By far the biggest reaction was from Akino though. Pure murder was in her eyes as she looked at Rainier, and sparks started gathering around her hand. The killing intent she was sending out was beyond obvious to anyone even partially accomplished in sensing. Akino's sparking hand started to raise to no doubt fire a spell at Rainier. Only for Rias to quickly grab it. Flinching slightly at the shock she received, she powered through to exclaim firmly to her enraged queen. Enough, Akino, calm yourself. Akino looked split between following the order of her king or attacking the fallen angel, but finally stopped her attempted spell. Lowering her head towards Rias in a bow, she spoke simply. Sorry, Bucho. She then looked towards Rainier with clear malicious intent as she hissed. You're lucky, fallen angel. Yeah, Rainier replied uncaringly. That is enough from you to, Rainier-san. I understand that you aren't happy with your current situation as my servant, but I will not allow you to antagonize Akeno. If you continue to so, I will punish you. Understand? Rias sternly informed the fallen angel, her patience for the fallen angel's bad attitude finally running out. Rainier looked rebellious, but after a few seconds she lowered her head submissively and replied. Of course, I was out of line. Giving a stiff nod at the obedient reply, Rias still sent a meaningful look at Naruto. He gave her a grim nod of understanding. Things were not going well. First the quarrel between Yuto and Naruto over Excalibur ruler, and now the barely restrained hostility between Akeno and Rainier. Any sense of unity in the peerage is impossible with conflicts such as these existing between the members. If things didn't change soon, the peerage would probably break apart within a week, much less excel as a team is meant to. Yuto is likely to attack Naruto or go straight due to Naruto's ownership of Excalibur ruler, and Rias will probably be forced to trade Rainier away if the situation with Akeno isn't resolved. Between Akeno and Rainier, it is no contest who is more valuable in Rias' mind. She might be trying to give the fallen angel a chance, but Akeno has been Rias' best friend for years by this point. Naruto was already planning on dealing with Yuto soon, but it was becoming increasingly clear he'd also have to step in between Akeno and Rainier. As it is, he's the one with the best rapport with Rainier, no matter how little that is. With Akeno turning away from Rainier bluntly, Rias sighed and looked towards Naruto, Asia, and Kaneko. She then told them carefully. It is true, Akeno's mother was human, but her father was a fallen angel. The rest is her business to tell you on her own, but the relationship between her and her father is non-existent. Turning to Rainier, Rias continued. As for why we don't know more about fallen angel, devil hybrids, Akeno has chosen not to utilize her fallen angel blood. I also won't force her to explore her capabilities in light. Thus we have little to no previous knowledge of how they would react when used by reincarnated devil. A waste. Using light is in her blood. Rainier growled out as she crossed her arms. Akeno snarled at her, but Rias put a stop to any argument from beginning by repeating firmly. It is still her choice, and I shall respect that. I wish to hear no more of this topic. Fine. Rainier reluctantly acceded. Naruto watched all this thoughtfully. It was clear Akeno had bad experiences related to her fallen angel blood, and in Naruto's experience such issues tended to come to light sooner or later. Naruto wouldn't press her, but he should still talk to her a bit. He knows what it's like to have a power you didn't ask for. Rainier's thoughts were a bit more of a mystery. Despite it appearing so, Rainier wasn't just antagonizing Akeno. She's not so stupid as to provoke someone who is already hostile towards her. No, it's far more likely that Rainier was simply curious about who she sensed to have fallen angel blood. Her reaction to finding out Akeno outright rejected that side of her was either due to disgust over her refusing to use her natural abilities or due to disappointment. No matter how much Rainier is trying to act tough and independent, it's only natural for a person to seek out those similar to them when in a new environment. For a possible fellow fallen angel to so harshly reject her heritage had likely been a huge disappointment for Rainier. Rias took control of the situation by clapping her hands together to draw attention to her. She then announced calmly, "All right, enough of that topic. Let's get back to talking about your abilities, Rainier-san. So your flight and light capabilities have returned to normal. Is there anything else you need to tell us?" Nodding towards Naruto, Rainier grunted out. "Blondie there is forcing me to run every morning, and has me do other physical drills in the afternoon." Rias looked at him questioning, so Naruto explained. "She seems to have a good grasp over her light spears, and has a decent enough amount of power in her. Physically I noticed she is weak though. If nothing, improving her base specs will allow her to fight longer and take more damage." I see. Sensible and well thought out. Rias remarked with an approving nod. Turning back to Rainier, she asked, "Anything else you are working on?" No. Should I be? Rainier grumbled in annoyance. Not at all. Just making sure I had a good grasp on where you currently stand. Rias quickly answered. She then added, "There is one thing I figure you should become more aware of though that you can work on since I am currently here. Promotion." Promotion. Rainier repeated with a tilted head. "You mentioned that briefly when you made me a devil, but didn't explain what it actually is." Sorry, I should have explained it, but there were issues that distracted me." Rias admitted sheepishly. Growing serious, she elaborated to Rainier. "The evil piece system is based on chess. Thus just like in chess, a pawn has the ability to promote to any other piece besides the king if the proper circumstances have been met. Specifically, entering deep into enemy's territory or receiving the permission of the king. In this way, a pawn can vastly increase their power. Thus mastering this power is a vital part of being a successful pawn." Rainier nodded in understanding. It was clear she was interested in this ability, as well she should. The ability to promote to another piece is a powerful ability, something she's naturally interested in. She quickly questioned, "So how do I do this?" I'm giving you permission to promote. It's mainly just forming a conscious desire. Rias explained simply. Rainier nodded. She felt a little foolish, but still announced after a shrug. Promotion. Queen. Naruto immediately felt the difference. Not only did Rainer's power increase substantially, but Naruto sensed Rainer's muscles and bones being saturated with energy as well. The process was clearly felt by Rainier. Naruto saw a look of pain spread across her face, and her body stiffened noticeably. Rias clearly saw it too, and immediately barked out. Deny. The power immediately disappeared, and Rainier relaxed slightly. Her muscles relaxed, and the look of pain disappeared from her face. She wasn't entirely back to normal though. Sweat was gathering on her forehead, and one could tell she was somewhat shaken. She even muttered to Rias sincerely. Thanks. It's no problem. It's partly my fault. I should have warned you to not start out with Queen. Rias replied, looking at Rainier with obvious concern. Rainier shook her head in an attempt to gather her composure as she claimed. It felt like my muscles all started to contract painfully. Not a surprise, Rias commented before clarifying. Promotion is not perfect. When someone is reincarnated as a certain piece, they are permanently changed to better accommodate the power of that piece. It is permanent. On the other hand, promotion is merely temporary. Even if you aren't supplying the power, your body is being forced to perform at a level it isn't used to. That inherently places stress upon your body. So when I promoted myself? Rainier asked slowly. The queen is the most powerful piece on the board, possessing all the characteristics of rooks, knights, and bishops. So the stress is far greater on your body. While it appears you handled the power of a bishop well, your muscles were incapable of handling the power of the knight and rook, causing the reaction you just experienced. Rias informed her carefully. Rainier nodded in understanding. She then asked, so if I want to promote to a queen? You'll have to improve upon your physical state. If your base stats increase, your body should better be able to handle the stress of promotion. Rias said clearly. Rainer's eye twitched as her king's words rang out. She then felt a presence form over her shoulder. Slowly and regretfully turning her head, she turned to see Naruto standing right behind her with a victorious grin. Hear that, Rainier-chan. Turns out you need to work on your physical abilities. Now, who noticed the exact same thing a week ago? Naruto commented with a teasing smirk. Ignoring Rainer's dismay with the information, Rias added with an approving nod. Yes, Naruto seems to have instinctively grasped onto your greatest flaw, and is already taking steps to remedy it. Naruto threw an arm around Rainer's shoulder, but the fallen angel slipped away from him. Pointing at him, she declared defiantly. This doesn't mean you won the bet. Still grinning, Naruto replied without losing his good mood. I never did, just pointing out that I was right to start working on your physical abilities. After all, didn't you ask just how such things would benefit you? Well, now we have a definitive answer. To master promotion you need a stronger body than you currently have. Rainier growled, but couldn't rebuke his words. Rias raised an eyebrow at the exchange, but decided to trust that Naruto knew what he was doing. So she refocused on Rainier and ordered. So promotion to queen is still out of your reach. We should also avoid trying the knight and rook for now. No point placing unnecessary stress on your body when you are already training to improve your body. So we'll focus on a bishop promotion for now. Nodding in understanding, Rainier concentrated before saying with a slight bit of trepidation. Promotion. Bishop. The change became apparent to all those that has some skill at sensing, although the change was limited to her energy reserves this time. Any nervousness faded from Rainier as the change happened without any debilitating side effects like last time. The fallen angel clenched her hands a few times, and Naruto also sensed her flexing her energy to get a good feel over the improvement. Crossing her arms under her breasts, Rias declared with a satisfied smile. Success. How do you feel? Rainier took a few seconds to answer, as she was still checking on her improved power level. She then answered slowly, I feel good. My reserves have improved greatly, but my control seems unaffected. Good. Rias remarked with a pleased nod. She then stated, it will still be a good idea to get a more in-depth look at your improvements. Not to mention I have yet to see you in action myself. A spar should suffice. I volunteer, Akino immediately announced, getting dubious looks from those present. Rias quickly stated bluntly, I do not think that is a good idea. Turning to the shortest person present, she continued. Kaneko, you're up. It was the obvious choice in Naruto's opinion. Akino is definitely out. No way would she hold herself back. Rias is naturally out. Asia is out. No fighting abilities of her own. Between Naruto and Kaneko, Kaneko is the more static and predictable fighter. She's a better measuring stick to judge Rainier by. The small rook nodded emotionlessly at Rias, and walked away from the group to gain the space to spar. Rainier shrugged and did the same. The two turned and faced each other. Begin. Rias quickly ordered. Rainier made the first move. Flapping her wings, she jumped into the air to fly above Kaneko. She then quickly formed a pink light spear which she chucked at Kaneko. Kaneko predictably jumped to the side to dodge, but the rook was surprised when the light spear exploded after piercing the ground. The pink explosion of light shredded the sleeve of Kaneko's uniform as well as sending her flying to the side. She managed to break her fall into a roll though. She looked up only to see Rainier chuck another light spear at her. This time she ran to the side, getting enough distance to avoid the resulting explosion entirely. She couldn't come to a stop though, as Rainier continued throwing the spears at her. Kaneko's sprinting around was ended when Rainier managed to adjust to her speed, and managed to throw a spear far more accurately. Sensing the danger, Kaneko came to a stop just in time to have the spear impact the ground right in front of her. She immediately jumped back to avoid the explosion that she had come to expect. Only it didn't. No explosion. Got you, Rainier claimed with a smirk as 6 light spears formed in a circle around her. With a wave of her hand, the spears shot forward. Kaneko silently cursed to herself. It had been a feint. Rainier hadn't made that last spear an exploding one, which allowed her to form a number of spears quickly. Kaneko hadn't known though, and had jumped back to avoid what she had thought would explode. All Rainier had to do was correctly calculate where Kaneko was about to land, and throw the spears there. Kaneko wouldn't have time to jump out of the way before the light spears hit. Thankfully it would take more than that to finish Kaneko off. Using her small stature to her advantage, Kaneko twisted her body to avoid the spears without moving from the spot. It took a remarkable amount of flexibility and wouldn't have worked if she was average-sized, but she was flexible and very petite. So she managed to slip through the barrage of light spears unharmed. Using Rainier's surprise at her maneuver, Kaneko jumped towards the flying fallen angel. Cocking a hand back, Kaneko shot a super-powered punch at her. Too bad Rainier didn't stay still to take it. The fallen angel just flapped her wings to rise above the arc Kaneko was flying in, avoiding the punch. Kenko tsked to herself at the failed attack. She knew that would be too simple. Looking over her shoulder, she saw that Rainier had thrown a light spear at her back. Showing she wasn't vulnerable in the air either, Kaneko unfurled her own wings. She flapped them to alter her course enough to dodge the light spear. Spinning around, she shot towards Rainier. On the sidelines, the 4 other people present watched as Kaneko tried to catch Rainier. Something the fallen angel clearly didn't want to happen, as she used impressive aerial maneuvers to keep a distance from the rook chasing her. With his eyes following the action, Naruto remarked seriously, "It's the classic close range versus long range scenario. Kaneko needs to get close, and Rainier doesn't want her to." Rainier-san is really strong, Asia whispered nervously to herself, although everyone else heard her. Devil senses. Very handy. In a way, Rias replied before clarifying, "If you are talking about power-wise, she isn't that impressive. Even with a bishop promotion, she's average in pure power. That doesn't mean she's weak either. Her control over her light spears is above average for a fallen angel with only one set of wings. She's capable of creating more than one, and is able to make them explosive. It gives her a good versatility. Her flight capabilities are also rather impressive, clearly the mark of someone who prefers to fight from the air. She also clearly has the experience necessary to alter her tactics and form strategies in the heart of the moment. I doubt she would be using such an energy-demanding strategy if she didn't have the bishop promotion. She'd burn herself out too quickly," Akeno pointed out harshly as Rainier once again unleashed a barrage of light spears towards Kaneko. True, but that is the point of practicing with the promotion. For her to learn how to effectively fight in such a state. For her to ignore her larger reserves while fighting as a bishop would be wasteful. Rias countered immediately. Akeno reluctantly acceded that point. She still grunted out, "Still doesn't help her personality. Her attitude is a problem," Rias admitted hesitantly before continuing. "She clearly still has a problem with working alongside Devil, and she isn't hiding her disgruntlement with the situation. She's being unsociable, aloof, and downright hostile." You mean she's being a bitch?" Akeno stated openly. Those that heard her stared at her due to her profanity. Akeno always put up the respectable Onisama appearance, so she rarely if ever acted vulgar. Rainier was clearly affecting her even more than anyone had suspected. Naruto sighed as he realized he'd have to talk to her now. Stepping forward, Naruto forced down his trepidation of Akeno and placed a hand on her shoulder. She looked at him with wide eyes from the contact. He quickly requested seriously, "Can I talk to you in private for a minute?" Akeno just stared at him as she questioned in astonishment. "Talk to me, in private?" Why is that such a surprise?" Naruto asked indignantly. Well, you haven't spoke to me alone, ever," Akeno pointed out suspiciously. Yeah, in fact, you tend to be unnerved by her very presence," Rias quickly added. Massaging the bridge of his nose in frustration, Naruto replied in a forced even tone. "Okay, but I really need to talk to her now. Is that okay, Sadist-chan? Akano still looked suspicious, but eventually that faded and a new gleam entered her eyes. She nodded happily as she claimed, "Of course, Naruto-kun." Thanks. Naruto let out in relief. Gesturing with his hand, he led Akano away from Rias and Asia. He opened the door to the stairs for her, and then closed it behind them. The two stopped there. No need to go too far. So what is it you wanted to talk to me about, Naruto-kun? Akano asked. Leaning against the wall, Naruto looked at her as he informed her. I want to talk to you about things between you and Rainier. Specifically, I want you to try and be a bit more amenable and understanding towards her. So you're taking her side? Akano demanded with a scowl forming on her pretty face. She then declared angrily, why, do you know what she did? She was willing to kill Asia just a week ago, and she's only proven herself a selfish, power-hungry bitch since. She. Revealed your secret, Naruto finished for her knowingly. Akano took a few deep breaths to calm herself before replying evenly. She knows nothing about this household. And she won't ever if we don't give her a chance. She's been uncooperative, rude, and unpleasant to us all. You've been the same to her. Why are you taking her side? Akano once again demanded as Naruto countered each of her statements. I'm not taking sides, Naruto insisted. Stepping a bit closer to Akano, who seemed to grow somewhat shy at the closeness, he told her serious. I'm just trying to resolve this situation. I'm already working with Rainier concerning her behavior, but it will take time. In the meantime, this can't be a one-way street. Even before she said a word to you, you've been looking for a reason to unload on her. Admit it. She shouldn't even be here. Akano exclaimed in rage, her control apparently snapping. Bucho made a mistake. Maybe that is partly my mistake for encouraging her to expand her peerage, but it is still a mistake. Bucho spent a week quelling all the protests recruiting Rainier instigated in the underworld. Her reputation took a huge hit for consorting with the enemy, and that bimbo doesn't even care. She's not going to change because it's in her nature to be selfish and uncaring towards others. She's a fallen angel. We are devils. We are inherently enemies. Nothing is going to change that, and expecting her to change will only end in tragedy. Naruto just looked at the furious queen in a vague sense of disappointment. Sighing, he locked eyes with her before asking softly, so I assume you feel the same about Asia. Asia is an entirely different matter. Akano quickly claimed. Really? How? Asia was a nun. She still believes in the biblical God. Wouldn't that make her our enemy as well? Yet you seem pretty accepting of her. Naruto pointed out. Akano couldn't make out a counter, so Naruto continued. Plus, you apparently have fallen angel blood. Does that make you an Een? Don't you dare lump me in with them. Don't you dare. Not you. Akano snapped out, almost looking close to tears. Which made Naruto feel like a complete dick. He had clearly touched upon a very sensitive issue for Akano. Letting out a sigh, Naruto told Akano comfortingly. Sorry, that came out wrong. I didn't mean it like that. Leaning back against the wall, Naruto took several moments to think before bursting out. You just aren't making sense. You are trying to justify hating Rainier, but you don't hate her for that reason. Call something what it is. You don't hate Rainier because you perceive her to be an enemy. You hate her because she is a fallen angel. I'm not going to try and claim I understand what you are thinking, and I'm not going to try and press you to explain just why you hate fallen angels. I simply want you to try and be rational about this. Give Rainier a chance. Akano looked at Naruto solemnly for several moments, obviously thinking intently on his words. Finally she lowered her head to break eye contact with him. She then shook her head before proclaiming in a trembling voice. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I just can't. I can't forgive that man. Not even for you. Naruto assumes that man is meant to mean Akano's father, who is apparently a fallen angel. So the real problem she has is with her father, and that grudge has spread to include all fallen angels. He's not really sure what she meant by not even him, but that isn't important. Then ignore her, Naruto exclaimed without thought. When Akano looked at him in surprise, Naruto told her in a rush. Pretend she doesn't exist. Interact with her only when necessary. Even if that is better than you and her taking shots at each other or, God forbid, you two actually fight. Just do what you need to stay in control around her. Akano actually seemed surprised by his suggestion. He hoped it was something she could do. While far from an ideal relationship between the two, that would involve the two without clothes, a bed, some melted chocolate, and Naruto watching with a video camera, but Naruto could be satisfied as long as the two aren't at each other's throats. Akano seemed unsure, but finally whispered. Okay. Naruto fist pumped, but his celebratory gesture was cut short when Akano continued. But you have to do something for me, Naruto-kun. Tilting his head, Naruto grinned easily before replying. Sure. Anything. What do you want? Akano flushed slightly and seemed to revert to a personality similar to Asia's. Looking down, she shuffled her feet before she looked up at him with somewhat red cheeks and requested. Call me by my name. Naruto blinked in surprise. That's it. Okay, if that's what you want, Akano-senpai. Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head. That was actually kind of embarrassing. Much more than it should have been. Akano seemed a bit let down by his words, but recovered quickly. Shaking her head with a small smile, she announced. Okay, I shall do my best to not fry Rainier. I still think this is a mistake, but I can't refuse if it's Naruto-kun requesting it of me. I'll simply restrict myself to watching and waiting. Thanks, Naruto told her with a wide grin. He then added, there is another thing I wanted to talk to you about. That surprised Akano, and she asked with a tilt to her head. What do you mean? Naruto grew a bit sheepish. Rubbing the back of his head, he looked away as he told her anxiously. I know I said I wasn't going to press you about your heritage, and I'm not. I did however want to tell you that while I can't know exactly how you feel, I have had my own issues with my father and having a power I didn't want. I'm not going to force it, but I just wanted you to know that if you ever wanted to talk about it, I'm here. Akano just stared at him with wide eyes. Naruto couldn't tell what she was thinking. Feeling increasingly awkward as her gaze didn't relent, Naruto finally turned around and opened the door back to the basement. Let's get back to the group, shall we? Naruto said as he held the door open for Akano. Which seemed enough to snap her out of whatever thoughts she had been consumed by. Shaking her head while smiling, she walked past him into the large basement. Naruto quickly followed after her. As the two approached the group, Naruto scanned them. It appears the spar between Rainier and Kaneko has ended. Kaneko was looking worn, with a number of light burns on her. Her clothes were also basically shreds by this point. Rainier was looking untouched besides her right arm, which she was holding very gingerly. It was also being healed by Asia. To the side Rias was talking. You did well, Rainier-san. You had the advantage for most of the spar, but your fighting style needs work. You seem to favor an energy-demanding style. The problem is that even with a bishop promotion, you don't have the reserves necessary to keep it up for too long. So you burned yourself out quickly, thus allowing Kaneko to close with you to land a hit. Rias explained in a lecturing voice. Rainier didn't look happy at the criticism, but didn't argue either. So she clearly saw that Rias was right. Nodding happily at her rebellious servant's compliance, Rias turned to Kaneko and said. You did well, Kaneko. You fought an opponent that refused to close with you, but you stayed calm. You patiently pursued her and did your best to avoid taking any serious damage. I wish you had controlled your final strike though. Breaking Rainier's arm when she blocked meant you put a far more force into the punch than necessary. She was throwing light spears at me, Kaneko pointed out bluntly, a hint of a whine in her voice. Rias looked amused as she replied. True, and I already berated her for putting more power into those spears than necessary. Asia's healing ability does mean we can spar more recklessly, but we should do our best to avoid breaking limbs. Fine, Kaneko grumbled softly. Alright, your arm is all healed, Rainier-san, Asia announced as she stepped away from Rainier. She then turned to Kaneko and started healing her as she hummed to herself. Heal well. Rainier tested out her arm before commenting in grudging respect. Very useful sacred gear. Deciding to ignore the possible implications of that statement, Rias informed Rainier carefully. Your fighting ability is good. My only recommendation is for you to work on wasting less energy while fighting. The number of light spears you squandered needlessly was considerable. Even with a bishop promotion you were only capable of keeping it up for a short time. You never know when we might become embroiled in a long fight or even a gauntlet of opponents. We can't have you exhausting yourself after 10 minutes in such a situation. Understood, Rainier grumbled. Nodding happily, Rias turned to Naruto and suggested. Alright, so we've gone over Asia and Rainier's progress and future plans. What about you, Naruto-kun? Anything you feel I should know? Thinking for a moment, Naruto started. Well, I have shifted my training plans since I rescued Asia. Before I was focusing on tempering my rook characteristics. My hand-to-hand. I feel I've reached a satisfactory level in that respect though, and have switched to gaining some mid to long range capabilities. So far I've focused on recreating some wind jutsu. I see. Any progress? Nodding, Naruto strode in front of them till he faced the empty half of the large basement. Naruto quickly gathered wind chakra around his hand without using hand seals. Swiping his hand through the air, the gathered wind chakra shot out in a blade of wind chakra. The blade covered the length of the basement and connected with the wall. The Fuinjutsu reinforced stone resisted the cutting attack, but no one watching didn't see the potential damage such an attack could do to a person. Naruto waited till the wind he had kicked up calmed down before turning to face the group and explaining. It has been going very well. My smaller chakra reserves and previous training meant I was able to refine my control over wind chakra quickly. After that I've just had to focus on recreating whatever wind jutsu I've seen before. Unfortunately, Naruto hadn't really ever learned that many wind jutsu himself. He had only learned nature manipulation to finish the Rasengan, so he hadn't ever garnered an impressive reservoir of techniques. Good thing he had still become an expert in using wind chakra. It meant he could recreate most of the wind jutsu he has seen. He's easily grasped how to form cutting attacks and pressure attacks. He's struggling a bit with successfully utilizing vacuums, but he'll manage it with a few weeks or months of experimenting and practice. The technique he had just performed was a rough reconstruction of the beast wave palm he'd seen Sora use before. Wow, Naruto-san is amazing. Asia commenting in awe, making Naruto blush slightly. Yes, it is very impressive. While not as wide-scale as most wind spells, his technique was noticeably more concentrated than what wind magic I've seen. Rias stated thoughtfully. Weird use of chakra, Kaneko added as she scrutinized Naruto. Rubbing the back of his head and laughing, Naruto quickly admitted. I still have a way to go. While I have the raw nature manipulation, I still haven't recreated most of the techniques to a point I can do them in a time a battle would require. I need more practice. Regardless, you are clearly well on your way, Rias pointed out with a smile. Looking at him, she questioned him seriously. If you want to expand your ranged capabilities, it might be a good idea to continue your lessons in magic, unless you intend to stick to your chakra. Naruto quickly put his hands up and exclaimed, not at all, I never received nature manipulation training for any other element. I might be able to manage, but it would be slow. Better to just stick with wind for chakra, and use magic for the other elements. That way I can have a proper teacher tell me what to do. Rias seemed pleased by his answer as she asked, so have you given any more thought towards what type of magic you'd like to learn? I have actually, Naruto answered honestly. Cupping his chin in his hand, he turned to Akeno as he said. Akeno-senpai told me that the elements fire, water, and thunder are the easiest to use. Rias blinked in confusion at the difference in how he referred to Akeno, but just put it to the back of her mind as she replied. That is correct, fire and water particularly. Nodding, Naruto explained, I'm planning on learning some illusion magic, since I absolutely suck at genjutsu. Unfortunately, it appears to be a rather complex magic. Not something to learn as an amateur. So I decided to put that on hold, and instead learn a simpler magic as a stepping point to reach that point. I was debating between fire and water. Both are simple, and can be used with my wind jutsu to form collaboration techniques. So both were suitable, I finally decided on fire. Rias grew thoughtful at that. After a few seconds, she nodded and claimed, fire, I approve, it fits your fighting style. Very offensive, somewhat destructive. I thought so too, Naruto commented, not at all bothered by her calling him destructive. He kind of was. Illusion magic is another interesting choice, but you are right. It is a bit more of a complex magic. Not a good choice for a beginner. Rias continued as she considered. Shrugging, she said, so it's a good idea to focus on fire for now. I'll arrange some time for me to teach you the basics. Bucho, shouldn't I be the one to teach, Naruto-kun? I am more accomplished at using fire than you. Akeno interrupted by pointing out. Rias' eyes narrowed at her queen. Closing her eyes, she said in a forced even tone. True, but I am still proficient in fire. I also have more free time than you, Akeno. I've gathered all the necessary research on raiding game strategies that we'll be needing for a while. You however still need to form contracts with clients. Naruto just tilted his head in as he watched Rias and Akeno start arguing with each other. Shrugging and deciding not to think about it too much, Naruto turned to look at Asia, Rainier, and Kaneko. One in particular, Kaneko-chan. The emotionless loli just looked at him blankly before asking, what, Naruto-senpai? I need your help, Naruto exclaimed bluntly. Kaneko tilted her head in slight confusion as she looked at him. The next day Naruto was standing in his basement, waiting. His wait came to an end when the magic circle written on the floor lit up. Naruto waited as Kaneko and Yudo teleported into the room. Yudo's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Naruto. I thought you said Naruto was out with a client, and we were going to spar, Kaneko-chan. Yudo growled out as he glared at Naruto. I told her to bring you here, Naruto informed him calmly. His words clearly incensed Yudo, and he gave Kaneko a betrayed look. Making a noise with his tongue, he turned and started walking back towards the magical circle as he snapped. It appears I can't trust anyone. The night came to a stop though when a strong fingers grabbed the back of his uniform. He looked over his shoulder with angry eyes to see a sad-looking Kaneko holding him. It was like a sad kitten. Even his anger couldn't take the sight without weakening a bit. I'm sad without you around, Yudo-senpai. Kaneko whispered, more emotion in her voice than he had ever heard before. Kaneko-chan, he muttered, struck by the melancholy she was showing. Don't you see, Yudo? Naruto said as he gestured at Kaneko. He then continued, this isn't just between you and Excalibur, or even me and you. This is affecting everyone in the club. You can bet Rias and Akino are feeling your absence just as acutely as Kaneko-chan. Yudo wavered a bit at that, allowing Kaneko to tell him firmly. Come back to us, Yudo-senpai. She then let go of him and walked past him to stand in the magic circle. As it glowed around her, she looked at Naruto and practically ordered. Come back with Yudo-senpai, Naruto-senpai. I will, Naruto claimed without a shadow of a doubt in his voice. His words seemed to reassure her slightly as she teleported out of the room. Silence stretched between the two for close to a minute. With the absence of Kaneko, Yudo's anger was once again growing. Standing in the very presence of a wielder of Excalibur was filling him with anger. I'm leaving, Yudo finally grunted out as he started moving towards the teleportation circle. I don't think so, Naruto grumbled, and a wave of his hand sent a barrage of wind blades at the teleportation circle. They were weak, but still proved sufficient for destroying whatever part of the ridden circle they hit. Rias would be pissed at him for destroying it, but she'd understand. Yudo was now trapped here with Naruto. The only exit left was the door, and Naruto was standing in Yudo's way to reach it. Something Yudo no doubt realized. He quickly snarled out, let me leave, I have no desire to talk to you, Naruto. Well, too bad because I want to talk to you, Naruto instantly retorted. Yudo just turned his head away bluntly. Sighing, Naruto closed his eyes and concentrating. Holding his right hand out, a golden magic circle sprang to life just before his hand. Reaching into it, he pulled out Excalibur ruler. As soon as it appeared, Yudo's killing intent doubled. This is what you want, isn't it? Naruto asked as he held Excalibur ruler up. Getting into a rough starting position, Naruto barked out. Then come and get it. Watch yourself, Naruto. I might lose what little control I have left if you say something like that. Yudo claimed with a frightening look in his eyes. I know, but it seems like I'll have to strip away whatever control you have to get to the heart of the problem. Naruto grumbled as he shifted his ready position slightly. He really needs to learn how to use a sword properly. Locking eyes with Yudo, Naruto told him seriously. I said come on, you want to destroy this sword. Come destroy it. That was the breaking point for Yudo. Half a dozen of his demon swords shot up from the ground, his sword birth at work. Grasping one, he shot toward at Naruto in a dash. Naruto was able to predict his movements though, and raised Excalibur ruler up to block Yudo's downward slash. Yudo struggled fruitlessly against Naruto's strength for a moment, but soon gave up that fight. Jumping back, he shot in again with a sideward slash. Naruto Opience again blocked it. You've been wanting to do this all week, haven't you, Yudo? Naruto asked as he worked to block the numerous strikes Yudo was sending towards him. Grunting as his holy demon sword was blocked once again. Locking up with Naruto again, he admitted. You're right, I have. The very thought of having that sword so close to me was too much for me. Grunting as he shoved Yudo back, Naruto demanded. So why do you hate this sword so much? Why didn't you ask Bucho if you wanted to know? Yudo questioned as he was once again pushed back by Naruto. Because I wanted to hear it from you. Naruto shouted as this time he charged Yudo. Swinging with enough force that Yudo's blade was knocked around whenever they connected, Naruto continued passionately. This is your business, your feelings, your revenge. I want to understand. You can't understand. Yudo angrily snapped as his arm shook from blocking another heavy strike from Naruto. Then help me understand, Naruto countered. Fine then, Yudo snarled as he jumped away from Naruto. Throwing away the sword he had been using, he grasped two other swords. One in each hand. With a small incantation, one lit up with flames as the other was consumed with ice. Charging forward, he forced Naruto back with his rapid strikes as he raged out. As a kid, I was part of a project by the church. The Holy Sword Project. As you know, only select individuals can naturally wield holy swords. The point of the project was to find a way to artificially create people capable of wielding holy swords. Specifically, the fragments of Excalibur. Jumping back, Naruto grimaced slightly as a small cut on his chest throbbed. Yudo had nicked him. Forcing the small pain back, Naruto looked at Yudo as he questioned. So what happened? What is so bad about that? They treated us like animals. Yudo yelled, actually pausing in his attack as he continued unleashing his long pent-up feelings. We were stripped of our freedom. We weren't even considered humans anymore. Days went by of that hell, but we still believed. We believed we had been chosen by God, and that one day we might become special. So we desperately held on, but we couldn't do it. None of us could wield the holy swords. The experiment was a failure, and you know what they did then, they disposed of us in order to hide the existence of the project. My friends died to give me the chance to escape. As I lay in the snow, dying, I swore to get justice for my friends. That determination formed the basis of why Bucho revived me as a devil. It's why I became a devil. To destroy the swords that caused all our pain. All that death, and that's what I'm going to do now. Yuto jumped forward, swinging both his swords towards Naruto. Naruto just gritted his teeth, his head lowered so his bangs covered his eyes. As Yuto's strike approached, the holy aura of Excalibur ruler doubled as Naruto channeled his power into it. Don't fuck with me, Naruto shouted as he swung Excalibur ruler. The holy sword destroyed both of Yuto's demon blades. The shocked Yuto couldn't dodge as Naruto did a front kick to his chest. Yuto flew backwards before sliding along the ground. As he struggled to his feet, Naruto gestured to Excalibur ruler and declared angrily. What the hell is wrong with you? This is a sword, a fucking sword. It was not responsible for what happened to you and your friends. It's because of those swords, because of their existence. Yuto growled out as he got to his feet. No, it isn't because of the Excalibur fragments. Because they are swords, it's the fault of whatever asshole was in charge of that project. You are just focusing all your rage on these swords because you can't make that man pay. You need something to focus all your anger on, and you decided to do the next closest things. The reason the project was created. Naruto snapped out. What's your point? Yuto demanded as he grabbed another of his demon swords. My point is that you are being selfish. You are letting your desire for vengeance consume you. You are attacking an inanimate object in an attempt to make yourself feel better, and you are letting that hurt all those around you who care about you. Naruto exclaimed angrily. So, Yuto commented with a mocking grin despite the emptiness in his eyes. Devils are naturally self-centered beings. It's only natural I work towards my goal with a single-minded determination, uncaring of what that entails. Don't use that crap on me. Naruto snarled out, I have not felt a single thing like that since I became a devil. That's just an excuse for you to do what you want without feeling guilty. You just don't understand, Yuto yelled as he once again charged Naruto. Their swords clashed against each other. Damn right I don't, Naruto exclaimed before telling him passionately. I don't want to understand why you would be willing to hurt the people close to you for something like this. Didn't you hear Kaneko-chan? She misses you, Yuto. Rias-chan does as well. Akano-senpai too. Don't you care that you are hurting them? Of course I do, Yuto maintained before adding, but this is something I have to do. No it isn't, it's something you are choosing to do, Naruto asserted as he avoided Yuto's increasingly wild swings. And if you continue like this, you won't succeed. All you'll achieve is an early death. Haven't you been wondering why I'm keeping up with you? It's because you know my fighting style, Yuto claimed as he kept trying to T-attack Naruto. No, it's because you suck right now. You wouldn't even be a challenge if I wasn't using a sword. You aren't a knight right now. You're just trying to hack me to death in the most direct and violent way possible. Naruto informed him. He then continued passionately. If fighting an Excalibur ruler is enough to lower you to this point, what do you think will happen when you actually face one? One that knows what they are doing and is trying to kill you right back. You'll fucking lose. You'll leave the rest of us to grieve over you. You're wrong. I won't die. I don't care what I have to do. I will destroy the Excalibur Gay. Yuto's declaration was ended when Naruto shot his head forward while clashing blades. The result was a crushing headbutt. Yuto's eyes crossed before rolling back in his head as Naruto's rock-hard head connected with his own. He slowly tilted back to fall backwards. The dazed knight laid on his back, looking up at the ceiling with glazed-over eyes. Blood was forming on his forehead. Naruto breathed deeply as he watched Yuto slowly come back to. When he felt the knight was coherent enough, Naruto threw his hands up in the air as he announced. I don't want that, Yuto. No one in the club wants that. We don't want to see you destroy yourself because of this hatred for the Excaliburs. I don't want to watch as another friend falls to darkness. If that means I have to sacrifice something, then so be it. Naruto stabbed Excalibur ruler into the ground. Stepping back, Naruto gestured at it as he told Yuto. You want to destroy Excalibur? Well, that is what I'm giving you. The strongest fragment of Excalibur. I'm going to let you destroy it, but I demand something in return. If you destroy this blade, I want you to swear on your honor as a knight that afterwards you will never do this again. I don't care what happens. If another fragment shows up, you will never lash out like this again. You will give up this hatred of yours, Yuto. That is my demand. With that, Naruto turned around and walked out of the basement. Yuto watched him go with wide eyes before slowly turning to examine the sword that he had left behind. The strongest fragment of Excalibur. Right there. No one to defend it. But Naruto's words kept running through his head. Swear upon his honor as a knight that he would give up his vengeance. A memory of his friends rang through his mind. He watched as they were ruthlessly gassed, as they held the armored soldiers down as they screamed for him to run. He has to destroy the fragments of Excalibur, for them. Yet this time he thought of the Occult Research Club. Kaneko misses him. He doesn't want to hurt her, and Rias is far too caring and stubborn to let him go without a fight. Akeno will probably go all S mode on him. He still has to see Gasper learn to control his sacred gear. He wants to spar with Naruto again. Like they used to, not this screaming match. He doesn't want to lose the life he's made here. Feeling tears well up in his eyes, Yuto crossed his arms over his eyes as he pondered this dilemma. Naruto laid on the couch as he waited for Yuto to show up. It had already been half an hour since Naruto had left him down there. He had already treated the cut across his chest, and so there was nothing more to do until Yuto came up. The other members of the Occult Research Club were at the clubroom, so there was no chance of an interruption. Hearing the door open, Naruto turned his head to look towards the stairs down to the basement. Yuto was standing in the doorway. His eyes looked red, and there was still dried blood on his forehead. The two stared at each other in silence for close to a minute. Naruto finally broke the silence by questioning blankly. Well. Excalibur ruler is in the basement. Yuto told him softly. In one piece. Yes, in one piece. You are still going to try and destroy all the fragments of Excalibur? Naruto commented. It was a statement, not a question. Yes, Yuto whispered in an almost sad tone. Taking a deep breath, he explained. I just can't give it up. I owe it to all my friends who gave their lives for me. Naruto frowned and straightened. He was cut off when he opened his mouth by Yuto adding. But I'm going to do it my way. I'm not going to give up my ambition, but I'm also not going to give up the life I've made here. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto quickly pointed out. And how are you going to do that? I'm going to control myself. I can't give up my hatred of Excalibur, but if I plan on destroying it entirely I need to have control. I've been consumed by my anger this past week, Yuto admitted before looking at Naruto and declaring with a clear resolve. I'll eventually destroy Excalibur ruler, but it will be on better terms. I'll do something for you so great that you have no choice but to allow me to destroy it. And when I find other fragments, I'll have my comrades by my side. I'm not going to stop being a knight of the Grimoire clan to destroy the fragments of Excalibur. I'll destroy the fragments of Excalibur as a knight of the Grimoire clan. That is my resolve. Naruto just looked at him blankly before a wide grin formed on his face. Throwing an arm around the knight's shoulder, Naruto exclaimed happily. It may not be ideal, but that is definitely something I can accept. That's good. For what it's worth, I'm sorry with how I've been behaving since I found out you wielded Excalibur ruler. Yuto apologized sincerely, his head lowered in despondency. No issue. I'm just glad you came to your senses. Naruto replied honestly. His face then grew serious as he claimed earnestly. I do however want to tell you one more thing. I can't claim to understand how you are feeling, but I do know what it is like to sacrifice one's life for others. They didn't do it so that you could avenge them, Yuto. They did it so you could live. Don't forget that. If you don't want their sacrifice to be in vain, then live a long and happy life. Yuto looked at Naruto with wide eyes, unsure of how to respond. He'd forgotten that Naruto claimed to have willingly given his life to stop the Madara person. Just to save his comrades. He can't completely accept his words. He still feels that the Excalibur fragments need to be destroyed before his friends can rest in peace, but he would at least remember Naruto's words. I'll teleport us back to the clubroom. The others will want to talk to you, Naruto announced with a smile. The smile morphed into a smirk as he told Yuto in a teasing voice. Rias-chan hasn't been happy lately. She's probably going to punish you for acting out. I even heard her telling Akeno that you'll be receiving 1,000 spanks. That caused Yuto to stiffen slightly. His bottom was already hurting, but he finally gave a forced laugh as he claimed. I guess I deserve it slightly. Naruto just laughed. Yuto was not very convincing right then. He was definitely dreading that punishment. Elbowing him in the ribs, Naruto shot him a small grin as he told him honestly. Good to have you back, Yuto. Yuto chuckled before replying sincerely. Good to be back. With that, the teleportation circle sprang up and teleported them away. Omake. Naruto just stared out his window with a twitching eyebrow. Touché, God, touché. Outside of Naruto's house, a vast crowd of people were gathered. Somehow it had gotten out on the internet that Naruto was the real writer of Ika. His address was also leaked. The news had caused a mass migration of perverts to his house. Hence the crowd surrounding his mansion. Geez, there were a lot of them. Thousands. They were just milling around out there. Some were chanting praises in his name, and others were doing public readings of certain passages of Ika. It was like they were praising a god. Massaging the bridge of his nose, Naruto let out a sigh. He couldn't even leave his house like this. He'd be mauled and torn apart. Fine then, if God wants to curse Naruto with perverts, he'll shoot right back. Always escalate, bitch. A vicious smirk spread across Naruto's face as he came up with the perfect revenge. Throwing open his largest window, the crowd of perverts cheered as Naruto was revealed to them. Naruto-sama. Arogami-sama. All hail the blessed writer of Ika. Holding up his hands to call for quiet, the crowd silenced and waited to hear him speak with bated breath. Taking a deep breath, Naruto announced loudly, I am blessed to have followers such as you, but I have a request of all you. I am a Christian. I firmly believe God favors perverts. So I want us all to lead a prayer towards God, and do not hold back. Reveal all of your most private desires because God loves and accepts us all. So everyone, start praying for women, tits, asses, thighs, and everything else you might desire. What is Michael-sama doing? I'm not sure. Uriel don't know. Gabriel admitted as the two watched Michael slam his head into a stone pillar with horrible force. She then explained in confusion. He just randomly froze. He then burst out in tears and covered his crotch before started smashing his head like that. As the two stared at him, Michael just continued smashing his head. He had to overwhelm the thousands of perverted prayers with pain. He had to. Why? Oh, why did he escalate? This was cruel and unusual. Thanks for watching.